Hey guys, it's Starkin coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. Today we're going to try a Drycha campaign. It's probably not going to go well. We're going to do it anyway. So she is a totally sane Dryad. There's nothing wrong with her decision making or her relationships with anybody else. She's just a very, very normal tree. And the fact that the entire world is full of her enemies is just a coincidence that we're going to have to deal with. So the thing about Drycha is she's nuts, and so we're playing Wood Elves. Wood Elves normally, you've got your tree spirit side of things, and then you have your elves. Drycha is more on the forest unit side of stuff, so she's got access to wolves and bats and manticores. She speaks in tree. All right, so Wargrave of Woe. And we can do little basically scrap upgrades, but for just money on the tree spirits. So real quick, we'll take a look at those. So no, that's not the right button. Aspects. So you can, and they're all a trade-off, right? You can make them have more AP and speed, and then they'll lose Fizz resist. You can give them charge defense against large and armor and lose a little bit of speed, or you can give them defensive bonus versus infantry at the price of a little bit of AP. So you can pick and choose how you want your guys to be, and then on the other units, here we can get punchier and faster with a little bit less survivability. Here, lower speed and missile resist, and here, really big damage, but you lose the AP principle, and just that kind of thing. You can pick and choose the aspects, and I believe after each battle you can change them. So if you want to fight against people that don't have a lot of armor, you can throw this on, and then if you're fighting an armor-piercing thing that you need to get a duelist sort of scenario going on, you can go up here. That kind of thing. We're not going to spend those scrap upgrades right now, I don't think, or the aspect upgrades right now, because money's probably going to be tight in the early game. I don't know a thing about playing Wood Elves. I haven't done a Wood Elf campaign in 3, I think, at all. Not one that went very long. And my normal campaign is Sisters of Twilight. Tip on the campaign map. We want more time in the jungles of Cheon. More time. Alright, we've got... Oh, well, that is good, isn't it? That is good, huh? That's crazy, yeah. 10% for Dryads faction-wide and 15 growth. Yep, gotta get that. Alright, so we begin at war with the Skaven Interlopers and with Ostermark, which makes sense because, Drycha hates everybody. Alright, so right now, so we can get our wild spirit things. That's the forest in Cathay. Oh, okay, I'm I don't know what that one is. Do we have vision over all of them? Yeah. Well, not exactly. Yeah, so we have world roots on all deep roots. Yeah, all right. So yeah, you can
form a network that connects the most important forests of the world.
So you can improve your thing, and then you can jump around to other places in the world. So we would want to go here to get this one. You're saying, all right, cool. And they all give you something also in addition to the normal points. Here you get, magic. Here you get campaign movement. The Griffin Wood gives you, recruitment cost and relations with the vampire counts, because, of course, she's very sane and gets along with everyone. Alright, well, let's get to it. There's probably not a reason to avoid grabbing these units right now. I mean, maybe, to save money for a little bit, but it's the landmark we care about. Ah, okay. Got it. Alright, so now we have a huge army, which will certainly be enough to crack the Skaven guy. Alright, he'll have a use of menace below. There's no targets for it. That's the great thing about an army like this. The only thing we want to do is make sure that we don't take a bunch of damage from these poison wind globes. We'll do that by, summoning a malevolent Dryad on top of them. Oh, now we're talking. We have... The whole army has Vanguard deployment. Okay, yeah, so... Now this is how to play the game. All right, now we're talking. Because we can just dive on these poison globes, and they'll probably not even get, like, more than one volley off. Yeah, they get one volley off. It absolutely chunks some Dryads, but now we're good. We're going to do a little summon there. And then we're just going to hit, or any of these units, they even have, like... they've got a warlord. We should get over there and fight them. I'm like, if they've got somebody who can punch. Because they're about to get folded up. Little paper sack of Skaven. Oh, man. I love a full Vanguard army. So the most fun vampire campaign you can play is Vlad and Isabella. People disagree, but Vlad and Isabella, you do Isabella as your lord, Vlad and the army gives your whole army Vanguard deployment, and then you just get to rush them with vampires, and you never have to walk across, and we end up very clean. We took a lot of HP damage, but no model losses, and we actually, we shouldn't be talking to ourselves. We should be chasing down these globes at the very least so we don't have to deal with them later. And popping this warlord... so that when we go for the crackback, we won't have to deal with him in a secondary army. I don't think he's going to get out of here. Chasing guard mode. Yeah, let's, default guard mode. Where is it at? What have I done? Well... Interestingly, my eyes can't see where default guard mode is at, so... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Somebody tell me why all of these are checkboxes and this one is a drop-down menu. Somebody tell me. It doesn't... I don't approve. I'm not resigned to this. I don't think we have to live in a world where one thing in the interface in the middle that inexplicably is changed from the other things. I don't think we have to live that way. If somebody told you did, they might have deceived you. The world could be a better place than that. Yeah, I would keep messing it up with the previous armies with things, but I think here, we're going to be able to avoid having a battle line mostly. I think we're just gonna lose the game, having fun, and attacking the foe. The dogs feasted on the Skaven Lord, who's running away so quickly. They're nipping at his heels. Look, all the damage you do to a warlord is damage you don't have to do later, right? Whether or not Drycha hits him at all, ever. She's running. She wants to hit him. She can't see. There he is. He does look very small. The lord is not much bigger than a dog on the map there. I guess those are giant wolves. They look the size of dogs. I bet if you auto-resolve that, it'll chunk like your whole army. Exactly. Yes, that'll do. The despising is strong with us. I think we kill captives. Yeah, of course we do. Drycha's not going to keep them alive. These are rats. What if they dug underneath my tree? What's the Griffinwood landmark? Overgrown temple, branchway with recruit rank, and immune to vampire recruitment. Oh yeah, I mean decent. And it gives us Wildwood Rangers, who I think are like entirely deprecated by other options in the roster now, but I've been wrong before. And yeah, and so the forests will generate the creatures over time. Maybe like the more, I don't know how that works. Maybe the more weird stuff that we have going on with the trees, the higher chance we'll get of that. Alright, so there'll be 2 minutes below summons. Here we've just got slingers and spear infantry. So all we gotta do is make sure that our large units don't get embroiled in the middle of spears. The giant wolves are called giant wolves, but they are small units. So we're just always gonna call them dogs probably. They do have Strider, good. And most of my units have woodsmen, of course, so if we can fight in woods, that would be the ideal. Oh, Malevolent Treemen have this thing that negates magical weapons. That must have been a Warhammer 3 thing. I definitely didn't know they have that. That is wonderful. So you got armor on the tree spirits, but you also get physical resist. And now we just need to anchor a Malevolent Treeman a couple of places. Of course, they're like a tier 4 monster. But if we have them a few places in the line, then the magical weapons that would otherwise let them chew through us get disabled. So, nice stuff. Alright, we're just going to do this battle here. I mean, it's going to be fine. We have a bunch of Dryads, and they are rats without weapon teams, which are probably the single most desirable thing. Like, Dryads very much want to fight unarmored units that are going to be susceptible to their high weapon strength, you know, so last time you ignored the magic or yellow line to get the blue line for loot. Yeah, because Wood Elves economy is real, like, you gotta, from what I remember on my sister's campaign ages ago, it was like, you get a lot from like raising things and from like, you know, from combat, but you get basically nothing from your heathland. So it's like over a super long time, each tree can give you like a bit, but it's always like you have to be raiding. ABR, always be raiding. And this way, Stalker, I don't know if we're going to hold them in this army. I think we're going to get rid of them as soon as it becomes practical. Because they're like a ranged benefiting hero, and look, if I'm going to have an elf hero, I want it to be like a Glade Captain who actually has got some punch, who's got some verve going on. We're going to keep the giant wolves over here, and the bats over here. And we almost keep them out. So the spears are on the flanks, which means we'll just collapse the center here and have Drycha over on this side. No, there's more spears over here, so we'll have her over there to bash them. Alright, good stuff. We'll throw Melkoths onto these clan rats. Mainly just because they're the only thing that can do anything. We're gonna move those over here. Try to get the dogs around the back. If the bats just distract these chumps from getting on top of us and getting some free missile fire, then that'll be enough. And it looks like these slingers are moving into battle anyway, so that's pretty good. We're going to, oh, those are just trash units. Yeah, this is, what a funny, early campaign this is, you know, because this is like the worst of Skaven armies. You literally don't have to worry about anything. But I have no doubt that before long, I'll be faced with some more challenge than all this. Anyway, funny stuff. Tree's mad. Look at him looking all purpley. It's like a whole bunch of little Drychas. And here she is, madder than all of them, slightly taller. Raging out. She's got this amazing aura that we probably won't be able to use to great effect. But so basically, you always want Drycha stuck in. The more hurt she is, the more she takes damage, the more powerful she makes everyone in the blob around her, which is, of course, very good. I was like, what's hurting these guys? They're the summoned unit, and they're crumbling. Okay. I'm sort of surprised they're hanging on, but I guess the rats do break early, and then you've always got to break them again. But doing solid, not losing too many models or anything. How are they not army lost? That is very funny stuff. But again, I guess it's that, you know, like, if you don't do that much damage to them, the fact that their leadership is broken doesn't matter over much. So it takes a little bit more juice there. Alright, we've got our, their clan rat spears are embroiled with our treekin. We're just going to back them away, and that'll be fine. Man, whack a rat for real. Keep the heroes purely to put the leadership GUFI on them. Yeah. Yeah, a life branch wraith would be certainly what I'm going for most. Cause like, well, you need a wizard. Drycha is a wizard, but like you said, like if we don't, from what I remember, I haven't looked at her tree, but like from what I remember, she's not like a bonkers wizard. She just happens to also be a wizard. Like, her principal role, in my view, is that she's an incredibly good fighter who's sticky and has, like, great, like, AoE buffs around her. You know, she's punchy, she's hard to shoot. She's not a big target. Alright, so we occupy the Heathland, because, of course, we need this for the landmark. Oh, and there we go. We get the Forest Spirit thing to give -5 enemy leadership, which is very funny. And we get an armor and weapon strength follower also. Yeah, a bunch of very good items already. And then a potion of speed, who cares? So this is a follower that gives you armor and weapon strength. That is... And you can put it on to heroes? Okay. Alright. That is... pretty interesting. It's like, that's almost like a, you know, like a gray level weapon, only it doesn't take the slot. Alright, so Drycha's tree, we've got a short yellow line where, okay, each of them give you massive benefits. Well, yeah, the weapon strength one is 30%. Tempered Rigor gives you, you know, the melee and the defense and attack, and then you get Foe Seeker at the start. Okay, so it's just like a compressed yellow line. And then we get our... Oh, Summon Dryads no longer degrade. At rank 12, we get our summons that aren't going to disappear, which is going to be my happiest thing. And then this is her ammo depletion thing. Better Melkoths. And infinite range on the summon, yeah. So she just has normal Arcane Conduit, normal Pit of Shades. Yeah, so we take the movement. Oh yeah, because this is all very good, right? 30% post-battle loot. Yeah, you're. This is good advice. And then we take 1 point of ambush success, go to open branches for that, and then hit lightning strike, and then we can, yeah, because this army, she's gonna want to get into crazy situations, you know, so we're gonna want her to be capable of doing that. We take Arrow of Kurnos because as long as this hero is with us, we should be using it. All right, so buildings. Most important thing is what? Getting a branch wraith, probably. And we get them from this building, which is upgraded here. Okay, so we go there, and then we can get a Treekin building. We can get some Glade Riders if we go here, the Waystalker, but what we want is the Glade Captain, because then we'll have, like... Yeah, they can get, like, Colossal Strike. They got Guardian. So, yeah, we want one of these, because... This Captain with Guardian is going to let us go around and, like, juice up Drycha and stuff. Do we want, like, a Hawk building first? Do we want to build money? Because if we build a new building that's not, like... We can build a basic military building. That's a lot of money, though. It's like 1,000... We don't have that much. You don't want to build a wall first thing, I don't think. We can either get money and wine, or income, growth, casualty replenishments, or money and some growth everywhere. I don't know what the right thing to do is. We're gonna go for growth, I guess. That's the most growth, we'll take that one. And then we don't have the population to get there first, so we'll do that. Yeah, because while we could get, like, a couple of units of elves, I sort of just want to go entirely into forest spirits, just all dryads, everything. Those are... You know, I kind of want to grab these ogres, though. I don't know why I have access to these so early, but, because that's a cheap upkeep for a nice monstrous unit. Maybe we'll get them and then, like, take them to war over here, but we just need to hit this up, and then Beccafin's up there. I don't think, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. They might be able to, like, sack the forest for all I know. Alright, so we have to choose... Oh no, I have to choose, like, one of these things. So this is, like, the most important choice in the game, and I don't know what the right one is. It's probably not that one, because Deathblow requires them being very low, and that's not the point of life. Will they Vanguard? Oh, yeah, you know, that's the question, isn't it? No, they won't. Yeah, not worth taking then. Even at the price of a Dryad unit, if we have to, like, walk across the whole battlefield, absolutely not worth taking. So she still has Handmaid. She's got the... Okay. She's got the offices, but hers are weird ones. That fit her faction rather than weird ones. They're more culturally appropriate factions for her. Alright, so we're not going to worry too much about them later. We'll worry about them later when we actually get a lord. Alright, more time. And this is a level 1 thing, so we build it, and now we barely have enough money to do those choices, so very good. Alright, Fizz Resist for the beasties, and so this is like the baby Mortis that gets thrown onto Malevolent Treeman units, which theoretically could be usable. I don't know if that's the first one we want to get. Income and charge defense on Eternal Guard, no. Flock of Doom bound on the Lords, that's forecast, we can't do that. Vigor reduction, upkeep reduction, and construction time, maybe. Missile resist, casualty replenish in forward territory, maybe. Diplo ammo, no. Growth 25. Yeah. And then better recruitment time. It's got to be that one, right? Yeah, it's just got to be that one. I don't even feel like you got a choice. You know, maybe the fizz resist on all the forest units would have been better, but I just, you know, like, when you have access to, like, a Dryad, Tree Man, Treekin sort of blob where you've got your big scary monsters backed up by your big scary Dryads on the ground, I feel like you gotta try to get those Treemen as quick as you can. Alright, so that goes there. This dude is, like, in my land. And for a very small non-aggression pact, his name is the Tree Hammers. I don't really love that. Where does he live? Oh, he doesn't live anywhere. I think we kill him. Not sure what the right thing to do is here. Alright, so we... Because he hasn't done anything to him yet, but if we hit him here, then he's gone. Does he have, like, a camp somewhere? I don't know. I think we'll just pop him and then go to Essen next turn, and we'll be able to recruit a couple of Dryads and pick up the Branch Wraith. Oh no, now I see the other thing. Alright, we're just gonna auto this. Hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah, because we've got our tree with us. Tiny bit of money, or... Yeah, we're gonna take that. Alright, so I need to go and deal with that camp, like, next turn, which means we're going to trespass onto their land and make them mad. I think this is how we've lost the campaign already. I think this choice was bad and we should have done this. We'll see how it works out. I just don't like somebody with the name the Tree Hammers. It makes me feel like we shouldn't let them be there. So you usually do this too. Okay, I was just like, I feel like with that name and being ogres and being around, that would just be a problem.
A threat to the forest has appeared nearby.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm in exactly the right spot for this to happen. And now it is time for a Branch Wraith. You know, I do love Beastcasters. But it's life that we want. Oh. Okay, well this is a very easy choice. So this Straussleif is my new favorite. Poison attacks, weapon strength, and little baby mortis. Yeah. Alright. Can we get the blessing of the lady on this? Can we can we make this a legendary malevolent Branch Wraith? You know, because they're just, they are wizards, but hey, you know, this is going to be a wizard with some teeth. They're going to be in the blob. They're going to have that little murderous bites going on, poison attacks to make them a little safer, and, you know, of course, those heals. Really looking forward to them being a part of the crew, part of the ship. Of course, they're not going to be able to embed this turn, but, yeah, hey, you know, we'll have next turn. And Mordheim is finished up, which gives us, you know, even more growth. We're going to have another one to spend right there next turn. So we just need to make sure if we do this... No, we don't want to upgrade that one. We don't particularly need the scouts, and we don't want to be able to upgrade Waystalkers. Is the Glade Lord important enough to go for, or do we... Yeah, I don't think any of those things matter to me. Yeah, I think just the money is going to be tight, so we need to be careful. Of course, we're going to fight these fights, so maybe we'll make some money. So here we have an Empire army. Alright, so the big problems here are... He'll have these crossbows. Free Company Militia won't be too bad. The Outriders with grenade launchers, that's the worry. Oh, but we're ambushing them. Ha! Get wrecked. That's a perfect branch trait. Yeah, it's gotta be. What trait could be better than that? It can be so infuriating playing this game sometimes when it's like, oh, you go to recruit a thing and it's just like all like these faction, you know, battle effects that are bad. Like, oh, and then you go to a different one and it's like, oh, you want a little Mortis engine? You want weapon strength and armor and melee attack? Best I can do is +3 attack, +3 defense, you know. Alright, so we'll have the mass over here. Drycha in the front to fight their lord. Waystalker back here to shoot them as they try to flee. No, yeah, Waystalker, because we're gonna pincer him, right? We're gonna have here and here. And we'll just, yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be everything we ever wanted. Of course, things are getting squirrely immediately. The Knights are charging in and doing a ton of damage against the Dryads, but, you know, that'll, you expect that off of the charge, right? Drycha in here. Getting their hits down. We're going to drop a Dryad summon on the top of everybody. We're going to hit a Melkoth's on whom? On these Knights? Nope, we can't target them. We're going to not cast anything. No, we end up getting the cast off somehow anyway. Good. Good. Alright, well, you know. The Knights did some big impact damage, but we're going to end up without even taking model losses, I guess. So, yeah. What an ambush. My favorite faction, the Wood Elves. Now, you might be saying, where are the Elves? Oh, the Elves are under the ground, I'm afraid. The Elves are mainly just trees now, and they're all the happier for it. Glorious stuff. Drycha putting the beat down on. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Of course, with a full Vanguard army, an ambush is just like a normal battle, only you get to Vanguard on both sides of them. Brutal stuff, so fun. I love to charge forward with my troops. The wood. Alright, so money. I think 600 money is enough to take here. That's like a whole unit of recruitment. That guy gets to run away, which is super annoying. Hey, and then we get a forest spirit follower. So another, which again, like, are we stacking these guys? Yeah, we are. So now we've got a -10 leadership to the local region. We're just gonna start the Noblars at 35. They're like... Man, that's brutal stuff. Alright, so here, if this guy... Did they, like, disappear? I don't know. Well, they can't... They probably can't recruit. And I don't think they can beat my forces here. No, I could definitely win against that ragtag army. Yeah, so we'll just leave them and go towards the ogres, since they, like, theoretically could do something if we don't. Theoretically. They're not going to. Alright, so look how tall he is. Well, you know, he's gonna feel real foolish whenever we punch him in the face with Drycha. Battle of Krugenheim. You say you really do like this, guys. Oh, me too. Because it's... Like, it's slightly more thoughtful than Khorne, right? And I love, like, Drycha's lore is so interesting. I love the idea of Drycha, right? Like, the whole faction dream is so cool. It's just great stuff. We are going to actually do a real battle. Why? Because we're so much stronger than the foes. Because they don't even, like, I'm working so hard on this. They don't even have, like, anything here, right? They're so limited. They got both of the Ogre Bulls here. We're going to hit him with a Melkos and a Summon right in the front. This is very fair. You know, they have this tiny... And large army battles, reinforcement point and spam Joes below. Oh yeah, that does sound good. We're just fighting our guys here. This is what it's all about. Because, of course, when you have an army like this, you can actually take a look around. Because it's such a beautiful game. Like, it's so cool. I will never, ever get tired of how awesome this game is. Like, where else can you see this? The ogre's just surrounded by the hardwood. It rises. It's purple. Like the evil spirits, the aesthetic of them is so cool. Like, I love, like, you can tell by looking at this tree that it is not a nice tree. The malevolence is very clear within their eyes. These Ogre Bulls are anti-infantry, so they're actually feasting pretty hard right here on the Dryads. It's still not like a great matchup for them, though. And we're about to make it worse by charging them, flanking them with all of this stuff, and then getting the mass on there a little bit. This Ogre Tyrant, who, you know, is used to being the biggest guy around, and now look at him. Now look at him. Getting stomped on is what he is. Yeah, he's got like splash attacks and stuff, but you know, we are just beating on him. He is not doing well in this fight. He is not doing well in this fight at all. And that's what, like, a treeman is a good duelist. They want to be supported. They're a very large model. You know, there's a lot of problems with them as far as, you know, you don't want to leave them unsupported. They're not like... I guess most monsters are like that, you know. They need someone around them to hold on a little bit. They're not, like, thrilled whenever the fight gets physical. When there's more than one enemy. But, you know, you stick them in a Dryad blob, and they are capable of such wonderful feats. And then, of course, later on, we're going to even be supercharging them. Hey, Natasha. Good morning. And here we get a huge replenishment by abducting them and feeding them to the forest, allegedly. And that'll get us back to a basically full army, which is good because we're, you know, trespassing. Oh, nice. We get a little bit of missile block on Drycha. We'll probably burn that into something else once we get more item choices. But for now, you know, hey. A little bit of a shield. Look at her claw hands there. She's leaning back a little bit. She's like, yeah, you see me? Got the good stuff here. Again, this guy, I'm like, I literally don't even know what we're doing with him in this army. All right, we'll take the reload time reduction. I mean, he does shoot sometimes. Now, if we force march, we'll get to there. I think it's worth doing just because there's no point in not moving a little further. This guy can't punish the march anyway, and this will stop him from moving in and potentially, like, you know, stopping a recruitment of a building or something, which we're not going to do anyway because we need slightly more money. Then we're going to be able to hook up with Strazlaith there. We've got enough for one more branch wraith. But, I mean... Alright, so here, this is a... Yeah, I mean, I don't want a Shadow one, I want a Beastcaster. I want a Beastcaster so I can cast Flock of Doom repeatedly. Like, that's what I want. I want to cast Flock of Doom a lot. I saw a multiplayer tier list for spells, and this person put Flock of Doom at, like... not the very top tier, and I rolled my eyes super hard. I'm like, we must be watching a different game if you think the best spell in the game is not. But Flock of Doom's not the best spell in campaign, but it is the best spell in multiplayer. Alright, and we end up getting exactly what we need. The charge stance, the march stance gets us in the way of them, so we're not going to be able to replenish over the end of the turn, but we'll probably, you know, we'll be able to move towards the foe of Becafin, right? Yeah, because we're just moving east from here. Of course, we can't see them, but I know where they are. And we'll just go there to the back line? No. I mean, we can charge the back line better from right here. We could move entirely from the trees there. That would be thematic. Oh, there's gonna be good stuff. Trees are about to start talking to him. It's gonna be a bad time for him. You'll see. You'll all see. Melkoth's there. They're going to charge into me in the trees, which is objectively a choice. We're going to get the Malevolent Treekin charging in here and spin off the Tree Man right to the front. No. We're going to walk out of the side there. Good deal, good deal. Because all we got to do is make sure that we don't get shot up too much by these Outriders. Which we will do by dropping a summon upon them. I'm absolutely not worried about Drycha getting hit at all. Oh my goodness, I should have been worried about the... Oh man, what happened? Oh, the Empire Knights charged into the Cave Bats. I'm like, that is rough. But we've got the Malevolent Dryads. They got there. Alright, we're just going to escort. Cave Bat's going to not keep fighting on the ground there and escort the Outriders off. Easy peasy. These treemen just beating the brakes off of the Empire Knights. The Empire Knights do not want to have this fight. They don't have good armor piercing. And the Treekin, we're fighting. They got frenzy because of being malevolent. They got a lot going on here. Of course, this is just like they gave you an enemy. They gave them Reikland's flag, but they aren't. We're not at war with Reikland yet. Empire Knights getting escorted out by some dogs. Free Company Militia shattered. Yeah, so it ends up where us moving in this direction was absolutely the right choice with because we solved the ogre problem before it became one. And if we had moved to the other side, this army would have popped up and we wouldn't have been able to deal with them. Because it's like, as you improve the forest, you got these dumb little ambush things that you got to deal with. You got to play your whack-a-mole, your whack-an Imperial Reprisal Force. Here we take the casualty replan. I don't know. Maybe just the money again? Because it's just going to get the bats a bit, and it doesn't actually boost the lords at all. That's not how the abduct after things work. So, release them. Maybe we just kill them. I know, we need money. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, apparently he's still over here. We're going to let him come in and fight. Alright, if we move... Yeah, we just need to be inside Griffinwood, and then Drycha will get, like, all of her life back. So we'll just spend one turn here replenishing. And if they move here towards us, then we'll be able to eliminate them in that way. Alright, so a little bit of training. Negative spell resist to enemy armies in the local province is pretty good. This buff is pretty good too. I mean, both of these things are good. The reduction in enemy defenses is good, and this buff is good. Of course, we don't want another. That's the thing, though, is how many casters do you want in an army? You don't really want that many usually. I don't know. I just don't know. I do know that we're going to recruit a couple of Malevolent Treekin, and that is going to be awesome. That's going to make the line very nice indeed. Because we're going to go from having, a couple of monsters, and now we're going to have, like, a big hitter with every block of, like, 2 Dryads, which is going to give us some very desirable mass when we're in the fighting there. Alright. Now we've got enough for income. Yeah, and we'll take that. The growth boost, yeah, I think that tech is probably pretty important, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't the right choice, but it ended up alright right now. Alright, so we're just going to do this little intern. We get our first RORs. And just a couple of levels. When do we get the guy? When do we get the man himself? Level 7 is when we can do the quest. I don't know if we're going to be able to get away with it. We're probably going to try immediately because, well, he's the best thing. He's so strong. All right. Oh, great. Well, we've actually got more wild spirits here. We're going to be able to get a manticore. Love it. We're probably going to do that because, of course, we are. And bears, we're probably going to get them too. Yeah. All right. And then we will go down to not making very much money, but hopefully we're about to get something going on here. Because, like, even if this wasn't, like, an elf faction at all, I would still love this faction. If there was no elf synergy, and it was just forest spirits and forest creatures with, like, dryads leading them, like, that would be one of the coolest factions in the game, in my opinion, just on the face of it. It's like you can get some growth, but I think it's not worth it. I think they won't even let these armies run away. Of course, they'll leave from the battle, but we're just going to auto it. There's no point in just beating them up there with this huge reinforcing force, the force of enforcement. We're going to be able to get that, and we'll kill the captives? Question mark. Yeah. And we get another forest spirit. Yeah, craziness. So now we, you know, maybe we should keep on getting heroes. After all, when we keep on getting forest spirits, now we've got a negative 15 leadership bomb plus her. Yeah, like, doesn't. It's crazy. We got a negative 15 leadership bomb just by existing. If only we had, like, death magic. Alright, and then here we spend all of the money to get to that one because it takes 10 turns, and that's absolutely what we've got to do. Now we've got enough for... We can get 2 more dryads, and that's what we'll do. I guess we could get a Glade Guard. We could get like 1 or 2, but do I want to have to defend an archer? Do I want to pay for an archer? Nah, I don't want to pay for an archer. I want to be Drycha. Oh wait, no, we had the wild spirits. That's right. We could have gotten a manticore. We can get a... Do I want a manticore? I mean, they're strong. Do they help me? No. Are they as good as 2 dryads? Maybe not. But if I don't get the dryads, I can get the spirits of the manticore and the bear. One or the other. Do we need either of them? No. Ah. Sad. We'll leave them in the thing, and then if we need to recruit them later, we'll grab them. More trees. More trees. It's like, I don't even know what Becafin is doing. They've been at war with us. They've got to have something else going on, right? No, they're just at war with me, but I guess they're chilling at home. I mean, now he's moved over here, but, you know... little and late. Alright, so we've got Ricard Lore. Now this is an art collector, so he's actually, like, theoretically good at fighting us, but we're just going to make sure that we have our tree man around. That's going to take his magic attacks away. Other than that, they've got, you know, spears and halberds. We are going to want to be careful about where our large units are. No guess as to whether or not that's going to happen. And then 4 crossbows. We're going to be able to envelop them pretty badly, though. We've got basically a unit of Dryads for every unit on the battlefield, and then force multipliers behind it. So, a bear is a bear. Yeah, they are bears. Oh, and it's a settlement battle. I need to just click the little look at the battle map thing before I start analyzing how I'm going to need to behave. Alright, so... Slightly complicates things with their amount of ranged. But does it really? Alright, so... Block 1, block 2... Block 3 to go that way... Block 4... Getting absolutely shot up, but you know, it won't last forever. They're not going to be able to keep doing it for long. They can't keep getting away with it. Because we're going to summon Dryads on top of them. You know, we should have had the dive on the range there from the birds, and this Lecter is far from the leader, the tree man. So we're going to throw this debuff on him right now, so that'll stop him from hurting folks. We're just gonna dive the crossbows. Alright, so are they going to walk? No, they are going to stand still. They are walking into very, very, very short single file lines before moving up. Maybe it's because I had them in a locked group. Maybe it's all my fault. It's hard to say. Melkoth's on the halberds. You know, our large units, even though we haven't been babysitting them, have not been taking much damage at all. It's all on the... And here we've got 3 spearmen fighting this block, which is a perfect fight for them. What a nice awakening of the wood there. These bats, MVPs, gonna keep on tuning up the back line. Yeah, indeed. Settlement pathing, wonderful. So now these guys are trailing up in a line this long. But of course, the good news is that our little Mortis is going off. You know, he's doing his little thing. He's got 8k damage dealt, which, you know, he also is doing Awakenings of the Wood, though, so. And, you know, soon enough, we'll have Earthblood, and then he can actually, you know, do some Earthblooding. Of course, your units do level up from doing damage in battle, but they do not gain experience for damage in battle after the battle is resolved, I'm pretty sure. So, while it can be tempting to see them run people down at the end of a settlement battle, since you know the army is going to be eliminated and the experience isn't there, there's not a point. I used to do it when I started. I was like, oh, this will be good. We'll get 1,000,000 kills. 1,000,000! Alright, so here we can take... You get 50 income or a cavalry recruit rank. Growth everywhere, a little bit of replenishment. Because this growth thing to adjacent provinces, I don't even know if this province is adjacent to the Griffinwood, so it's like, man, maybe we should have just burned it down. This would take 20 turns to pay off, so it will never pay off. Yeah. Well, maybe raising them is what you're supposed to do, but of course, if you raise them, then somebody else could take it over, I guess? I don't know. Here, we have to not get the AP damage for all of the units we love. Man, that's such a good ability. I can't... No, I gotta take that, right? No, because it's gonna delay everything else if we take it. How important is Lightning Strike to my plans? We're just gonna go with it. Alright, so this is... So, do we go to Earthblood? Because, man, all of the abilities of these things are really good, huh? So, 5 melee attack aura, that's good, but replenishment, no. We got to go for Earthblood. We gotta get the thing. But the thing is I think... Because how the Heathlands work has to be owned by myself, another Wood Elf, an ally, or is raised, so... Yeah... We gotta have our forest health, or it's all for nothing. Yeah. It's like, I know that Wood Elf buildings that aren't in the main place are bad, but you look at them and you're like, wait, you want me to spend 2,000 gold for what? I mean, mostly they're to support your army, right? So, if you take this one, and then you get a lot more money for raising the stuff that's next door. So that's good, you know, like, if we decided to burn down Castle Templehof, you could build that the turn before and then move in and get, you know, 50% more money. So I guess, like, I'm thinking more short-sighted than I should be, you know? Or here, you know, you could get cheaper recruitment, you get global recruitment duration down, so you build this and then you can, you know, get, you know, reinforcements for your army. But they're not, like, economic engines the way that I would want them to be, exactly. But if I can ally Vlad and trade him for like half of these healings for an alliance, bash off to North Forest. That is a good point. That is a good point. And after all, when we heal up the forest, it makes him like us better. Well, yeah, we'll try that. We'll try that. After all, Drycha is very sane and not above making friends with somebody like that. Alright, so this is going to make our elves better, and I don't care. So we're going down this way. It said more money, more health for winning the battles, and more income from raising settlements. And the other one said elves. Once more to Kislev, yeah. So all we have to do is make Vlad not attack us. He's got other problems, right? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have other problems. And Karekadrin gets mad at us for fighting that reprisal force that came in to fight us, so it's like a baked in the dwarves hate you thing. But you know what's good against dwarves? Dryads. Ah, yes, Luke, good point. The vampires aren't really concerned with trees. After all, look at their land. Yeah, there's vampiric corruption, but the trees are all fine. These are just some nice little pine trees, you know? Compare that to what the dwarves do. Destroyers and usurpers. Curse them. Gnawing, breaking, hacking, burning. Oh, we're level 7 now. Sick. I don't remember what this quest is like. I don't think we can beat it with this army. That doesn't mean I shouldn't try. After all, we'll just, like, recruit some bears. Maybe these hawks are good, though. AP, you know, small values, big charge bonus, huge AP numbers. Because 45 AP weapon strength with a 46 charge becomes, you know, 90 when they charge. Which will let them melt in. Want a Great Hawk for the quest battle? Ah, yes. Good call. We'll probably not win the battle because I'm very bad and we don't even have, like, an archer. Maybe I should get an archer. Yeah, I haven't done this battle in absolutely ages. I don't remember how it goes at all. Wolfram Hertwig wants peace. Well, that's nice of him. I'm not going to do it. We shall have peace. When the last of the humans is gone from our land. An audience of elves. Okay, though, but hear him out. Hear him out. Research rate 10. But these are elves, so deny their audience.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord. A great adventure beckons. Be wary, though, for while the potential rewards are great, so too are the perils.
Alright, so we get a Great Hawk. And now we're going to try this quest battle. You know, maybe it won't work. Look, I'm not going to, like, lose the whole army and have to start the campaign over on turn 7 because I'm so bad. But I do want to do this as soon as possible. So we're just going to see how feasible it is. No matter how beat up my army gets, even if it is trash canned. If I can win it and keep the Malevolent Tree Man alive and my perfect Branch Wraith, then we'll probably keep the result. No, even though Vlad will attack us and burn everything down. Because just getting that hero will let me fulfill my dreams, which are basically to have such a strong single entity in an army that I can do my normal thing. Just play badly. And forget forget what to do. Alright, let's telly. Greathawks alone at every waystone and let the allied armies do all the work. Got it. We'll send the Greathawks with the cave bats to distract any missiles that might be in the air a little bit. Like, I think I remember doing this fight, like, very straight up in the past and thinking that it was, like, monstrously difficult. Which, there's a lot of quest battles I do that. You know, like the Gotrek and Felix quest battle. If you snipe the Slaneshi lords that are doing the summoning, then they don't do the summoning. But I always am like, I gotta sit here and fight. Alright, they won't let me see. Start battle. The eyes light up. Let us go then, you and I. I am here. Coedel? Curdle? The time has come. Your freedom is at hand. The Wildwood Rangers approach. The foolish saplings dare to try and stop us. You know, she hisses even though she's a tree. I like that about her. Drycha's very hardcore. In the hallowed name of every tree spirit that has fallen due to Azrai negligence, the dirt shall be fertilized with elven blood this day. I will make sure of it. We shall show them that we are the true keepers of the forest, not them. How hard is it to confederate Durthu with Drycha? Oh, the battle's already started. Okay, pause. What's going on here? We just need our blocks done up. They don't need to be locked, you know, they just need to exist so that we can move our guys around. Flyers there and the flanking. Alright. So. Oh, wow, yeah, okay, you were right. Literally in a matter of moments. Craziness, alright. We are strong! Let us rend the enemy asunder! There's a quest chain that forces it, gotta kill dwarves for it. Well, you know, that seems like an alright choice. Like, oh no, gotta... Look, I love dwarves, you know that about me. But when you're an elf, or a tree... Alright, we need to move them up here then. Because if these bats can knock this tree down, even with these Wildwood Rangers beating on them, and I think they can. Yeah, we'll just fly all the way up here to pop those, and these guys are really helping on that flank, so we'll just move everyone over to this side and try not to chase too far. We'll see how that works out, right? And the bats are failing to knock down the waystone. The bats are failing to knock down the waystone, alas. They're gonna have like 100 HP. No, they got it. They got it. Yeah, yeah, come on. 30 hit points. Get it. There we go. Boom. Soon the enemy will taste the vengeance of our fallen sisters. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at all those purple eyes. Good stuff. And like, they're basically all shattered on this front anyway. They're trying to get away. Can't do too much. And we pop that stone, and oh yeah, you were, you know, without your advice, I don't know how this would have gone. But the ability to just straight up melt these things, that's crazy. You know, they probably are armored units, these Waystones. And of course, with the charge, each of these is doing about 100 damage. So it doesn't take very many models to knock it all the way down. And that is how charge and weapon strength are the friends of all. And now wake up, my boy. Wake up. It is time for you to be a tree again. Sleep no longer. Our vengeance now awaits. Curdle is here. All will suffer our ancient wrath. Vengeful wrath. I was like, it's got to be the word wrath, right? It's vengeful wrath. Oh, he's about to be breathing fire. Alright, we just need to get these hawks away in time. And now... But our forest spirits did their job, you know. Our forest beasts, rather. Perfect. If he's immortal in this battle or not. I see. Well, he's got 10,000 HP. They ain't hurting him. He is unbreakable. And he has, of course, Murder of Spites. He's got the Mortis. And the sniping ability as well. We're going to throw it there. Drycha throwing this. Summon down. Going to hit a Melkos on these Wild Riders to keep them from running around too rampant. Yeah, and you know, we're going to end up, you know, putting the herd on pretty good. Dryad's fighting Wildwood Rangers with Flesh to Stone on. It's not going to matter. I have magic attacks, you chumps. We're going to debuff the spears just to try to push through a little quicker. This is my idea of a fair quest battle. I guess Muster of Malevolence is good anyway, because when you you just totally torch their vigor, and that in itself is like really good, because you could just take somebody who normally would be able to fight for a super long time and then just tune them up basically beyond belief. And our Lifecaster doesn't Lifecast on anyone. We're going to do it here. You know, just to... Now that we're winning. The arrows are here. They're like, you know, you need to blow these things up. And I'm like, no, I don't. I'm good. Great Stag Knights are coming in from the other side, which is great because we're going to have our whole reinforcing army with us over here. You've never seen his health bar go down? Oh, okay, you mean like literally immortal. Not just like the quality of having that. Got it. So it's here, you know, and again, like our reinforcing armies are quite sufficient to keep us all in here. I love it. I love it a lot. We're gonna Melkos these Wild Riders. You know, you can't see anything. The only problem with this fight is that it's very dark. Is my brightness down? No, I turned it back up. I was like, I remember there was a snow battle. There's a certain snow map that is like, it renders me like impossible vision. Just like you can't see it all. Muster Malevolence. Dropping it on him. It's like it's so good. Yeah, no, I think maybe, maybe he just doesn't take any damage at all. They just don't show that. Because how else could he be at full HP without regeneration? And we're just spinning off our models that have taken a little bit of damage off from the rest of them. And of course, we got our mortises up. We got our little baby mortises going on. And the grind is going well. Now, the Malevolent Branch Race aren't primary armor piercing, of course, but they do have decent big weapon strength. And this one with the poison attacks as well, like, you can't beat it with a stick. It's so good. Poison's excellent, you know. Dropping the speed down, dropping all of the benefits that they would otherwise have, always feels good. These Dryads have 23 models left, and it looks like they have full HP. Very confusing indeed. Wait, does it make all of my units unhurtable? When's the last time any of my units has taken HP damage? This is a 7,000 health unit with 23 models in it. Anyway, very confusing stuff. We're just going to fast forward it up here because we are winning and this campaign is going well. Alright, so I learned a whole lot about Drycha today, mainly thanks to you, Luke. But, yeah. You could probably win this just Drycha and a Great Hog, nothing else. Yeah, probably. And that is itself very funny. Because he's... Oh, that's him and his 2 Dryads that he spawns with. Okay. So it lost models but stayed at full HP. Curious. I guess they do take leadership, though, at least. Yeah, you know. Perfection. Destruction. Disaster. Oh, okay. And when you fight the Azrai, you can slaughter them. And then you get lower upkeep for your treekin. I think here we take the money. We're going to get like 5k for winning the battle, I think. But we're going to get replenishment anyway. Yeah, I think here we just take the money. We get another Vol's Anvil Smith. We get... Sick. Okay, so you get this trait every time you win the battle, which gives you another 10% Fizz Resist on all the guys you care about most. I don't know if that's always been in the game. And then Drycha gets her own dampened effect, so she won't have to be in a block with the other guys. And then Mind Razor, cheaper. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Oh, and he spawns without movement. Well, we'll hit Nakenhoff this turn, and then we'll move him up and link up with the army at Bekafin. And Kirk, he's a real strong dude. All right, and we actually get the Lightning Strike. Here, if we spend one more for what? Stealing stuff, cheaper upkeep, replenishment... We'll take the replenishment, and then, because we can get this right after for basically a little bit of everything, and that'll be, yeah, I think that's worth taking for the upkeep reduction. If not, we can always respec later, or forget about it and never change anything at all. This guy, you know, I don't believe in their placement in the army anymore. Theoretically, they could, like, shoot at a monster repeatedly and get some value, theoretically. Really, it's just that they're able to equip the items that are good at the moment. We're going to burn the talismans together and hope for a better one. Talisman of Endurance, yeah, there we go. That's going to go on my man, Curdle. He's not immortal. Okay, the health drops, but okay, well. Still, with those two reinforcing armies, I think you could probably do it. They were it seemed like they were pretty strong. But you could definitely do it with a small force just as long as you had a hawk or two, which is, I mean, very, very nice indeed. Oh, he has access to Power of Darkness. Sweet. Which gives you reserves. And recharges stuff. But I think the reserves would be... 20 seconds of them. No, you get, what, 14? Yeah. Yeah, so you do that, you hurt yourself a little bit, and then you get more wins reserves. Of course, he's our Flock of Doom caster. And he can get all of these things, which are going to... Oh, there's our leadership nuke. And that'll give the hex to all of the Dryad units. That's so good. Oh, man. Yeah. Wins reduction, perfect vigor. Attrition for anyone in the local province for Awakened Force. Oh, man. Oh, this is good stuff. And the great thing about Wood Elves, of course, is that it's kind of hard to actually lose a campaign, even if things go bad. And if you just have a strong core, a dream of a bunch of Dryads, Treemen, and the big guy himself, then you can make it happen. If you dream it, it is a dream. Alright, we're gonna take Call of the Woods here. Nah, we're gonna take Life Bloom. So we need to get access to regrowth, because when you get regrowth and you have a monster with 10k HP that's very good at fighting, you can just do very, very funny things against superior forces, which, I mean, there are no superior forces in the game right now. This is the best army there is. It might actually be. But that won't stay the true for long. So we're gonna have to keep up. Prevenathrema, which is a snare. It's not that good for me, but, you know, we might as well grab it. It'll be fine, you know, because if we just pray Anathrema like a charging cavalry unit, anything like that nets things that lets you sort of multiply your force from it can be good or is good, depending on how it goes. But, you know, we've got very solid casualty replenishment in this army now. And we can just barely get here to Nagenhof. Excellent stuff. It says we're going to lose Forest Spirits if we don't fight, so you know what we're going to do. Forest Spirit involves Angel Smith. Yep, and then a 20 leadership nuke. Plus a 16 activated ability that'll have before too long. Which, before long, I think we might be able to just walk on the field with Skaven Slaves, look at them kind of hard, and have them run off. Of course, this is going to be an absolute slaughter. But hey, you know, it said we were going to lose units, and I ain't having that. This is the Millennium of Drycha Aftermath. She is going to drop the heat, do the damage. She is going to Earthblood the caster so that they'll get up to full HP by the time that we're in the next map. The local province. Oh, dude, yeah, we could be followed by a retinue of faithful, brainwashed elves. Finally useful. You know, because high elves have high leadership, but if we swarm them. And of course, auto-resolve, taking a you lost 2 things into you don't lose anything. I think once again, it doesn't actually border the Griffin Wood. Yeah, because this is Essen here. So, won't have anything to build. Does Kislev hate us? They do. Yeah, this... What a wonderful faction, for real. You say no, talk about Sane elves, but she hates elves too. Yeah, that's the nice thing about Sisters of Twilight. They at least half of them hate everybody at any given moment, and the other half can be convinced. All right, we actually have money here, so we need to see where to spend it. Do we go here just to generate the income? Do we... Well, because at 3... at 3, we could get this, but that'll just give forest health to the forest, which seems fine. But maybe you just get the money. This gives you +1 capacity for Way Stalkers, but we're probably at 1 of 0 right now. Try Sisters of Twilight campaign, but every time you consider it, like, she can't for her spirits. Yeah, you know, that is tough, but one day I'm going to play a Changeling campaign, and you know how as soon as you do the cult, they give you a form? They're going to give me the Sisters of Twilight. That's going to happen, and then I'm going to save that game. I'm going to put that game save file on, like, a very special USB, and then every time I ever play the game, I'm going to plug it in, and we're going to be the Sisters of Twilight, but with Siege mechanics. Can you imagine? You're just up there, you got Changebringers, and the Changelings just swooping around, shooting with infinite ammo. Oh my goodness. Might even be more fun than being Valkia. We'll see. Someday we'll see. So the Race of the Frozen Heart are awesome. They've got the Frostbite aura, and they've got chilling attacks. However, I don't know if I want to take them in the army right now because they're a great thing to be able to get if you lose a unit, which is the worst thing about RORs, right? Is they're so good that it makes you want to not use them sometimes. We're going to get rid of this building upgrade available notification. And try to remember when Griffin Wood has stuff happen anyway. And that's the other good thing about Wood Elves, because a guy like me, who often gets daunted by the amount of attention the game expects me to pay to the campaign map, you know, like at the end of the Yonbo campaign, it's like my eyes were glazing over. I'm like, all right, do we want to build this here? And then, of course, with Cathay, it's even harder, because you got to worry about your harmony, and then if a building gets hit and all of that, but... Alright, so he's got crazy big movement range. He's going to be able to move all the way up and hit up her army here, so... Yeah, just immense movement range on the map. Maybe this road, maybe it's just like, maybe this is a shorter distance than I thought. But it seems like he can go real far. So here's his Vol's Anvil Smith. 14% weapon strength, oh my. We're going to give him the Potion of Speed also. That's going to give him 4 more speed. It's not a ton of speed, but it's some speed. And the Weaverbone Bow goes here. Alright. And there we go. I'm like, don't they get regen? They do. We get 5 more replenishment, and we get regen on the Branch Wraith. Look, you gotta love a caster that gets a yellow line, AoE buff. Like, they're just great heroes. Because, like, once you get, like, some decent items, like, you can make them into very, very tough guys. Like, they'll have more than, like, 100 armor. They'll have, like, good 500-600 weapon strength. They've got, like, their auras. They're good. They're very good. I want a we want to get 1 more Branch Wraith, probably. What aspects on the Dryads? You say you like with the Birch for the AP damage? Probably don't even really on. Yeah, lots of times I end up just putting Oak on a bunch of them. But yeah, because you lose a little bit of the speed, but it's like, you know, you get that armor in there and it just makes them even hardier. Alright, Slanesh Corruption, a ton of it, but then we would get Warrior Bane. Yeah, I think this is fine. After all, it's gonna make Kurtle stronger, and now he has another buff, so... He already is going to be able to, like, do AoE debuffs in various other ways, but now he's got Warrior Bane as well, so, you know, he's going to remove the magic stuff. He's going to have a lot of fun things going on. Yeah, so... Because Birch, you lose the Fizz Resist, which stings, but, like, Oak, you just get, like, you know, you get your charge defense against large, so it's like... Maybe that's not as good. There's some factions where I could see going with Willow, but mainly just like elves. Yeah, I guess getting Puncher at the cost of some Fizz Resist isn't so bad, because you do get, you know, more physical resist because of Drycha's ability. But, yeah. The Treeman's one... It's the same sort of general thing, only you get missile resist out of Oak, which is much better. I do like Birch on Malevolent Treekin, though. They aren't survivable enough to combo fast so you do that. Ah, yeah. Tree Bear Hammer Handle, yeah. Well, it thinks we're going to lose the whole army. We're not, though. We're not. Because we can just, like, depending on how unwisely we position, these are also just crossbows. They don't have any, like, handguns. So, depending on how we position, we can probably just, you know, have Curdle solo their entire army and heal them every now and then. It'd be better if we had regrowth, but we can probably get away with it. And Drycha, of course, is an absolute menace of herself anyway. Yeah, I think we'll just see how it goes, but should be able to do it without getting too murked. Wait for him to sally. Oh, hey, Log. You know, that would have been a better idea, I guess. Yeah, because the only real threat here, right, is the threat that always exists, which is it's incredibly hard to make your troops walk intelligently when inside of a place. But we want the Drycha Curdle blob. We want all this together. And we're just gonna go crack that gatehouse. And we'll put the Waystalker with him too. Why not? And we'll put this one back here, and they'll decide which way to go in. We'll have our Air Force to harass anyone on this wall here, and nah, we'll just charge this door too. Gotta go fast. Oh, all of the archers are over there, actually. Don't have to go fast. Run away! Yeah, 100% of the archers are right there, so we're just not going to go there. We're just going to knock down this door, either very quickly or very slowly. Not sure which yet. And we're going to fly around here and annoy their mortars. We're just going to life bloom this blob, get rid of a little bit of that damage that we already took. Can we summon inside? No. Can we Melkoth's inside? Yes. We're going to hit these knights. Dogs are chewing, yes, the pack of dogs chewing down the settlement wall. They are very, very good. Everybody knows dogs are great at chewing down a door. Everybody knows that. And if you don't, they are. They really, really are. Oh, wait. No, that's not. We're on the other side, buddy. A big Flock of Doom cast here will do nicely. Nothing like a good old Flock of Doom, that's what I always say. Their mortars are firing in. I don't think they're doing any kind of efficient work on us, which is, you know, great. That's just what we want to see. Drop an Awakening right here. It should do very good damage to our enemies. Oh yeah, good stuff. Curdle just beating the brakes off of our foes. This siege going much better than the auto-resolve said it was going to go, which I'm not surprised by in the least. After all, this game doesn't know what a cracked army looks like sometimes. This Flock of Doom's going to be sick. Tell me he's not a wizard. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so good. Oh right, we dove the mortars and stopped watching. Well, that's gonna make them die anyway. Well, you know, having those hawks would have been good, but that was a price I was willing to pay, apparently. We're gonna drop Muster of Malevolence on them. That's gonna nuke them down pretty good. Flock of Doom will be up in a bit. Sort of wish we had a Pendulum on Drycha. We're gonna throw in Arrows of Carnage. 3 charges? That's nuts. Onto those crossbows, which we would have realized that earlier. Is there animation? Yeah. Because dogs are very small, they're also incredibly good at running down like fleeing units. But yeah, it's the animations. Dog units specifically, the small entity size, you know, like scurvy dogs, all of those are very, very wonderful for exactly that reason. They get much more engaged in any given combat than you would assume given their stats. So you could have like a peasant horseman model, but they're larger, you know, they can't get in. There's or like the Hellstriders of Slanesh are a wonderful example of like good animations and like that punch far above what their model count would indicate for. Or counter example, like Yon Bo, how he's just a champion, but if you put him in dragon form, his animations don't do anything, which is a shame. The dragon siblings all have bad animations, and they all look cooler than anyone ever has looked, like in the history of time. It's just a real shame. We pop the halberds. We charge in with Malevolent Shrieking in the front into braced halberds. Not great, but we're going to pincer him here between these Dryads, and that'll make it fine. Embroiled there. We just need to move these up here. Who's fighting here? The Malevolent Treeman. Is he surrounded by spears? He is. Good news. Of course, being surrounded by spears means a nice Awakening of the Wood potential target. Oh, whoops. And everything's going wonderfully over here. These spears are fleeing. Maybe as soon as you do ladders? Yeah, probably. Because without ladders, you would take a vigor hit on every single person that tried to cross over the wall. And of course, then this matchup would be, I mean, worse. Not bad, but worse. Because again, when you have this many Dryads, this is 30% physical resist. Even if you're getting shot up by, like, a bunch of archers, they're not doing that much, right? That's 60 armor and 30 physical resist. It's going to take a whole crossbowman unit to kill a Dryad, right? Like, it's not going to be great getting hit by them, but it ain't going to kill you. Big ol' flock of doom. And we're even playing like a real siege where we like attack more than one front and like move against them. Not like a, or like, not a real siege. Like how you would assume you would behave in a siege in this game if you didn't realize you were supposed to only attack one gate so you can concentrate your forces and not render yourself into danger. But you know, like, but that's the great thing about an army like this, is it makes you feel tough. It makes you feel strong and bold. And look at this blob. Look how good a shape it's in, you know? We got a little beat up, but we beat the brakes off of these guys. Good stuff. Of course, the Branch Wraith with its regeneration native. Oh, man. You can't... you can't take that away from them. Girdle gets 2k value, Drycha gets 400, you know, like, I assume most of the value is just a little bit of bump and grind from all the Dryads hitting them, and then, you know, your wizards doing the multiplier, as is tradition. Yeah, well, 600 value on that Dryad. Yeah, I mean, any of them that actually fought, you know, a unit for a while did well. And we get another Vault's Anvil Smith, excellent. Look, Tricksters. Word answers with Azurite Spears are, like, okay for some reasons. For some purposes, rather. The reasons that they're okay are obvious, you know. They're fast, they got Frenzy, you know, AP, anti-large, massive melee defense, charge expert against all. But, you know, we're not going to get them unless we have to have them for something. Now, the Hawkeyes of Drakira, those we will put in this army. We'll make an exception for the Way Watchers, because these guys, look, they have Discourage on their, they have Discourage on their missile attack, which means that they drop their leadership by 16. So if we do that, plus our normal bomb, plus like some other stuff going on, they're just going to melt them. And Way Watchers are like stealth. They can fire while moving. They're very, 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 very good. And here, we take home amongst the boughs to get there. Now, 20% ward save for Treekin. But no, we've got to move up here, because like her abilities are just too good. And now our Summon Dryads no longer degrade, and we've got 2 uses of it. So that's 2 more Dryads every time we fight that we're going to be able to drop on the back line or anything like that. And, yeah, just wonderful stuff. It's got 50 range. At the end of the tree, it gets infinite range, which is very funny indeed. Alright, what am I doing? Regrowth, that's what I'm doing. And here we definitely take this right away for the armor, and we take this as well. Look, the other stuff that he has access to is very good as well. He's got a Manticore Summon. A Manticore Summon for only 9 with 2 uses. You know, we got Flock of Doom improvements. Doombolt, which I don't know if it's still broken. Doombolt was like busted after they changed it a little while ago. But then he can get the passives for dark magic and for wild magic, which is fine. But yeah, we're definitely taking these passives first, because that Blight of Terrors, that's gonna let us. That's an AOE 16 leadership drop. It's gonna be so easy to chain route blobs. You know, because he causes terror anyway. We're going to really be able to force multiply with that. the cave bats, we're just going to keep on with them, even though we're not, like, getting work out of them. The reason for that is being able to dive an archer or, you know, anything like that that's causing you trouble from the rear is worth. And here we can take the growth in adjacent provinces. What's the difference? Construction cost. We'll take that one too. Good stuff. Empire and extra Kislev, like that type both. You know. I think Kislev. And Barbarian Calvin Green, I'm not Carl. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it makes more sense to just swing left here. Yeah, I think so. Because we fight Kislev, and then we end up with a border with Throt, and yeah, we'll just leave them alone for a second. I think that's the more discreet form of valor, is to just leave them alone for a bit. I'm like, man, all of these are terrible. I'm like, so, in conclusion, I don't even know, like, all this stuff is just for elves, basically, so we'll just, like, accidentally find where we want to go. Well, we'll go there for magic items, and, yeah, sure. Dang elves. They ruined wood elves. Oh, and there's a forest battle thing right here. I don't know if that was happening last turn and I just didn't notice. But we can hit it and then swing up around and hit Kappelberg. Averland wants a treaty. I don't know about that, buddy. I'm gonna say no. He just wants my trinkets. So the deep roots are available, which I guess maybe just happens on turn 10.
Roots are known as the deep roots. Put your forces.
Oh, and it, as it is wont to do, it has reset my camera settings somehow. Small indie company. World route from Griffinwood to Kappelberg after you fight the encounter. from Griffenberg to Kaffenberg after I've had the encounter. Or like go into Griffenwood with the rolled roots to get, I don't know. Ungrim Iron Fist is demanding money or he'll go to war. We'll pay him. Just because I don't want to deal with him. The Underway stance, that's right, yeah. The World Root stance. I was distracted because we just got the World Root thing activated. Armor, silvered steel. Good, good. Now, putting that on Curdle would be, you know, the funniest, and that would have 160 armor. But I sort of like the idea of throwing it on this Branch Wraith that regenerates. But no, you know, this is the way. You put all the eggs in one basket, and then you juggle the basket into the air and regret nothing. Okay, so a Strigoi Ghoul King is here. They're not going to stay long, it says. So we could spare them, make the vampires like us, and help the forest. We could kill them, make the vampires not like us, and get bonuses. Tree Spirit's unhappy for 5 turns. The leadership won't matter. I think making Vlad like us for a little bit longer is more advantageous. But, I mean, it's Drycha. She wouldn't want vampires in the woods. Would she? Yeah, but for Vlad, yeah, I don't want to fight Vlad right now. Let's spare him. You know, you hate to do it. Oh, right. World Roots only work if you have full motion. But we'll be able to march stance over. Yeah, because that'll give us positive relationships with Vlad, which will be good. That'll be good. And then as we improve our forest, we also get more and more positive relationships with Vlad. And we can get immunity to vampiric attrition, so it's totally fine if Vlad takes over. And we just need to research more tech, and then we will get the Talisman of Preservation, the best item in the game, unless it isn't. It's real good, though. Like, theoretically, what could they do? They could march over here and hit more time. Yeah, they probably won't, though. And we'll get more growth there. It'll counteract the growth hit that we took. Azag, I'm surprised at you. Alright, bad news is that Azag's declared. Good news is that I like fighting against greenskins until I don't. We also already have lightning strikes, so Wa are not a problem unless they, you know, move in on us. He probably declared war on us just because he wants to move around here and attack Karakadrin. But we're not. We're going to continue pressing this because we can go here, roll this up, and then jump back home, right? Oh, we've already gotten to 40 forest health. So, we've got a little better relationships with accounts. And before long, we'll even be able to engage in diplomacy with our dear dead friends. Alright, so this is a classic example of a Warhammer trap. You would spend 2 of your growth on this for 100 more income. This gives us 20 more growth, which might be worth doing, and 100 more income. But I think we just want to save the growth points for when this comes up. Yeah, so I guess anywhere I go, I can always get some forest spirits, which is just excellent. And I guess if we had enough of these, if you just have 10 of the sacrificial clowns, then you could global recruit malevolence anywhere, which would be good too. Yeah, we're just going to have to hope that Azag is busier with other people than he is with us. Alright, we could get branch wraiths everywhere. That's good, but we're not going to get it right now, probably. Scent of Blood for Frenzy for those units, which is good, but Pageant of Strikes for ammunition destruction. Yeah, this campaign's great because it's so direct. You know, you just get to be Dryads. You don't have to worry about archers. You're set free from needing to think about the game, and then you can just play the game. Oh, you don't want to give me Krugenheim? Well, then this war's not over, because that's my heathland, and you're not going to live in it. Not while I'm here. No one's going to live in my forest, not while I'm around. Alright, it says we're getting a close victory. I'm not getting beat up that bad, so we're going to do a nice quick siege here. I'm not, like, what would it do? It would make me lose, a ton? Probably about 1.5 tons of our stuff. We need that tech for replenishment in foreign territory, because then when you raise something, you'll be able to get replenishment out of the box there. So we're just gonna... This isn't a Heathland since free second cell. Yeah, yeah. It's always nice when you're in a war and you're like, oh, I can actually get something from this. I don't have to worry about it. This is all just gravy. Because, of course, with Wood Elves, you always got to be wondering, you know, how is this going to affect the health of the forest that I love? Yeah, you see, without dogs, it takes a very long time to get a gate down. You can have, like, you can probably find, like, videos online of it, but you can take, like, something like a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth that is specifically looks like it could knock down a gate. It's got a huge hammer, it's the size of a friggin' giant, you know, and then, like, a unit of dogs will 1,000,000% get that gate down quicker. But we're making quick enough work of it. Of course, this gate, which only has a giant bunch of trees trying to knock it down, you know, that one can't do nothing. This one's doing alright. Tree men are better at it than, you know, than Dryads and Treekins. Still not amazing at it. They've got to be army lost soon. There's just not feasibly very much left on the map. Hey, we finally got through the gate! It takes 3.5 minutes for Dryads to knock it down. But a unit of dogs. Maybe try to recruit them after I take it. That would be efficient. But, after all, why trade for what I could take? Because, like, you gotta take this one, and then you have to move all the way up in here, but this would actually be pretty sweet to defend with a Cathay army. Cannon here and here, crane gunners here and here, a long block of peasant spears. That's the dream, isn't it? That's the dream. Oh, we're large. I'm like, how are we losing this fight? Because we're large and we're fighting halberds. Get out of there. Of course, halberds do want to fight not unarmored things. They like armored things better, but they're still happy to beat up on an unarmored unit. These spearmen, like, look at this fight. Spearmen fight against Dryads, and then the Dryads lose, you know, less than 1,000 hit points. The spearmen are 3k HP down and broken. Brutal stuff. Of course, Dryads also cause fear, so that's a -8 effect when they're around, but then, you know, you got fear and terror. You've got the leadership bomb from our heroes. You've got that ability on Curdle that we didn't even use. Coedel. Curdle. It's like a German OE, like in Goethe. Because if we sacked, then occupied... Yeah, let's just raise it. I feel like 6k is probably more than we could have gotten for sacking it and then selling it to him anyway, so... Yeah, we just need this Flock of Doom right away because you get a discount on it when you get to the second level and a lower cooldown. And Flock of Doom is like, it's so good, it's so good. Raise and occupy if you have attack long walk. Ah, yes. Yeah, speeding down here, grab Krugenheim. Vlad is murdering it, so if we can stay on his good side, and I bet we can, that'll be a nice bastion. We'll be able to loop around and punch Azag in the face. Because, of course, if we can make, like, good friends with Vlad, he's so strong in the late game, and we'll have immunity to vampiric attrition, so it won't matter, and, like... We'll just pal around, and he'll be a nice barrier for our lands here as we go around the world and get in fights with everybody. Alright, so here I think we march. The reason for this is just to get closer. He's not going to be able to press the attack here. March stance won't bite us. We know he doesn't have another army around because, you know, because of what just went on over here. So, this seems fine. And yeah, there we go. We get to 50 thing there. So now, we've got just like 10 more turns of friendliness with the Vampire Swiss. 11, yeah. So we can just keep on churning through. We've got a whole bunch of money from these military adventures we've been going on. Oh, you have to do the ritual to get that. That's right. We should just go ahead and get a garrison. Yeah. Because, like, if Azag just came in and burned down the tree right now, because I didn't build, you know, the thing for just a few more units, that would, well, I'd be kicking myself over it. Of course, Ancient Treemen are the lords you get, and these guys are the best lords in the game, maybe. They've got all the amazing abilities of Treemen, plus they're wizards, so it's like... You know, you just get a life caster one, and then he can regrowth himself. Here you get like a enemy leadership thing, because like, wait, does he... Oh, I don't even... We can't look at their trees yet, so it's like, I think maybe... Like how he has access to all of these things, they might have to pick one, or not even have all of them, you know, that kind of thing. Because he's like a special maddened ancient. Very special. It's like, yeah, I totally want to have like a later game army. Like, and oh, what'll it have? It'll have Dryads and Treekin it'll have, you know, branch wraiths. And that'll be an army that you can put under AI control. No, that you can put all in one block and an attack move. My favorite kind. Alright, so he's over here now. Worst case scenario, he goes over there and messes with the Heathland a little bit. That is a pretty bad case scenario. We're just going to take Krugenheim, though. This is Krugenheim, so it's next to Griffin Woods, which means we can take our growth here. Alright, because as soon as we get to tier 4, then we've arrived. Then we can recruit Malevolent Treemen, and we can just clear to get 4 more force health. Yeah, you know, good point. Good point. Because this is all of the things except one of the Heathland, and you don't... If you're not at war with that person, you don't have to have it, right? You can just zoom in on your 6 out of 7 sort of thing, get there. This is actually going super well. Maybe even raise it. Yeah, it's... Considering where we're at, though, because with Kappelberg, it will give the growth over, so it'll probably be worth it, because big growth is very nice. I think it's working. Yeah, because the control and the event are down by 25, and then it's... Like, internally, we would only have 35 growth, so it's... Yeah, the other 3 buildings are working. Alright, so here we want... It doesn't really matter which we choose. No, we, recruit rate for ambush success, fear and terror, indoctrinated for miasma. I don't... Yeah, we'll take natural order for branch wraiths everywhere and higher recruit rank, because really we just want to get to Mantra of the Fallen for, you know, 3 charges of infinite range Dryads. That's amazing. We're going to be able to drop them like the Menace below, but there'll be Malevolent Dryads on top of, like, artillery. Oh, it's going to be good stuff. And now we've got our 11 mana cost regrowth. Sometimes you overcast it for really, really, really big boosts. And what we'll do now is get our... Oh, wait, yeah, no, Lore of the Forgotten. 10% lower Winds of Magic for everyone in the whole army. That is insane. Now the regrowth will only cost 10. Sooner or later make a secondary lore with the rest of the year's capacity for it. Yeah, definitely. So, you know, we could just get... Like, no, we just... Do they get Murderous Spites from a tech eventually? It's for the units, but the Lord wouldn't have it unless... You take the thing. Alright, so... Which one's the most important? Yeah. Yeah, because this was just going to be good generically anyway. So, Blight of Terrors. Here. We've got our additional Lord. That'll stop him from coming here, because obviously now that this is here, with just a couple of archers back up, we can just hide them in the trees. This whole army probably can't beat this Lord in a fair fight. And it wouldn't be a fair fight. We can recruit branch wraiths everywhere now. But we'll want... We want a life caster with him. The ward save of 10 or the muster of malevolence. Lamentations gives some... Oh, this is a usable magic missile that doesn't have charges. It's like a Gaza Mork? Yeah, and 10 ward save is good. We'll take that. You know, I guess these stimulate growth action... Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at me, learning to play the game. So we'll also recruit one here. No, we won't because we don't have the recruitment space for it. You use the stimulate growth action on them to do even better. All right, so here we will... There, and that'll be a nice little tag-along, defend the realms sort of lord. Yeah, exactly. Never turn on just the lord, plus terror-causing... Alright, so we need to look at this guy's tree so we have an idea of what malevolent ancient treatments look like. Okay, so they get these greater aspects, so it's like the good parts... Oh my goodness! It's the good parts with none of the bad. So you just get sundering attacks, and then charge bonus for the treatment, or you get more armor and for them, and then missile resist for the whole army and physical resist for himself, probably that. And you know, they... Beastcaster is all about Flock of Doom, and then you also could theoretically summon a Manticore if you wanted. Same shorter yellow line. So, yeah. And then he has all the stuff that Drycha has at the top also. Yeah, it's basically... Yeah, it's, What an amazing lord this is. Alright, good stuff. Very much looking forward to all the hilarity we're going to get away with. I kind of want another hawk over these bats, but the bats are cheaper. And the hawks are more than twice as expensive. So this is fine. We may not even really need the hawks at all, but, you know, what are you going to do? We could sell... Yeah, we could sell that building that lets us recruit the elves because we don't care. And then that'll give us another building slot for econ or something. Hey, there we go. There's my guy. Let's just get a non-aggression treaty, and then you can pay me 700 instead of 840. What do you say, pal? What do you say, old boy? What do you... Yeah! Vlad von Karstein. Using both till they die, and then place bears. Yeah, the bear, the anti-large, flanker. I'm excited about that. Plus the frenzied, and like, man, once we get just a little bit more. So when you do the ritual, then you don't have to care about the Heathland anymore, right? I think. So I literally don't know what he's trying to do here. We're just gonna chill. Ambush. Again, we could probably win this 1v1. We could definitely win this 1v1. The Pistoliers of the Free Company Militia would just shoot into him, and then we would heal up, so... Oh, we could just get peace and make him pay for it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Because we don't need to mess with this other land over here. Of course, that would make Vlad like us less. But he already likes us fine right now. And we do have 9 more turns of him liking us fine. Well, it's not a problem for this guy to be at war with us. Oh yeah, the Tsarina's not doing so well, is he? And the other thing about fighting Throt is we'll be able to take advantage of that sweet, sweet HP boon to our lords and heroes that get, or just the lords, not heroes, our lords that get the defeat trait. All right, I am gonna go. Yeah, we can. Yeah, let's just solve this problem. Vlad won't get that mad about it, right? They don't get that mad at you having peace with somebody. 15. It's a little bit mad. Like, oh, I don't even get access to Way Watchers. We only get the lower tier units. But that's fine, because I don't need Way Watchers, because I have the one ROR, and that'll be all the elves I need. And by I have the one ROR, I mean I'm level 15, so I will get it next turn-ish. Alright, we're getting tons of growth here. 12 turns until the province capital is there. But, you know, everything's going good. This campaign is coming up Millhouse for sure. Oh, that's right. And we have the office. We can attach this guy to an office. Which is it? Oh. Okay. Well, I guess we'll put him here, and then he'll have very, very cheap Dryad upkeep, allowing me to have a very excellent backup army for affordable prices. Oh my goodness, yeah. It's gonna... We're gonna be able to fill up a whole army with Dryads here for, like, just the smallest amount of money. Oh, good stuff. That office... That's a good office. I like this office. And 25% casualty replenishment, of course, is itself a marvelous reward and very clearly going to be a good time. And get a ton of heroes when you confederate Drycha. Ah, yes. You get like a spell singer if you got lucky, right? Do they have any lores that I can't get? And we get success to ambushes, which is very good. You know, if we're about to fight the Skaven, that's exactly the sort of thing you want. And, you know, if it gives us that leadership in melee attack during ambushes, and of course, if we get ambushed, you're not locked in here with me. You're locked in here with all of me. You know, we're just going to send the Dryads at them and go nuts. So... Alright, we've got enough vision here. Oh, Azag is trying to take Karakadrin. Can we get motion? No. Well, I'm not trespassing to Vlad to go and take advantage of that, so I'm just going to go... Force March here. We know Azag's not going to be able to punish us for us, so we can just go up here and raise it. Yeah. So we build this. For the raising bonuses that we'll get. If we just do this, then we'll get cheaper recruitment, but then we can't recruit anything but... Yeah, because we need to get this army rolling, right? I guess it's not... Yeah, sacrificial grounds here, and then when we go to raise there, we'll get way more money. Yeah. Essen. Yeah, I don't think it really matters there. Yeah, 81 upkeep, exactly. You know, that's, because in Drycha's army, you know, they're a lot more expensive, right? They're 105, but man, that office, and that's exactly what you want for a backup army, right? Strong, punchy, inspiring, and above all, affordable. I was just thinking, one day when Drycha has the Sword of Cain, are all the elves going to agree that she's the Avatar? Dryad, Treekin, Malevolent Ancient Shreeman, and the Sword of Cain. Long ago, there were 4 aspects to being a Wood Elf. Azak's having a party. He is attriting down Ungram. You know, this really makes your dwarf heart sad, because it's like, why are they taking attrition in here? You should have had your deeps thing, you know? You should have locked down the thing. Like, you should have sallied out and fought him in the field. You should have fought his whole massive Wa army. But what I'm gonna do is, you know, take advantage of all of my book learning and lightning strike him if he comes around, and we won't get hit by the Wa, probably. And right here, we're gonna just delicately run up. No, we don't need to get the additional movement. And very soon we'll be at the top level of the forest health, which will, you know, give us a global recruitment capacity, and then I think Bitterrock can get all the way down to like 75% upkeep reduction more. Yeah, probably, because, you know, also you have, if you take Blue Line, you have Quartermaster for 10% and Home for another 8%, so that's 18 on top of that, and then, yeah, you just got... well, let's just spitball it real quick. What, you got Pine for 15%. That's 18 that we had there, 33, and then another 25 for his office, and then a flat 10 there. Yeah, you're pretty far reduction. Definitely, like, I'm like, man, you know, the treatment are all so good, but if we take a bunch of Blue Line buffs, then we'll be able to have dramatically more armies, which is really the dream. Oh, I just remembered. I could have, you know, underweight over. I always forget that Wood Elves have underway, which sounds ridiculous, but I do. I do forget it. I'm like, I'm moving around the mountains. It's going to take so long. I'm like, wait, I can just do that. We could have underweight over and saved the dwarves. Not that we're gonna. Not that we're gonna. Brutal business. Of course, that's good for orcs, but it's good for me, too. 65 weapon strength on the Malevolent Dryads. Let us go, then, you and I. Let us fight our foes. Azag the Slaughterer is being very, very sportsmanlike there. Throt's at war with Kislev. Kislev can't have much left on the map, though. Katarina's got 2 settlements, yeah. He'll be turning his attention to me before too long, because he's just at war with some guys, but he'll consider them too minor to be afraid of, no doubt. Scaven nonsense prevention. No. Go for a Glade Captain. Do they get to like ride eagles or anything eventually? So that would be nice. Nice little Glade Captain with a little all the abilities turned on. Alright, so here we don't want cavalry. Of course we don't want cavalry. I don't think we want either of those buildings. Recruitment cost. Maybe just this one for the Branch Wraith tree. No, we'll just save whatever. We'll just save the growth. Because then we'll be at like 4 as soon as this finishes, and we might be able to get to the 5th tier thing. Yes, the unique building as well. Yeah, you know, you've got the right idea. Do we spend 1 growth on this? Because we have cheaper upkeep for the armies that are in the region. And that also makes it even cheaper to sit here and recruit. No, I don't think it's worth those extra turns, because, again, like, if we get to 4 growth points and it only takes... Like, I don't even remember how many you need. I don't want to click on that, because it'll cancel it, and then I'll cry. Because it takes 18 turns to build this thing. I think it might be 4 points of growth, but it might just be 5 to get to that tier. So we'll see. But anyway, we need to get that. So, without further ado, we're just going to truck these guys. Be plenty of time for fighting a real battle against... Ah, glorious. $18K. 18,000 for burning it down. Nice. This is so nice. All right. Howl of the Forest, a little buff never hurt no one. This is why you do blue line, yeah. That plus the sacrificial thing, yeah, because all that going together, oh man, you just gotta... Yeah, no, numbers go way up, because that's... Yeah, you got 10% from the raising the settlement, you got the post-battle, oh man, that's good. That's good stuff. We're going to be able to afford a lot of juice with all of that squeezing. And of course, these battles... Oh, he doesn't care about us fighting Azag. Well, I was like, they're going to make him like us better. They don't. He doesn't care. And it wants us to beat Azag. Man, Azag is sitting here for so long. This is like what I did whenever I first started playing the game. My first campaign was a Thorgrim Grudgebearer campaign. And I lost like the first battle, so then when I restarted, I sat and recruited like a bunch of dwarf units. For like 4 turns I recruited, and then I sieged them and I traded them down. And I must have spent 12 turns taking my first province. And I thought I was playing the game right. Alright, so what we can do here is underway down here. Nope, not so lucky as all that. Yeah, that foreign replenishment would come in real handy, but we need a... Yeah, it's an amber you need for that. Dragon shapes correction by destroying everything, yes. The gang of Dryad saves the dwarves, and he looks around and it's all burned down, and I'm like, I helped. I helped. Yeah, our army's a little beat up. They're not so beat up that we're not going to be able to do this fight, though. And then we'll just zoop on down here, and Azag will be a sad panda. This isn't even the capital, right? Yeah, this is just like a place. It's got a gold mine, though, so that'll really sting him. After all, he declared war on me. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. Raise Karagungor? Yeah, definitely. No doubt. But not consider Kurlaz, that's too far away. So we want to do the raise, it'll move back, and we can probably underway, get into Nagenhof, and replenish a little bit. Alright, money for War for Verno. We risk the Wrath. Sometimes it does a thing, and you get, like, some lower thing for not paying. But, you know, here it works out. I was like, oh, it's a settlement battle. Of course it is, because I was like, they have 15 in the garrison. It's got to be, they got to have a garrison. Okay, yeah, well. All to the good. Of course, you know what a settlement battle with this context means. We charge in! Here, I think actually we just go with one big block of classic rock. Nah, we'll be sportsmanlike. This guy's got the regrowth though, so we won't want to be too far away. We can just have him here, and then they can support the other side with magic. And we pop the leadership hit. Oh my goodness, it's so good! Oh man, because they're already, this is a leadership challenged faction anyway, right? Like... Goblins with spears. Let's get the big guys out of there then. Orc Biggins, you know, they think they have targets they like here, but they don't. They don't have anything. These malevolent Dryads are bumping and grinding just fine. These spears are a little annoying. Let's, And we're going to overcast a Flock of Doom to hit all these things. Even though healing our guys up would probably be better. So if we can use Power of Darkness on himself. That'll hurt him for a few hundred, but it'll give us enough winds. Oh, we can use it on other people too. We'll use Power of Darkness on the Branch Wraith. Oh my goodness, this is the best thing ever. The Branch Wraith regenerates. So use the Power of Darkness on it to hurt it, and then you get winds, and then you can cast the Regrowth. Oh, those Dryads lost their fight? Weird. They were in unsupported. Not so weird. These cave bats losing decisively. I always think that bats are going to be like Furies or like bats from the Vampire Coast. It's always like so surprising when I see them running and not crumbling to dust. I guess they're not running though, because they got like a million leadership. Yeah. Oh, there were trolls there. I'm like, how'd they even get anything done? Because there were trolls there. And there we go. Curdle gets his heal and just gets a ton of work done. We don't actually need to do that anymore for this. Drycha's in fine enough shape. I mean, fine enough. You say, why ever play Beastman when you can play Drycha instead? You know, I am convinced. Because Beastmen are great, but this is pretty great too. I do like not having any upkeep at all. You know, that is wonderful. It's like, yeah, you could, because like, you know, Tomb Kings are fun, but you still need land. Here, it's like, you know, if you just like get one forest pretty good, then you can go anywhere in the world you want and just be a menace. $17K. And we get another Forest Spirit. And Briar's Heath. It gives you all the things you need. Fizz Resist, Snipe, Stalk, Woodsman, and Unspottable. And we get the Way Watchers. So if the Glade Captains get on, like, if they can fly eventually, that would be worth it. This guy already sort of has all those abilities, and we don't want Drycha to be Stalk or Unspottable, I don't think. But here, we'll take this, and now they will have Snipe and all of the cool things, and, you know, there you go. I mean, I guess the 10 Fizz Resist is itself decent enough to think about taking it for it, but... That's negative 20 to enemy leadership in the local region. Just from those abilities on us. That's also, you know, if we fight an elf, I'm pretty sure Drycha is going to give him negative 8 over here or something. Yeah, so if we fight any elves, they're at negative 28 leadership. Glade Captains do get eagles? Okay. Yeah, because that's what we need. We can put it on one of them, and then they'll be, you know... Because they would still have their missiles, I think. And then they can just, like, float up above us doing their menacing nonsense. That'd be good. It'd be amazing on the sisters. Oh, man, it would be so good on them. You get that, and then you get the item that gives you infinite ammo that just restocks your ammo, and then you, well, you get to play Dynasty Warriors. Speaking of Dynasty Warriors, man, I want Three Kingdoms to go on sale. So I can get it. I don't want to just, like, buy it. I just want to have it so I can play it, maybe. Because you talking about it being good makes me think, you know, I bet it would be good. I bet that would be fun. I don't know why. I must have just... Oh, it came out when my hands weren't working. I remember now. I'm like, why wouldn't I have gotten it? Now, it makes perfect sense. So where to pain? Oh, it's accuracy math. I'm like, I don't even know that one. I guess we go for power here because we don't. Yeah, I think we just go for power here. Well, one more Flock of Doom and then for power. That kid face of my DLCC plays Lubu. Oh, dude. Who needs an army? Everybody knows Lubu's name in this house. Everybody knows my man Lubu. No, I know who I'd play first. Whoever has access to Guan Yu. So there's different, like, era starts, right? So, you know, like, early Shu, you could do, like, a Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu sort of thing. Sitting at 70k, a big old war chest. Feels good. Yeah, everything is doing wonderfully. And Drycha's about to come home, and we'll have our 100th forest health to do our little ritual. And just in time. Oh, that's right, the brutal business. That's why we got so beat up. I'm like, man, those goblins actually did really good in those engagements, but it's because they had, you know, double weapon strength. And me getting mine doubled is fine, but, you know, them getting theirs doubled, that's a problem. Oh, you have to be in a magical forest. You can't just get back home. It's not Elspeth. You can recruit generals from other factions if you capture them enough after a battle. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, that's the dream.
Well done.
Like, yes, this is Guan Yu and his best friend Zhu Chu of the Warhammer, and they weren't friends, but they are now. Alright, so... Hey, there we go. We get the mission to beat the dwarves, and then we can confederate with Arguelon, which, well, that's what we're doing next. We'll finish this up. I don't want to trespass on Kislev. I mean, I'm prepared to. Alright, so... Like, what's the worst that could happen if we do this? We go, like, here, and then we'll be able to get across in one turn. So if we walk this way, it's attrition through the pass. If we encamp and move, then we get a little bit back, but yeah, I think we just want to move here, and then we should be able to jump the wall next time. Wait till Drycha gets home, and then we'll do the thing for the forest rejuvenation. Already hates me. He's probably about to die. Who cares? Oh, you know, good point. Like, I don't know why she hates me. I've never done a thing to her. Yeah. And Wu has such cool characters, too, you know. Like, who could forget Zhao Dun? Like, who can forget him? He's the coolest. Oh! Weapon strength for forest dragons, units, and mounts. You don't see that very often on a descriptor. That's very cool. Zero Watchers, they're gonna cost 400. They're very good. They really are. And she's actually super OP. See doubles charge bonus shock cavalry. Oh, that does sound good. Whatever faction he's leading or the heir of. Oh, dude. Nice. Alright, and here we do what? We need a little bit of mass in this army. Yeah, we'll recruit 2 rounds of that, and that'll give us a nice solid line there in the front. And then we'll Forest Spirit recruit right there when we... Because next turn we'll swing over, start the thing, and then we'll have these 2 armies to deal with the problems. And we'll still be right about neutral on revenue, which is amazing for, like, 2 stacks that I don't consider bad, you know? Like, sure, they're just Dryads, but these Dryads are good. These are good Dryads. These aren't like your grandmother's tree spirits. These are malevolent. He's still... Poor Ungrim. The whole garrison's gone. He says the Slayer in him seeks death. He's been locked in here for like 6 turns. Literally playing like I would. Is this his last settlement? No, he's got more land. Somewhere. All right. He's got those 2 on deck. And then it'll be time to defend the lands. Yeah, I game much better than this one. So you can get tips and pointers for sure. Sweet, sweet. Yeah, cool. I have not played a historical Total War in an incredibly long time. I played Total War Rome once upon a time, like at a friend's house. I never owned it. My brother had it because like my brother-in-law gave it to him, but I had already been like out of the house by that point or whatever. But it wasn't like on my radar when I was growing up, or I would have been very excited to play it. You know, I was playing Age of Empires and stuff, but like this style of game would have been way more up my alley. But and I played like Troy when it came out, because that's how I learned about the Epic Game Store. Was when Troy came out and they gave it to me, and like it was okay. And I love total obsession with like classical Greek history. Not that the Trojan War is classical Greek history, but you know they cared about it, and that makes me care about it. You know, like the Mycenaeans, and I know a bunch of stuff that I'm not going to get to. But anyway, so while that's not Greek history as such, the Greeks thought it was, and that's just as good to me. And it was a lot of fun, you know, being Achilles running around. But I missed Warhammer when I played it, you know. I was like, man, I miss my heroes, I miss my magic, I miss all the pizzazz. But I think, like, with Three Kingdoms, maybe my hero stuff would work out there. All right, we're going to unlock the ritual.
Enemies muster nearby to disrupt the ritual. They can be weakened if attacked before the appearance of their forces, even if the ensuing...
And there's 3 of those things. They are here, and where? And all the way over there. Alright, you can't quite get to that one in one turn. That is okay. Here we'll get... a couple of bats. They're cheap. We just need something to, like... Yeah, we don't need, like, anything good. We just need something to harry... Oh, and the settlement even helps me out. They have failed to spot my ambush. Well, they're going to regret that. Three Kingdoms, the generals can solo armies on their own, but you need intensive micro. You gotta actually do cycle charging and all, but constant movement, huh? Yeah. That's fair, you know. That's fair. But I kind of, like, you know... Even without doing it that way, I just kind of want to think like, oh, just get my horse archers going on. They got to give me some horse archers, right? I mean, they're not like super Chinese, but like, do I have access to like Mongolian steppe tribes at any point? Plays Three Kingdoms, immediately goes for the Mongolians. I mean, it would be pre-Mongolia, you know, but... a Turkic tribe. And they'll sit right here and shoot at them. Oh my goodness, that actually almost deletes a whole thing of ammo. That is nutty. Good news, we've already totally shattered them. Just a leadership nuke. I mean, look at that. Look at how they... 40 seconds, and they're in full rout. Let's get on the flagellants. They won't break. Of course, they have all of the ridiculous effects onto their leadership, because, like... Yeah. The other effects are negative 28, so you don't have to do, like, anything to them to make them run. The Empire and every other low leadership faction, there ain't a thing they can do. I mean, look at that. They get back and stabilize at 20 leadership. Basically, all you... Yeah, we gotta get those Waystalkers in here. With that in the army, like, look how little damage we had to do to break them. Look at this. They're gonna eat this charge, and they're gonna terror rout upon seeing the spirits. Alright, yeah, well, we're gonna be able to start getting some more cinematic shots on the battlefields, guys. Alright, where are the flagellants? They're the only, like, they got something unbreakable here. Everything else is army lost for sure. There's one flagellant. The tattered soul. Here he is upon the ground. Let there be a lesson to everybody. Don't mess with Drycha. No, the Dryad's doing their little crab claws. Hudson's on in Mating. Okay, sweet, yeah. Mating, you just, like, basically only horse archers, fatigue immune, and foul moving. Oh, yeah. So in Age of Empires, the Mongols' unique unit was called the Mangudai, and they were horse archers. They were better than normal horse archers, and they did, like, extra damage to siege weapons with their arrows. So it's like the normal thing that would be good against cav archers, like you know, like siege onagers or like scorpions or whatever. You would just go up and shoot them down. Here we kill the captives. We've got money. More money is good. Experience is good. The replenishment doesn't matter because we're in friendly territory and we're going to get it all back at the end of this turn. Well, before long we'll have all the experience, but let's do it right now. After all, Drycha hates things that are alive. And they get away from us. But of course, we get the most important thing in the game. One more of these. Got our little forest spirit going on. No, wait, let's give that to this tree man lord. Let's you know, let's be nice. He, after all, is carrying a big old staff. That's how you know he's in charge. Wolfric Frankenverter. That's a real name. Somehow he's able to flee from there all the way over here, which is incredibly annoying. That's more annoying than incredibly annoying. It's incredibly annoying. If we would have autoed it, the whole army would have died, which I guess can be a lesson to me, right? Or not, as I prefer. Yeah, there we go. AP damage for the things. That's what we were missing. Get free calories to recruit and maintain. Happens at the end, but you still get it. Yeah, sounds nice. That sounds like my idea of a great campaign. The Awakened Forest attrition, that just happens in the one region. It's not like the whole Heathland, right? I don't think. It'd be nice if it was. Of course, attrition doesn't do that good a work against your foes, but it can occasionally really mess them up. If they have, like, you know... Oh, well, they charge at us. Oh, they think they're going to win? Okay. Well, I'm not losing my beloved bat. Oh, and we get, like, the Wood Elf defense. It's this area every single time you do one. Which, of course, gives you a little forest to hide inside of, if you want. But imagine their surprise when I do this. And we got our worldwide Drycha summon now. I am already having the best time. And of course, they're already leadership broken on these crossbowmen. Well, that went quick. Oh, yeah. And that would be good, you know, after all, with another negative 16 leadership against our foes. It's pretty busted already. It's pretty busted already. It almost feels like doing this might render the campaign almost irrelevant. That doesn't mean it won't be fun. Scroll of Stone. Hey, Wall Breaker. It means we'll do more damage to buildings. A little known fact, every single dog in the game has one of these Scrolls of Stones. Oh, immediately causes wall breaches when besieging. That does sound fun. I love a good wall breach. Yeah, I mean, after all, there's plenty of stuff with like 80 or 90 leadership in the game, and then it'll just turn them into people that are afraid of the trees. Uppercut. Get wrecked. Well, you know what time it is. Another forest spirit has entered the building. Like, man, this army's better than that other one. Well, you know. You know, if we do it auto, they'll all die and I won't have to chase them. And here we just need... If we don't get him as the caster... Well, he's already got a life caster with him. So we can just... We can just go blue line with him too. Fight Ungrim if we want to challenge. Yeah. Because, of course, he will have a faction that isn't susceptible. Like, this tree feels like it was developed for a hero they don't want you to care about. I mean, I guess they're good. I guess Waystalkers can be good. Arrow of Kurnos is good. Yeah, and after all, we do want to fight some dwarves to get a hold of our buddy, Durthu. Our buddy the Supreme. Durthu is such a good fighter. It is insane. I remember when I met Durthu. It was my first Ikit Claw campaign. They got past like turn 3 or 4. We get the Obsidian Blade. Excellent. That's 100 armor-piercing weapon damage. Well, I bet somebody can put it to good use. And we get a big old chunk of money again. There we go. All of those dudes taken care of. We get the Zotes Regiment. We'll leave this on Drycha, I think. Yeah. Herbie and Punchier is good, because, I mean, we could make him even better, but they're both, like, always stuck in. Maybe... yeah. It's hard to say. The Azag really doesn't want to fight him. He's afraid. $500 upkeep. I'm just gonna get another one of these guys. Alright, so now, like, do they keep on... do they keep on doing those things? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or not. One more turn, and we get to our, get our level 4. We'll take the 20% ward save on the Treekin. Seems good. Because now, at 20 ward save and 30 fizz resist, guy's pretty good. Say once it's healed, recommend selling the whole northern run to flat to keep Thrall off the back and then head to the Forest Cathedral. Yep, you know, that does sound like a good plan. Because you don't need the Heathland once it's healed, right? Or rather, once it's an ally, you still don't need the Heathland.
We have much to discuss, and thou art most welcome.
He doesn't want my settlements. That's super funny. It's like, it's such to Vlad, it's such trash that I would have to pay him to take the settlement. Hey, Kislev's going, though. Kislev's back in Kislev. She did call me a dishonorable cur, but Katarina talks like that to everybody she likes. That's just her way, you know. You don't want to get too hurt about it. So Vitevo actually did get properly raised because it's still giving me all of my forest healing. That's pretty funny. So the scavenger over there, well, Unless I'd rather kill him before I kind of would like to. But how far, you know, how far does it go? Because if he's got, like, a lot of land, the defeat trait would be cool, but not, like, important. Oh, I can't even see his... Yeah, he's got 9 settlements. Yeah, I don't know. Be pretty annoying. Do they spawn any more of those invasion things? Or if you deal with 3 of them, do you just get it? It says we're supposed to attack the spirits of Shanlin. That means they've been eliminated, and they were the ones that owned this one, right? Oh no, it just means we're not... They don't give us that ability anymore. Alright, but we can... They've got their own thing going on over here, but... Alright, so we can see... We can see the place now, at least. So, the landmark. 30%? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm convinced. 30% Forest Spirit unit upkeep for all armies, and 4 recruit rank for them and flying monster units. Plus Chaos Corruption and Chaos Wage immunity. Yeah, that's pretty good, alright. Yeah, okay, so I'm like, alright, so we sell him Essen. After the ritual's done? Or no, I guess we're already doing the ritual, so we don't have to control the Heathland anymore, right? Alright, so what do we actually do? We go down and pick a fight with Ungrim after the ritual. Oh, for the vampire attrition. Ah, yeah, good call. And yes, actually, Ungrim is still being under attack here. Yeah, literally attrited the whole garrison down, and they're just sitting there with their whole army, with a Wa, waiting. And we get a mission to kill Azag and get a potion of healing for it. The problem is here is this is like 2 armies with Was, and I don't... No, the Wa is over, yeah. He is wiping out the garrison entirely from attrition. Yeah. Force Exeter, it's a very nearly dead Ungrim, and then he ends up not even using the Wa. It disappears before he's going to be able to do the fight. We're going to go to ambush here, and then we're going to zoom across the mountains next time, in between here and here. Yeah, just 1.5. Yeah, he waited so long that all of the other ones got bored. Oh, it's... I didn't realize you don't even need the growth points for the main building. You use the growth points for all of the buildings you build in it, but the main building doesn't need them. There you go. It takes 20 turns to build that. Well, you know, what are you going to do? Man, Vlad looks bored. Azag the Slaughterer. Azog the Laughterer is just doing his thing. He's still on foot. He's still on foot because he's level 12, because he's been here for 10 years. You never see him on foot. Yeah, it is Wafield because he didn't take Kadrin in time, yeah. He was right there. You know, is what it is, right? That is one way to... Yeah! Perfect! Perfect! Perfect crime. Of course, the other part of this perfect crime is that they're on foot. Their wizard is got gaze in a gash, but, you know... Not too much of trouble. We've got our 3 summons, and they don't have any archers. Which means it's going to be an Orc Biggin against Dryad fight, and I'm pretty sure the Dryads smoke them. Well, they've got 3,000 more HP. They also are starting off at very low leadership. These squigs have 14. These trolls have 25. Yeah, this is good. I keep forgetting. It was Azag who was sieging. Shouldn't be locked to settlement. Did you run away? You know, he might have. He might have, because he wouldn't have been able to sack and then go to Underway. If he left Ungrim in there with 1 HP, I'm going to be able to go over there and punch him in the face. I don't even know what Ungrim's defeat trait is. It better not be, like, low corruption or something. Whatever. And, of course, on a map like this, with the walls very close to where we'll be doing combat... When they go to run, there's not going to be anywhere to run except off of this map. Sack him, raise him, find one more George fight with the Confederate. Yep, that'll be the dream. Like, they think I can't see him. I'm just gonna drop... Oh, because it's an awakening of the wood as well. Either that or... I don't even know what happened there. That's pretty funny, though. Alright, so we popped out with the Dryads. And, some of them immediately... It broke something immediately off of the map. Azag, Gaze and Nagash, doing some good work against the Great Hawks, but, you know, we're fine. The Snotty Pump Wagons have, like, missiles, but they don't really have them, you know. They have them in the vaguest of senses. We're going to Arrow of Kurnus in here. That's actually probably going to break a unit every time he does it. Giant Wolf's going way too far forward. Because as soon as Cuddle goes in there and just starts being like, oh, you know what we're going to do now? It's going to be fun. You'll see. We're going to... Oh, we got a bombard from the stone thing. That's right. You know, it went real slow, but it would have done good damage if it had hit. These Dryads are getting murdered by something. Oh, they got ran over by chariots. Azag's hard armor. I'm like, how do they have 55 defense? That old Azag buff. Well, you know, we got him in the best position for it. We're in a target-rich environment. The Wa is active in the deep once more, but of course, we're gonna pop Curdle's thing there and chain route. Oh man, that's so good. In the middle of the Wa, we chain route all of them. Negative 108 leadership. I don't even know where Azag's at. Oh, he's right here. Well, you know who's coming. It's my boy. Bow. And we're gonna hex him, drop those stats down low, put the hurting on, dropping it. The pride of Azag, and look at where it's got him now. Masha the Wizard, he is on his thing. Oh yeah, so it's an awakening of the wood that rouses them, so there we go. I gotta remember that that's actually like a damage spell on top of being the summon. That's so good. That's so good. Leadership nuke. Of course, Azag don't want to run, but Azag don't really have a choice neither. Oh, yeah. He says the crown's talking to him, but we know who's really talking. Brutal Business is not active. It fell off. Because it only is on for 5 turns, and that was on before we even did the Awakening of the Forest. When we were up at the northern post-Kislev, post-Fort Jakova. The one that's up there, the... Why I can't remember, I don't know. Alright, hey, Tormentor Sword, now we're talking. Oh, faction destroyed Karakadrin. Well, you know, now we can't beat Ungram. We're gonna have to find some more dwarves somewhere. Heyo, 30% spell resist, don't mind if I do. Stiffbar's already dead. I got the notification a couple turns ago. Looks like vampires got him by the corruption. Yeah. We can try to pop Belagar. Here, do we finally get spells? No, we take red line because we gotta get this, we gotta start souping up our guys. The jungles, yeah. I mean that landmark is so good. I mean, 30%. I mean, you let you have twice as many Dryad armies as you should be able to when you consider all the other stuff going on. You can tell Throt is thinking thoughts. The friendliness with the vampires wore off, but I think we're at a good enough point, yeah. You know, when... Yeah, it's, we'll be able to make friends with him about it. Because he's already got Walden off, so we can take Karakadrin quite easily, mind you, without sieging it for 1,000,000 years. And sell it to him. Volzan for Smith, Wildwood Ranger, blah, blah, blah. And we get the trait for Headsman. You know, you gotta execute enough captives, and then now, -3 leadership to the local region. Three turns, he'll be happy again. Yeah. He'll be fine. Alright, so this one's Treekin Treeman. And it gives him fist-resistant armor. And this one's Dryad. We'll take the Dryad punch first. And then, obviously, the other one. Oh, it's going to be so good when that red line kicks up. Wait, Perfect Vigor? Yeah, there we go. I'm like, wait. I read that. Sword currently controlled by the Drowned. My girl Silvestra has the Sword of Cain. Already? She's a lady. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yep, old Zufbar is gone. I think negative 31, yeah. Something like that. Something deeply silly. And then another negative 8 if they're elves. I'm like, I don't even know what happened there. Oh. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he's in ambush. But rather than press this forward, we're just going to go over here, because once this ritual finishes, we're going to be zooming out and going back home, so... Yeah, you are. Vlad is living in Karekadrin now. Oh, well, you know. You gotta think from the perspective of Drycha, and not from the perspective of a guy who loves the dwarves. Both of these give us +1 capacity. We've already got 2. Okay, yeah, so we can get... Yeah, and then they can ride on a great eagle and shoot at things, and that'll be our person in the sky. And then we'll take that one, because it'll give them terror when they're on the eagle, and none of the other ones are going to be useful. And they'll have a very solid tree full of good stuff that's going to also be a wonderful melee defense buff to people while they're above head shooting. So yeah, love it. Yeah, Throt. When you consider the leadership of your average clan rat spear, next turn it finishes. Okay. Okay, so we get faster deep roots telly, 5k, a bunch of broth everywhere, huge leadership bonuses and control, and 1 amber. Oh, right, because we're going to be able to put this on that Glade Captain in the army, and they're going to be an invisible, snipey, shooty guy above us that's doing the thing, and they won't even be able to, you know, do much to him from far away. Good stuff. I think now we drop the Waystalker, and then we'll join up there with this Glade Captain, who I like better. Plus, they've got Guardian, you know, like, we absolutely, obviously need one of these in the army. 15% more fizz resist for the hero block is awesome. And this guy doesn't do anything for you, you know, like, they don't. Now, they're fine. We'll keep a hold of them. They can hold a forest spirit, but but it's like, 2, you could just put lower armor, more fizz resist on them, right? And I think that might be the choice. Because if you always keep them with a tree man, then they're never going to get hit by magical attacks. Ah, yes.
No rest. No surrender.
And we swap there, and then... yeah. Good stuff. We can... like, do we get rid of the cave bat? No, I mean, they've been with us for ages. The cave bat's gotta stay until they die. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just trade across there. And she's going to take all the stuff that other one had. Yeah, she's got a 35 bonus first large. Oh, dude. What a champ. Drycha 1 or 2 more Treekin. I think... because if you have, like, this many Dryads, then you can stick a Treekin or a hero or a tree man, all of them in that block there, and I think that's good. I do want... what we need is to get... yeah. Careless. We could have been recruiting treemen while we were there. We need 2 more treemen in Drycha's army. Drop 2 Dryads for 2 more treemen, then it'll be 4 treemen, the Treekin to back them up, and then... no, drop the bat and a Dryad for 2 more treemen. Yeah. It'll be 2 small heroes, 3 malevolent Treekin to hang out in the back line and be mass, and then the hitters in the front. Yeah. That'll delay us leaving by 2 turns. Probably worth it. And here, even though the money's not good, I think we just spend it for the benefits because, well... the Western Provinces want a trade agreement. I mean, it'd be funny. Ooh, an amber, yes. Oh no, not an amber. Now I have to think of what to do. Oh, the local recruitment duration is -1 turn, which means we can definitely get those treatments in a turn. What a good ability. Of course, it would have been better if we didn't do what we did, but hey, what are you going to do? So we could take the reduction in upkeep, but we've already got a fine setup for money right now. Poison on everything would be okay. This is irrelevant. Death blow doesn't happen unless you're losing so bad. Time for the no treatment, yeah. This would give us the Mortis on the treatment, but... yeah. Yeah, it's just better. And the lower construction time will help too. Yeah, we'll just take pine. The more money you have, the more you can play the game. You're right. You're right. Do we take the plague thing? I don't know. We'll probably just hold on to our money. After all, we're not revenue positive anymore. Alright, and if we're going to do this trade on Drycha next time, we want to... Alright, so we're dropping... a bat and a Dryad for those 2 treemen. So we're going to get these unleveled Dryads to ditch. Alright, we've got another Glade Captain to get, though. Well, that one can hang out in the Tree Man's army.
Glade Captain present.
Which means he'll ditch another Dryad for it. You know, we could get rid of the bats. Next army of the Wild One, lots of beats. Ah, yes. And they can follow along with Drycha in the other land. Oh, you wanna... You want a what, Katarine? Okay, girl. It's not very much money, but it makes me mad. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do have more important things to worry about. It just makes me so salty. Like, you're threatening me? Me? The purple tree? After all, she's not even an elf, so what do we care if we don't kill her? Yep. Yep. 248 upkeep on the Malevolent Treeman seems real good. Yeah, that's what we want. Income and magic drop items. It's funny how some factions have an ancillary that's so good that it makes every other faction's ancillaries look like they're garbage. Yeah, one-turn recruitment from that, the old Poplar Wisdom, which has got to be the best one to choose. Are Treekin single-turn recruitment without it? Yeah, because it's all about that Poplar. Because you get that 2-turn recruitment, you turn it into 1, and then, of course, as you know, 1-turn recruitment is more than twice as good as 2-turn recruitment. It's significantly more than twice as good. Yeah, and getting it for both of those, that's excellent, because otherwise we would not have been able to have, you know, those Treekins so fast. We wouldn't have been able to get probably any in the army. That would have been a huge delay to come back here and then sit still for a couple of turns. Like, that's awful. An extra turn in this economy? right, so we can get these Way Watchers whenever. But I kind of think if we got them right now, it'd be good. Blah. Ikran is probably going to come to Cathay too, and then we'll recruit another lord here. But maybe we'll recruit a lord out there and have the beast lord along with us, and he'll stay here and bash against our foes to the north. Time for the deep roots. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. So it looks like we're going to have to fight Gelt. That'll be fun. Well, actually, right now it'll be fine. Gelt does fly, but he's not like a good fighter. And he does magic, but the computer's not good at magic. So I guess now I have to get rid of these guys. He has Empire Morale. Oh yeah, that's right. So we'll play the mirror match, only I'll have Drycha, and they won't. They'll have 30 units here, and I won't. Do we just give them all missile resist? Because we can just lightning strike this one off. But fighting them outside could be better. Yeah, because so if we lightning strike them off... And then we can, like, siege it afterward? No, because if we don't lightning strike them off, then we can fight them outside, and then we don't have to worry about all that nonsense. Yeah. Yep, we just clump everyone over there except for what? Well, this malevolent treatment is, of course, a malevolent treatment and could absolutely truck on our guys. But what we're gonna do is just set up here rather humorously. So we could drop a Drycha summon, like, on the Glade Guard over here. They try to come in from the reverse, then we'll just pop on them. Because again, with this physical resist, this is just like a normal Glade Guard. I don't even know if they'd hurt me. Yeah, we'll just charge on right there. Oh, they had Deepwood Scouts as well. Well, you know, that'll be fine. We'll already break them, and then we'll just charge our Dryads over here. Clean. And yeah, then we won't have to worry about the Glade Guard or anything. Of course, I worry that we're not going to actually hurt them that badly because they'll just, like, do a lot of fleeing, but getting to pop them really badly here and then the follow-up into the trees, you know, that'll be okay. And anyway, we'll be able to cause some pain here before too long. Oh no, oh no, oh no, pause. Alright, let's think here. Like, I was like, wait, no, they're about to come in on me. I need to react. Alright. The carnage! The carnage! My eagles are getting shot. My hawks. A huge stone drop there. It's actually probably going to do a ton of damage. Just brutal stuff. Just brutal stuff. Leadership nuke. Because again, even if we do a lot of damage, if we don't get like the model damage, then I don't even know how good this is going to be at all. But it's got to be better than nothing, especially since we can follow it up. I think it'll be better than nothing. Their treemen are knocking down my magical attacks. My treemen are knocking down their magical attacks. So we're grinding against 30% resist. They're grinding against 20. I'm grinding against 30. But if we can escort several of these ancient treemen off without having to fight them, yeah, 'cause this is quite an army, right? But so too is mine. They're basically the same army, only I'm me, and they're not. Diving on the Deepwood Scouts. Not like that great of animations on the Hawks. A lot of large flyers have that problem, where they sort of spend a lot of time swirling around. A small flyer like a Fury tends to do a little better, but not always. And that regrowth, it might have been too late. No, we'll get the full thing off before the battle ends. I'm like, that was a lot of damage we took there, but there we go. We're all better now. And actually, a couple of the Dryads, I forgot they didn't even expire, so like 2 of our really beat up Dryads were our summons. Free damage, yeah, for sure. And anyway, not getting shot up by 10 units of elves is my idea of a good time. Oh, and because they're elves, we would get -8 leadership to them. So there's that too. Another negative. Here we abduct Taftives for the big bonus. Oh yeah, never mind. They're super beat up. They're crazy beat up. There's a ton that didn't make it out of that battle. And we get another Forest Spirit. Good, Anakin, good. Mobility and Aerocurnis. Aerocurnis is super good. It shoots at 600 meters, and it does a lot of damage. You just gotta remember to cast it. Glade Captain, I thought I moved one over to her when we moved her into the army. Oh, you're right. You're right. A Forest Spirit to rule them all. Subjugate? No, that wouldn't be practical. Because then I wouldn't be able to get all the benefits of doing it, you know. That's nice to know that you can force the Wood Elves to heal when you want, though. Alright, so she just got a horse, so we need to get her off of that horse immediately. Now she's safe again. Okay, so good news. We're already here. Does this give us more capacity for branch wraiths? It does, which means we're building it. This lets us get cavalry, which means we're deleting it. Exotic Animal Tamer, literally don't care. We'll use that slot for some walls. Hey, level 2 vineyard, though. Good, good. Oh yeah, here we go. Like here's our poison weapon strength murder of spites. Yes. Well, it looks like we're doing a shadow treatment on this one. Yes, indeed, we certainly can afford that beast army. Thilvakus, the Speaker for the Wild. Gives bonus first large to all the things, gives him perfect vigor. But first, of course, just a couple Dryads. Anyway, the instant recruitment, that'll help for later. But yeah, it looks like we're about to go and tell Balthazar Gelt what's what. Does he have any allies? He is a defensive ally with the provinces. Have I met Nakai? Then I could join the war without declaring war on him. I don't know where Nakai is. He's probably off wandering. Oh, we can run up there and make contact. Nope, we've met him. Good. Yeah, whenever the time comes, we'll just go through there. Hawks and Bears and Dryads? Yeah. Oh, just look at them. Bears! $70 armor on the spiders? That's pretty good. I don't think they're very good, but I think that's pretty good. That just seems like a terrible trade for 35 AP damage and to lose 10 physical resist. Just like a really bad trade. We'll take this one and just assume she's always going to be around a thing that, you know, makes her not get hurt by magic items. Seems like we can probably make it happen. Another mobility, and then a Dance of Loic. And then she'll be on a Great Eagle before too long. And hopefully we can run down that item that gives her infinite ammo. Did I get a quest for it? I don't remember. Yeah, the Ranger's Quiver. We just have to... We have to upgrade a new settlement building to level 5, so that'll happen at our forest before too long, and then we'll have an infinite ammo person on top of an eagle that's invisible, buffing our army, which is, you know, not bad for having one elf with you. Wants a trade agreement? Nah. And this gives us cheaper upkeep. You know, pretty nice when you get to choose that for a very small battle. Alright, so we've got Zinch problems. Well, we don't want unhappy tree spirits. Oh, this is going to be rough. This is going to be really rough. Okay, so... everything they have is good against us. Everything they have is good against us. But... that doesn't mean they'll get away with anything. It just means everything they have is good against us. Because we got 3 Dryad summons. Because we can just be like back here. And make them come up around in this way, right? Yeah, probably. Probably we can. We'll just put them up on foot to shoot at our foes. Yeah, because we can arrows Acurnus them. Yeah, this is going to be fine. Alright, the flamers are right here, so we'll drop a summon on them. Even if they try to get anybody else onto us, they're probably not going to be able to get through the trees that well. We need to find the exalted pink horrors of Zinch and hit them with this arrow Acurnus. Actually, yeah, this is fine. I forgot, you know, their leadership is significantly diminished. These flamers of Zinch only start with, you know, 40, so... and that's us dealing with a very premium unit, and then in another 60 seconds, we'll just spawn another one on them. They don't know how bad this is for them. Yeah, they're just all trying to do their thing. These Dryads are going to come back again, and then we'll fight again. Because they don't really trace down routing units. But now the Furies are going to dive us. Drop right here the Flamers and the Blue Horrors. Oh, yeah, look at that. Good stuff. Indeed. These demons don't deserve to be here. These are my trees. Mine. No others. And then my girl's gonna throw in a huge shot into the pinks, you know, and do some damage, because after all, they do have all that nonsense going on. But, you know, looks like we eliminate those foes. We're gonna fight these Chaos Knights in the forest. You know, it's not going to go great. They get the charge and stuff, but, you know, we're going to be able to hold them back a little bit. Screamers do want to fight our large troops in the air. They want to fight large troops in general, so we're not going to let them do that. You know, you don't want to... you don't want to hand it away. And then the last Flamer of Tzeentch is gonna fall. This is such a good way to get rid of 3 Flamers of Tzeentch. Oh my goodness, is it ever. And here we're fighting the Screamers, and here we are embroiled. Nuke the ammo. Tormentor Sword, drop a big hit right where? Right where? Spawn fighting Malevolent Treekin. I think we win that. No, we don't. We don't win that. Jeez, I thought we won it. Well, with the Malevolent Treatment, I bet we can pull it together. Oh, a huge amount of my force is not engaged in combat at all. They're just sitting in the back. Yeah, we've got all our monsters plus Curdle not doing anything. Feels bad. Well, hey, at least Drycha's got her little buff on, right? Yeah, she's buffing up the people around her. The longer the fight goes, the more terrifying Drycha becomes, to the point where suddenly she's the biggest problem you've ever imagined if there's anybody else that she can support. But hey, at least we don't make a deal with Tzeentch. Oh yeah, and the magical attacks. So I didn't have the Treeman around, so the Tzeentch forces were doing magical attacks to us. Which, you know, doesn't feel perfect. Oh, it was 4 flavors. So like I thought I got a flavor with each one. I did. So that was like, you know, a bunch of ranged units, like a half-ranged army. So really, we did fine. The strategy of waiting on the other side of the battlefield and dropping free summons with infinite range that don't disappear on them ended up being pretty good. Colossal strike for him? Oh my goodness, that's craziness. Yeah, anyway, let's just give him an even bigger bonus for Slarge. He's already born with 25. Possessed by the Trickster God. Gives a plus 10 aura around us. Good stuff. Bottomless Quiver. Well, I'm already going to get a Bottomless Quiver, so... And we'll take that for a line of sight boost. This guy's name is Ezekiel. Ezekiel Warspasm. Warspasm. My father was a Warspasm. He was just a blue horror of Zinch, but through a lot of hard work, I've become a pinkish blue horror of Zinch. And we get another forest spirit. Hey-oh, there we go. There's our perfect vigor. You know, the great thing about wood elves is as soon as you go to any other tree, basically any other tree, there's probably one that's close enough to each of them where you don't get it, but you're going to get the seasoned campaigner after just a couple of fights, which perfect vigor is amazing, and 10 movement range is very, very good too. Just so good. And it looks like Gelt has moved away from this tower. He's going to regret that one. Yeah, there we go. Otrolio. He's got the murderous spites. He's got the growth thing. He's got it all. He's got life bloom and earth blood. He's the man. I guess we should get Dwellers Below. It is pretty good. Strike when they are on top. Oh yeah, for sure. No doubt. Like, actually, the Manticore might be fine. The more summons we have, the more safety we can secure for our own people. And of course, this gives us more people. It's like, the real reason for recruiting new armies is so that we have places to put my new forest spirits. And Vol's Anvilsmiths. I mean, it's like, you can't really beat it, you know. It's a good feeling. Yeah, because this guy, they're not going to be able to push in here and deal with this garrison. Not with a tree lord with them. Yep, we're just going to do our I know how mechanics work thing and talk to the Great Plan Defenders. Be like, hey, you know what you would like? Me to do this. But we're not going to, like, make friends with them. We just want money. After all, if I need to hit them later, I don't want people to think that I'm not reliable. Money! And Rudiger Vissen is over there to the other side, doing nothing. Doing a lot of nothing. We should have done that fight for real. No, he went to March. He went to March. He won't even be able to get here before we get around to replenishment. Get wrecked. And the map ends here. Like here. This is the edge of the whole map. Nothing exists. So this is actually a very safe place to set up shop. You know, if you have a little bit of thing there, you're like, all right, you know, Cathay can't, you know, the people you're fighting here can't really do anything besides accept it once you take it. And it'll make, it'll make them like me better. Because they won't have any choice but to be impressed. What we're going to do with this tower is increase our raise bonus. Where is it at? Yeah, sacrificial grounds. And then, because we don't have to hold these, you just have to make sure that they're not in the hands of your enemies. So we'll probably just raise them down. We might take this one so that we get more bonuses for raising those places. Oh, 3 turns. So it's like, maybe we should just zoom over here. After all. Yeah, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have recruited this lord here. Ah, it's fine. We'll just get him and we'll fill some guys on him and we'll just get to battle. I'm sure it'll be fine. And if not, then he'll die. And we'll get another one later. I have to kill Geldof outright. Very secure Heathland. Zombie will be real mad. Yeah, that's the thing. That 20 bonus in affection really isn't going to help. But I mean, what's the alternative? Making friends with a human? Couldn't be me. We get Talisman. We get incoming magic drop. Becafin receives plague. I'm like, besieged? I didn't even know we were at war up there. Yes, we just barely get there, which is excellent, because now we can lightning strike them off. And only fight one of these guys rather than, both of them, which I think will be the right move. Yeah, I mean, 40. 43 is not that slow. It's these malevolent treecan that are slow. Maybe we should take the thing with the Dryads that slows them down so that they can keep pace with all of these more. Alright, so Hunts Marshal. And so many archers. Well, ain't gonna go so good for him. Oh, we got a sweet little choke point thing. Good. Good. Unless it isn't. Can't see me, I'm hidden in the tree. And We're going to be able to get absolutely huge Era Kernus value here. Well, if these guys out of the woods over there, that'll provoke them, you know. You don't want to have everybody hidden in the trees. We'll throw that one over there, and they'll be in this group. That's a lot of damage. And we're just going to drop this right here. It's going to be a huge boost of pain. And now we'll charge in here. They won't know what's happening. These ones are going to try to cross the bridge. It's not going to go too great for them. Dwellers below on the center of the blob. Show me the money. Show me the money. Well, they weren't stuck in place, so it doesn't hit hardly anyone. But it still actually is probably going to be enough to break that back line. Let's overcast this flock. That's going to hit 1 billion units. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of damage. What a wonderful army this is. What a joy. To be fighting against a bunch of crummy archers with this. And we're going to drop the leadership thing and chain route them all. Look at it. Look at that. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. And of course, getting what we needed to out of this, which was a very, very clean kill. On a march stance army, so they're going to be knocked out. Awesome. Just absolutely brutal. You know, they've got to have a good army somewhere, but the ones they have here aren't very good, and it's still going to hurt them for us to chip away at it. We take the replenishment because we're going to have to fight, like, right after this, basically. Yeah, boom, baby. And now we're here. Of course, we can't replenish, and Gelt's right there, and this guy's here. I don't know. Maybe this is going to go very bad. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, if we can just get him to blob and throw Dwellers Below and some magic on him, very bad is just a ridiculous idea anyway. We're going to... Aspect upgrades being cheaper? I mean, I guess that's theoretically fine, but... I'm not going to spend a point on that right now. Yeah, well, at least they won't be able to get the garrison there. And Gelt's army is trash. I mean, he has the Hellstorm, but we're going to be able to drop a summon on the Hellstorm. Pistoliers could be a huge headache. Could be a huge headache. But if we just have, like, because if we're, like, standing in a forest, if we could just, like, have some forest to fight with, then we'll be okay. And we'll ambush right here. 100% ambush chance. Look at me. I'm a sneaky tree. I'm an invisible sneaky tree. Nobody can see me. Ridiculous. Alright, well, we don't have this. I sure wish we did. That would give me 10% more resistance for physical on them. Roughly very good. But, you know, there'll be time. Hopefully there'll be time. At least for this faction, it's very clear what red line you want to take. Because sometimes you're like, oh, do I want to get my spearmen better or whatever? Or do we just ignore that and do this? But here, you know, you got to improve the Dryads. They're what it's all about. Yeah, you know, getting more elite. They're pretty punchy fighters here. And yeah, well, this is just like a 37 leadership Hellstorm, so it'll be very easy to pop it anyway. Neither of these armies is going to be able to stand up and fight. They'll be able to shoot me up if I get really distracted, but it'll still take them a while. Because 30% physical resist, and Gelt doesn't, like, give everybody magic damage or anything. But now we know where Gelt is, so Stilvakas the Wild, we're going to be able to swing him over to the right. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, seems like it'll be fine. Gelt will be the first one on the battlefield, which means we'll be able to eliminate the Hellstorm before it shoots us, which means the rest of this will be okay. The Pistoliers will have to charge up through these choke points, which won't work. And we'll be great. I just need to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be right back. We're probably going to play for like another hour, but I don't think I need to do another 10-hour session. I mean, I do want to stream 10 hours a day. I just think in one 10-hour block is a little bit much. And I'm starting to get a little hungry. And yesterday, by the time that I stopped playing and was like, I should eat, I actually felt very hungry. I often don't pay attention to biofeedback very well. But anyway, enough talking about how strange I am. I'll be right back. I'm just going to stretch my legs a bit, get a little Mountain Dew, and I will be right back for more of this for a bit. So, see you in a bit. Alright. We return to our regularly scheduled programming. That's right, the Firebark Elders, they exist. They're very cool. They give fire resistance in an aura, and they have big fire resist, so they're like trees that won't burn. We don't have access to them yet. They just get fixed up by that ability. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to it. It says we're expecting high casualties. We'll hopefully be able to get away with it. The computer will often, like, not get transmutation, or final transmutation on Balthazar Guild, which, final transmutation might be the best campaign spell that exists. It's very, 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 very strong, and Gelt is the best caster of metal magic by a considerable margin, I believe. It's possible that some wizard I don't know about is better, but, like, Gelt's beyond special when it comes to that kind of thing. We could clump here. Again, this would be bad if the artillery was online, but it's not gonna be, so we'll all hide out in the forest, except the dogs that'll hang out back here on the hill. And, you know, the beasts of the forests. And then if Gelt comes over, we'll shoot at him. And the Great Hawks will dive him, and then probably die. I don't think they can beat Gelt in the fight. They might be able to. Maybe with some cycle charging. Alright, there we go. Now we're all... Oh yeah, because of Gelt. Yeah, because he can... Yeah, you know, that's a good point. Let's, We need to give Gelt a target to fight, so that he won't think about going over there. Hellstorm rocket battery, and of course this is the most important thing we'll do all day. Right here. If the computer did this to me, I would scream. I would lose my mind if this happened to me. Is the Hellstorm not breaking? Oh no, well that's not good. They're already off of their, no they're not. Well, you know, maybe we'll have to do it again. We can arrow Kernis them. Actually, no, it's got 600 range, so it can't quite hit. Well, you know, it got back onto the battlefield. They are pulling their guns, so one hit isn't enough to do it. This arrow will hopefully do it, and if not, I'll just drop another summon. Look, we're not getting shot up by Hellstorms. There we go. That'll break them. How did they stabilize? Anyway, it didn't break them. They're still here. Alright, what does Gelt have? He does have Final Transmutation. It is very important that we don't clump up anymore. Probably more damage from one Final Transmutation than we'd take from letting him do whatever. Importantly, though, their massive army is about to come onto the battlefield, and we're not ready for it. So, yeah, we just need to not be so clumped up for a final transmutation. I don't want him to hit my entire army. So we're just gonna move out of the trees, and that'll intimidate him. That'll really send a message. What a big block of guys. Decent. Yeah, I mean, she's already got 700 value off of those shots. Ain't bad. We're gonna have some jerks coming in now, or actually now we can... Yeah, there's no reason to give up the entire woods. This Dryad summon will probably wait until the lines get somewhere. We need them down there to dwellers below a clump as it comes in. It's going to do 1 billion damage. That's a technical number, 1 billion. Because even with all these archers, right, what are they going to do against Curdle? He's got pretty decent resists. They'll shoot him 1,000,000 times, but they're not going to do that much. I see the spell almost in time to try to dodge it, but not quite. All right, it looks like we're getting here. Right here on top of the handgunners. The biggest dwellers below you ever saw. Oh, man, it's gonna be good. Gelt is fighting the Hawks. We'll see who wins. This dwellers below absolutely ravaging the foe. Good flock of doom there. We need... Yeah, we got too many heavy hitters back here. We need more... Holding him on the front. Look at that, though. Look at the pain. Oh, we've got the bombardment. It's actually going to do huge, huge damage. We're going to Tormentor Sword. Stop these Knights or Pistoliers from getting away, maybe. All right, we actually need to get going here. All right, we still have a huge reserve. We're going to be able to... Oh, goodness, this is going to be so good again. They were locked in place for a while. We're just eating all of these shots. You know, it's not good to do, but it's fine. We'll just, you know, they'll run out of ammo. Gelt does beat the Great Hawks. I should have known that he would. And between the Dryads and the Wolf unit, we absolutely just demolished that whole side of things. Pistolier's going for a rear charge. Yeah, I encourage you to get some. Is Gelt going to charge in now? We're slowing him up a little bit, but to what end? To what end indeed? Another Dwellers below. Oh, okay, they're not going to be able to run away from this one in time. Oh, watch and learn. This is what the pain is. This is what happens when you get a choke point battle against a caster with a vortex. This is the good stuff here. This is the meat, the potatoes, the bread, the gravy, the corn, and everything else. This is all you need. Plus, it makes you feel excellent as a gamer to have such low leadership on your opponents that you don't even need to worry about what happens. Yeah, we even forgot to use Curdle's ability. And here, I think, we don't even need to worry about doing another iteration of the ability because they're all about to be fleeing. We just took all of the Witch Hunter's ammunition away. It's just about sending a message, right? Because he like, thinks he knows what's up, but I am just incontrovertibly older, wiser, and more sane. I'm a real smart tree. Nothing's wrong with me. I kind of like the idea of 2 Glade Captains that can be like overhead of like, you know, because you have like the blocks of the army. I like to do it because you have the Vanguard. We often end up without like in a big line since there's no line to defend. And then that way they could also support each other. They could double beat down on foes if it became necessary, that kind of thing. Yep, the chain route. These archers are at... Yeah, just army losses kicking in. I'm like, how are they even all still here? There we go. Alright, do we want to heal anybody up here? Yeah, but whom? Because she's got regen. Strathleith does, so we don't have to worry about her. We're going to Tormentor Sword, lock this Witch Hunter in place. Or not. Yes, cannot move. It's a great model. They look like handsome little Inquisitors, but now this is happening. I should have done a better job chasing him down. It's fine. It'll be okay. I think we've demonstrated that Gelt's army can't really do too much to us. Something about turning the leadership of your opponent in half. Pretty good. Because, like, when you kill the enemy lord, unless they've got some army ability to prevent it, there's an immediate negative 16 debuff to leadership, which eventually stabilizes over a little bit of time at negative 8 leadership when the Lord's not on the battlefield. So as soon as we walk out there with our current setup, it's basically like killing 2 Lords. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gelt got 4k value. Who knows how? Doesn't look like I got 4k of hurt. We get the Great Stag, which we're going to get off of. Look, the Stag, no one was happier than me when these mounts got put into the game. But, you know, for our purposes, it's less important. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 6 armor for the Lord's army. The Lord of the Trees. One more level, and then all of our newly elite Dryads are going to get turbocharged with another 15% Fizz Resist. It's I love this army. I just love it. And of course, now that they're rank 7, all of our Dryads have this Annoyance of Netlings, which is a debuff for all of our foes. So, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Wonderful. And we're going to get huge casualty replenishment soon, and then global recruitment knocked down, which should be useful. Can I just recruit an ROR anywhere I want? Because you know what would have been really good against Gelt is that ROR. Yeah, we just need her off of the stag, even though it's the coolest thing. Okay, Talisman of Preservation time. It's like, well, good news, Curdle. You don't have to use the Talisman of Endurance anymore. Endurance gives you the battle healing cap as well, and this Wraith has the old regen. So, alright, what do we want to do here? Do we want to burn these two together for an even better thing? Yeah, of course we do. For another Talisman of Preservation. Spicy! Well, we can't put it on her because this is actually quite a good thing. Okay, so we should have been casting because it increases the cooldowns of Gelt. But yeah, because her dampened thing is like pretty good. I don't know. Maybe 18% ward save is better. Because we don't cast the Mind Razor. And this passive's fine. I mean, maybe. You know, it's hard to say. I think it's not hard to say, actually. Yeah, I just think this is better. Because we don't need the dampened effect. As long as we're anywhere around a Treeman, which does that anyway. And the spell resist, while abstractly okay, is probably not better than her being incredibly survivable. I'll reevaluate it if I decide I miss it. I don't think I will. Wait, no, not you. We should give this to the Treeman who will be fighting. Give the Fang to a Branch Wraith? Just Drycha. So, like, it's an okay item. It would be good if you... It's very good situational if you're playing against, like, a human. But because Occam's Mind Razor is, like, you know... Oh, I don't even have that ability. Like, it's... I never use it. It's like a buff spell. Yeah. It's a buff spell. So, while that would make it, you know, better... cheaper, you know, and maybe that would be, yeah, maybe that would be a way that it would be good if I used that a lot. Then it would, you know, make it better because it makes it one cheaper, and then yeah, I don't know. This item, okay, that I remember now. So this item was originally designed principally when spell resist and magic resist were different, right? So, magic attacks used to be resisted by magic resist once upon a time. And I think that item is hearkening back to that era of design, I think. And very soon, our tree back home is going to be level 5. I say very soon. We've probably only been over here for 4 turns. Oh, and Throt is... Throt's really doing his thing, huh? Well, good thing Icar and Bitterbark is here to make sure everybody acts right. Let's just get a whole little, let's get a little survivability of Undercities real quick. I bet we're going to need to find one of them. Alright, well, I think that went rather well. We're going to be able to... If we fight here, we might get a minor settlement battle. No. So we'll split them here. Gelt. Oh, he doesn't... He's still paying 13 for a final transmutation, so that's not as bad as it could be. He's not a good fighter. But, of course... My hawks are not duelists of the air. They're, you know, they're not built for fighting a lord with magical damage, and they are not buffed at all. But this won't be so bad. It would have been more sporting to fight all of them at once, but look, my army's already a little bit beat up. Oh, and Gelt's all invisible all the time. That's right. He's got his little, he's a very sneaky boy. We get hit with the final transmutation in the center. Rough stuff. We're just going to counteract that with a little earth blood. Get her shooting at Geld, get her shooting in arrows of Kurnus into these Empire Knights who are losing a fair fight to the Giant Wolves and are now about to lose an unfair fight with magical artillery support. They're trying to flee. We drop a Tormentor Sword. And it locks some of them in place. Oh, got hit by the hounds. Oh man, we are too clumped up against Gelt. What are we doing? We need to... Does anybody need a regrowth? No, not really. Gelt too strong, you know. If he was unbreakable, he'd be able to sit overhead and... Yeah, there we go. He surrenders. He surrenders the territory. And of course, not having Gelt to, you know, drop the damage on you, yeah. So just for his magic, you know, 1600 damage, that's like... You know, he did a little bit of damage to a lot of guys. Of course, the final transmutation on a blob like that, he hit, you know, a hero, a couple lords, a lord, a couple heroes, and pretty bad. Still, we get rid of him. Armor of Fortune, nice. He'd still have to land, okay, yeah. I'm like, he'd just be able to run around in the air and drop infinite magic. I don't think Gelt, though, with his items normally has arbitrarily large amounts of wins. He just has deeply discounted spells. Some factions, like the vampires, they have a thing called the Black Periapt, which is like it's like the old version of Greater Arcane Conduit, where, you know, you get reserves constantly on top of that. And I've had a couple Isabella campaigns in my time that all fizzled out, but I would have her in like 4 vampires that all had that ability to click it, and then we would just get a whole bunch of wins in the middle of a battle, fly overhead, and drop it all on them. Shield of the Forest, all right. They're so good now. 40 physical resist malevolent Dryads. With 88 armor. Pretty good. Pretty good. We get the Dwellers Below cheapening. It's what, like 14 now? No, just 12 because we've got a tech or something, or a reduction. We got another Scroll of Stone. We should be using that. Here. And I turn off magic attacks. Yeah. Which is such a good ability. It's so good. Alright, one more level and we get this thing, so it's gonna give Awakened Force Attrition anywhere we are to our enemies. Which is pretty great. Do we take this and go to 200 armor? Yeah, why not? 200 armor is, I believe, the hard efficiency cap. I think any more than 200 has 0 effect. But don't quote me on it. Don't, like, let me record, like, a video of my face and image and my voice saying that as if I think it's true when it might not be. Don't let me do that, no matter what. He's threatened to turn me into a gold tree. I ain't having that, Gelt. You messed with your last tree. You can't be insulting me like that. No, we don't want to lightning strike them off because we want to kill this army. Yeah. Hit the settlement. He'll be there. We don't want to lightning strike him off because we want to get rid of this army, and otherwise he'll run away and we'll have a hassle. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. One giant wolf charge, and of course the crossbowmen already buckle. I mean, that's a lot of damage they take. Man, these things do so good. Yeah, because I mean, I guess they, even if they hadn't broken, they would have still been, like, getting eaten absolutely alive there. Oh, you know, I have actually never done that. I didn't know it was a button. Or next picture south. I think we'll loop around because, like, just worry about the Heathland and take that view on the plan. Because it's like, look, if you get too involved with going out, pretty soon you're conquering all of Cathay, right? Yeah, well, the reinforcements haven't come in yet. We have to wait for 2 minutes for them. Yeah, that's right. This is the Pistolier army. Bunch of jerks. Oh, they've got handgunners too. Well, you know, let's just not get shot by them. Shouldn't be too hard to achieve. We'll just take all their ammo away. And drop this right there. No, he's so far away. Where? Oh, he's on the other side of the map. Well, he's not getting over here. Yeah, the enemy got a volley off. How nice. Good stuff, you know. Look, some of them have even used all their ammunition. Well, because I took it away, but all of their ammunition has been used. A real passive voice way to say it. Alright, we're going to probably raise this turn for the money. And accordingly, we might throw a regrowth on this one. And now let's just end the battle. The next amber we might choose for foreign replenishment, because between all of our faction bonuses, we're going to have this technology for 10% we've got, the branch wraith with us. It's going to be like 20-25%, and that'll let us raise more freely. And I think that'll actually make the biggest difference of them. But oh, never mind. We don't want to raise. There's barely any money. Barely any money at all. So we took it just so we could get the replenishment. Alright. Got those abilities now. We'll take another replenish. Writhing branches. We get the cool thing. And we're on the eagle now. Which is great, you know. Now they lose the primary armor piercing because it's the eagle, but we still have that big bonus versus large. And 230 missile strength, that'll be far enough to, like, sit and pick away and not get shot by, you know, whatever cute little crossbowman thing they've got going on. So shoot with lizards. Oh, yeah. But you can't do diplomacy with them. I don't know. Can you? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, more money. And, like, we don't need to be helping the lizards out. They're not gonna be, like, you know, what are they gonna do? Be a bulwark against Cathay? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Get real. You know, it's hard times in the Empire. But, of course, when we start out and then, like, just to rip the head out of what could have been, like, good Confederation options. And, of course, just a little bit of a buffer between the North and then, you know, Thrott's going around us. It doesn't really inconvenience them that much. Oh, yeah. A Manticore. Are they good? No. Are they very cool? Yes. Do they have 8 bonus first large because of Thilvakas the Wild? They do. No, we occupy this because the raised targets next to it are going to be more lucrative. Bamboo. Oh, boy. Alright, well, that's where their armies are. But yeah, we'll be able to get a ton for raising that one. But yeah, Gelt will just swing down there, and we'll deal with them. No, we need to hit Shiwu first. There's no point in leaving one... I guess they're not... They just look like it's a lot of armies. We got... 1 empty army, 1 5-stack, 1 6-stack. So now they're all in a place where they can't even recruit. So, I mean... That's not as bad as it could be, I guess. They're all competing for the same mustering. And they don't have the movement to get to this village, I don't think. I don't think any of them do. So we can just back out. And now we've got... Yeah... With 16 here in this garrison, plus I can actually defend a Wood Elf place. They're very simple. And we'll have a good amount of archers. Yeah, we'll have 5 archers from the garrison there. Yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 stacks, and we could defend a 2-stack. You know, we've got a big old beater. We've got... Yeah, we'd be fine. We'd be fine. And now we get the Forest Roar, which is going to give, you know, that missile resist chunk to all of these guys that are more elite. So now they'll be at... Oh my goodness. Okay, so... Malevolent Treekin. 36 Fizz resist, 30 missile resist, 20 wart save. You count that up, that is 86% against non-magical damage. If it's a missile. So you can just, like, put them in the front and let them shoot them with handguns for 10 years. I mean, they do have armor piercing, so maybe not 10 years. Maybe 9. And then the morale's gonna shatter. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's if they even get to fight before Drycha comes home and starts knocking on their door. But, oh, this is a smaller heathland. We only have to worry about like these this little bit here. There's like 7 back home, and this heathland has considerably fewer. Yeah, I guess they all have a different amount that they get from, and we'll just grab this. Little bit of money won't hurt. And then we're gonna keep on rolling. We're gonna make a lot of money when we go over here and start burning stuff down. So that'll be good. Yep, smaller, more defensible, better. Exactly. Just better in every way. And like her landmark is, it's okay. This landmark is extraordinary. It's almost like, I mean, it's probably exactly like this. They almost certainly didn't give it to you in Griffin Wood because that would make you feel like you didn't need to go anywhere. And this one's more like a, you can make friends with the vampires and you'll be okay, and it just helps you with your branch race, so it's like more of like a fair first one to give you. Can't know if I can stomach elf diplomacy. Well, you know. We might just kill all of them. Okay, so we don't have this oak. Does this apply to everybody? Is this like what we would have if we owned the forest? Sometimes there's an event where Gameville gets raised, you teleport over. Oh, okay. I think I've seen that before. That would have been in like a Sisters of Twilight campaign where I would have had that. But yeah, we're not making friends with the elves. Not for any amount of time. Steal the donut. Stealing acquire implies ownership. We're going to acquire a donut. These elves say that they own the donut, but without putting too fine a point on it, elves say a lot, don't they? Don't they? You might notice that they are always talking. The Lost Sylvan Knights are one of my favorite units in the game. We're not going to get them in this army, probably, but you know, they're ghost cavalry that ride stags. They're wonderful. I love ethereal units. They're very awesome. But anyway, we're not gonna look at stuff we're not recruiting. We're going to. Actually, what he can do, yeah, good stuff. We're gonna move here because they can't catch me. Because this is like a very impassable forest, so they're gonna have to go like the long way up to get to me. So we're just gonna reave all the way through here, and then probably bounce into the water after we finish raising all their stuff. Oh yeah. We need to get to Awakening of the Wood here. I'm always like so regrowth brained, and it turns out that there's a lot of vortex spells that are good in all the trees. Wonder how the On Bow campaign would have went if we would have been doing that spell from the beginning. Alright, we are negative 3k, however, so we need to start getting into some fights. I mean, that's what, we got 15 rounds until we die, until we run out of money. Aerocurnos. Realize Lord Robert's campaign is to head to Ulthuan if this doesn't work on that. Yep. Indeed. Plus, we need to fight the dwarves. We need to get Durthu. And then Durthu can be like wisely ruling over the things there. And then Drycha's going to look at him and be like, you know what I'm going to do? What I always should have done. Clan Engrand has confederated Karakaren. So they should still be around for me to beat on later. This one makes the dwarves like us better, so we don't need that. I don't think they're going to forgive us for what we did. Which was nothing. We just watched while Azog knocked on their door for an extended period of time. A plague. After I specifically build a building that asked him not to? No, I built the other building. Oh, that's why we don't have any money. Alright, let's go ahead and... Nope, we lose money doing that. Alright, so if we get plagued... We'll get attrition. But if we're in here, then we'll have 600 more gold for the discount. So we'll do that. Yeah, because what are the victory conditions? We have to have those provinces, and then you defend the oak and stuff. And you do 8 world roots healing. So you gotta heal, like... How many world roots are there? Not that many. 4, 6, 8, 10. 10? Yeah, you gotta do almost all of the world roots for a long victory. But I'm sure once you get, once you get a good setup and you start getting, like, reduced time, I mean, you can start just teleporting armies around, and if you have, like, a Durthu stack. Plus, once we get rich, we're just gonna be able to put 19 ancient treemen somewhere, if we want. And just march of the Ensum. I don't think that would be malevolent treemen. Maybe you would want something else with them. Most importantly, Ethelred, yeah. Huh. What a weird little battle. I don't think I've ever fought on this map before. As I've said, I haven't spent a lot of time in Cathay at all, whether against them or for them in Warhammer 3. I mean, really just... I think I got... Now I've just got to right at 400 hours in total Warhammer 3. So... And I think 100 of them have been on stream in the last month. But, no, probably not that many. Probably just like, I don't actually remember, 80, 60? I don't know. But it's a beautiful Cathay map. I mean, look at this. Look at all the stuff that we miss out on. Oh, it's like a terrace farm. It is a terrace farm. It's not like a terrace farm. And then we've got our, the drum of dragons here. This should be like a point that you defend. King of the mountain. Hill of the people. Anyway. Oh, the Manticore doesn't have Vanguard deployment. Oh, well. Don't guess we ever want to use them. There's probably not even a tech to get it. Oh, this is so awesome. Yeah. Chomp, chomp, chomp. My delicious bears having a party. Oh, and we just, like, break the whole terrace as we're running over it. Oh, because it's like a swampy aquatic terrain. That makes sense. Hooray! Bears are, yeah. Because, like, look, I like manticores. First of all, they're very cool. Like, because a bear is awesome, but, this, like, a manticore is very cool. They look scary, they fly, they got these horns, you know, but... These bears are 73 with 38 bonus first large. Wowza! I guess they only have a 16 model count, but... Yeah, 16 bears are very cool, too. Indeed. And the spiders, you know, it's nice to have the spiders, because the spiders are primary armor piercing, I think, and they've got poison. And there's 60 of them, you know, so they can sort of blur a little bit while the feral bears get in there and go, bear! 18k for the raise. And even if they move up to attack me, I don't even think they can hit. They might be able to, but this is, oh, well, you know. Hawkling long rifles, Nolan Ironsides, it's all ranged. Which means we could get on top of, yeah, this entire, this is like a human army. This is like, this is like an army a person would make for very hard. 4 Nolan Ironsides, 2 handgunners, 3 long rifles, they got a little bit... I mean, I wouldn't, because I'm not good enough to do that. I would have, like, a bunch of spears or halberds, but... We're going to stop right here. Reason being that we want to get our replenishment, and they are very likely to take that. But we just need to keep on doing what we're doing, you know, with these big raises that we're getting, you know, just getting huge amounts, you know. If we just do a good battle every handful of turns, it won't matter that we're upside down. Oh, we should have taken that one. That gives us the Lure of Life reduction. It's super difficult to walk in, but that's good for me. Ah, yes, because, you know, you've got... Yeah, it's like a mountain thing, and then you got to loop around. Here you've got... Yeah, it's... That's the thing about forests. They are not easy to walk into. I, of course, could just drop right in. And even if they did like an underway intercept, that would be the worst possible thing for them, because they would be leadership limited in a place where they wouldn't be able to take advantage of my small brain, since I would definitely be able to notice where they were at any given time. I guess the other really good thing is, so like, normally when factions attack you, you know, they mess up your places, they make your life miserable, they steal your money, but I don't even think they can get that much out of you unless it's like your tree, which you could definitely get a ton from. Hey, we get better relationships with Grand Cathay. I bet that's gonna... bet that'll work out. So we'll be able to get this one to get Treeman here and Branch Race. We just need to get more Glade Captains here.
I will not obey.
And here, even if they get to me, oh, we have Masterful Ambush. Oh. I did not realize. So this faction has Masterful Ambush, which takes only 10 campaign movement range. And also, of course, like makes you better at ambushing. So, there you go. Good stuff. Because if they move up there, we'll be able to retreat. We'll push back this way. They won't be able to casually move through this area any more than I was able to move. You know, I could only get to here, so they're not going to be able to do any better. And then if we do retreat, that'll move us closer here anyway. Culminating in a nice tier 4 settlement for us to burn down, eventually. Just stand still, yeah. Good call. Ambushed him by bean trees. I guess that is the terror, right? And she has 100% ambush. I mean, I guess I remember getting some stuff that boosted it. It's just always funny to see. We're under attack. We might be able to... Yeah, look, I mean, like, I got a couple Deepwood Scouts. We might be able to do something here. And if we don't do anything, we won't get anything. So we might as well try a bit. Oh, yeah, we've got no defensive supplies. But yeah, there's no reason to be running away. And letting this auto defeat happen. We'll just hold up here. Be able to shoot them on the approach there. Well, you know, both on one side is better. Well, here we could get, like, the mortars if we... Yeah, no, this... Yeah, there's no reason to wait. They don't have any... They don't have any melee units, I don't think, over here. At least not that we can see. Wildwood Rangers do get bonuses for fighting inside of trees, and yeah, we're just gonna sit here and light them up. We want to shoot these war wagons, because they're gonna be a nice target for these missiles. Be able to hit these mortars while they're trying to flee, and then, you know. Look, we're not going to be able to defend this, I don't think, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to get somewhere. Because our arrows, so wood elves, they shoot better in trees for a bit, but they don't, their arrows don't just like pass through the trees, but they get like a little bit of increased time before their arrows hit trees, so we're just going to send the Wildwood Rangers here. They will cut them up, and eventually they'll get into the front, but, you know, not before we get something out of it. Get to re-raise it after for the forest health? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just there's so few of these rangers, even with, you know, their bonus first infantry. You know, they're not like heavily armored, so it doesn't take an eternity for them to chip through. If we had archery support on them, that'd be one thing, but we don't. Look, I was just trying to get some damage on their armies, and I did. Because really, you know, any beating up you do is fine. Generals of the Empire are, like, not good fighters particularly, so we get to tune one up. Of course, the bulk of their army is moving this way. We don't really have an answer to the flagellants. I mean, we could shoot them. But here, the Deepwood Scouts are about to melt down these crossbowmen, because they fire while moving, so you can just move through here. And at this range, our arrows are going to do quite nicely at firing into them, and we'll be on all right footing there. You know, I do have defensive abilities. Things. Can you even build towers? You can. No, I think winning the battle's a little out of possibility, but we can still shoot them. And really, I mean, hey, ain't doing too bad here. We're gonna go to melee attack and turn off fire at will here. We just don't want to. We don't want to shoot this guy, but we don't want him to stop routing on us either. All right, so one of them's there. We're just gonna try to run up here. I don't think we'll get there in time, yeah. Yeah, they'll, we won't be able to get back up there. Oh, well. It's fine. It's my own fault. Built-in kill limit, yeah. I'll be a brave commander. Alright, and now this guy's running away out of the trees, so we're gonna shoot him in the back. Oh, he's got a shield now. That's barely gonna work at all. But hey, we beat them up so bad. Like, you gotta love having a beat up 5-stack and then doing this amount of damage to an opponent. Not that it matters. I mean, it does. It's not just a moral victory. This is a real victory. This is for the people, you know. For the trees. Because, like, we got rid of that war wagon. We got rid of all sorts of stuff. We're still alive, but, I mean, we're gonna... They, like, army lost you, I think. Yeah. Once you, you lose all the things for long enough. Yeah, awesome. It's actually probably the most fun I've ever had in a siege. That's not true. I just had that Gorok siege the other day. It's the most fun I've ever had in a siege like that. Yeah. This little free 5-stat garrison. We don't eliminate fully any of them, but, you know... They failed to spot my ambush. Alright, so Knights of the Blazing Sun, that's going to be what hurts us the most, because we're fire weak everywhere. But... we have an ambush. Oh, and they're like up against a wall, too. It looks like we're going to have another one of those little terrace farm situations going on here. And we're going to have a downhill charge at them. Yeah, so they have 3 Knights of the Blazing Sun, a halberdier and a greatsword, and this many ranged units. This is exactly what it feels like to be a person. Alright, so we just want to be, like, up here to shoot at the Knights of the Blazing Sun all game. No, we want to be overhead to give that buff to everybody for the melee defense. That's irrelevant. The Long Rifles have 34 leadership out of the box. The Knights of the Blazing Sun will have 52, so, you know, it's not going to be, like, as hard to break them as I remember it being. Alright, let's get setting up. Right, can we go anywhere on this cliffside? No, not really. Okay, so they can't fit here at all. But a single entity can. And they can fit, like... Wolves can fit here. Charge there. Alright. You know, it's still a wonderful ambush spot, even if it won't let me get inside of the trees. Dropping the summon on the long rifles. Brutal. Brutal stuff. Getting our dogs charged immediately by Knights of the Blazing Sun without helping them at all. Actually, not the worst that had happened, because the dogs are the one thing that's not fire weak. And their whole army buckles immediately. And that is why you have to spend a lot of time thinking. 40 seconds in, and they're already in chain route. Man, What brutal stuff. Just absolute devastation. And we didn't even pop our ability to make them flee. There we go. Not so bad, huh? Just, yeah, this is a really good army for them, and in a fair field battle where they were reinforcing, it might have actually done something for them. But here, yeah, just without firing a veritable shot. Unga bunga. Oh, and they're like entirely unbuffed. Yeah, yeah, because we don't even have the tech to improve them. We didn't even take the thing to give them Frenzy. We should take that next level. Hey-oh, we get Armor of Destiny. Sweet. Avalorn calls for aid. A messenger from Avalorn, court of the Everqueen Ilariel, is alive with dire news. A mighty host has invaded their kingdom and seeks to burn it to the ground. And she asks me to come in and help. So this is like a thing that just burns it down, and then you can jump in. But, you know, if you're not friendly with elves, you have to declare war on all of them to do it. I think we're just going to let it happen to them. This will be the pretext for saying the elves can't run anything and that we need to take over Ulthuan. And a pretext is very important in diplomacy. Oh my... No way. I did not realize it worked like this. Okay, so, So this attrition from Curdle, it works on garrisoned armies inside of their owned settlements. Which not only means it does a little bit of attrition, which is true, but doesn't matter. It means their replenishment inside of an owned settlement is eliminated. And their replenishment more generally is eliminated too, but I just didn't even think that it would be inside of the settlement. That's nuts. I need to get this hero on Yonbo right away. That's what the people want. They want me to have this hero on Yonbo, I can tell. That's the only way that the world will be a better place. You know, did he just sack this place and leave? That's a pretty dumb move. Yeah, he just... No, that was over here that we lost it. Okay. Like, I can't believe they didn't even take a thing. We're gonna walk on this side of the village. Oh, that didn't work. We're gonna ambush now. I was like, we're gonna walk on this side of the village and attack it, so when I raise it, we can push in this direction. Which would have made me fight all of these guys. Well, you know, this is a bunch of armies that... You know, they sure are armies. Some of them might actually be good against me. I maybe shouldn't have moved Drycha there, but now that I think of it, I have a 100% ambush chance, so maybe I can move Drycha there. If we get this, we'll get Frenzy for my 1 unit of unbuffed wolves and my 1 unit of unbuffed bats. I think stand your ground is better. Miss resist on the Glade Captain, very obviously the right move. they got Briar's Heath, so Drycha can get... No, Curdle can get Armor of Destiny. Instead, that'll get him up to a 28% ward save. Not bad. Heyo, and then we burn all those in and get a Book of Assure to give us targeting range 4 spells, which we'll give to this person. And Drycha will take the wall breaker thing, which will burn down eventually. Eternal Guard Commander? Well, that's useless. It is nice how Wood Elves can, like, equip their ancillaries on basically everything. Alright, well. They do have ambush defense. Ah, yeah, good point. I think even if we had to fight everybody, we'd still win probably unless Gelt did good stuff. Because we could like try to be smart and just like put Curdle in the front. And, you know, we got ward save plus fizz resist. We got Stankia, sort of like Grom, but more consumables when we use the skirmisher like Oxyotl. I had a lot of fun in an Oxy campaign, basically putting all of them on skirmish mode and moving up and running away. Because he was with Torox, right? And I bought that one right away when it came out. Man, that Torox campaign was busted when it first existed. I mean, it's still not now, like, particularly well balanced in my humble opinion. Torox is... He's not my favorite lord to play. I am actually very rare among Beastmen enjoyers in that I think playing Khazrak is tons of fun. I think buffing bad units like Bestigors is fine. This is before like Pestigors and all of them, so maybe Khazrak's even a lot better now. And excellently, we get exactly the ambush that we needed here on Gelt. And now we've got our Glade Captain on her Eagle with that big anti-large, so she can just chase down Gelt and bash on him. And I think she wins that fight. But he'll probably be like Plague of Rust, and he'll probably like put a glittering robe on himself. But I still think that at least with her there, it'll be at least a little bit of pressure. And he won't know that she's there until we're there. And here's the ambush. Alright, so we've got grenade launchers and outriders without grenade launchers and long rifles and a bunch of halberds. Same ambush spot as before, same ambush spot as before. Yeah, because Stankia is like the Ekshina ambushers, right? Yeah, I remember when they came out because they were so busted. They had like way too much AP. I mean, not like for the Earth, but... And she starts with like an Elemental Incarnative Beast or something, which is another reason why I think it would be a lot of fun to play. We need the Lifecaster here, not Curl. Yeah, we want him like over here because he'll still be beaten on halberds. But you know, having some monstrous guys that are in there with your Dryads is not terrible. But what is terrible is getting nuked by Gelt. So we don't want to blob too much. And here we hit the halberds because they're the hardiest ones. We get that big final transmutation hits, what, like 5 of our units. Look, there's not a lot you can do. Gelt's there. He's going to hit you. Let's just see if we can stop those long rifles from getting online at all. I bet we can. I bet we can. I think, like, when they're ambushed... Anyway, yeah, they have, like, a big morale hit as soon as they come onto the battlefield anyway. Which, you know, you just gotta take a little advantage. And now she is coming in for Gelt. Hit him! Boom! Yeah, Kitty's got claws. Boom! And I think if she shoots as well as does melee, then that's like... But yeah, Gelt is getting absolutely trucked. He's not going to be able to survive this. He may financially recover, but he is getting beat on bad. And these Outriders, of course, are shooting Dryads. Dryads that have 40 Fizz resist and 80 armor. So even with their really good weapons and, you know, getting hit, it's going to take them a long time to actually hurt me. Long time. And hopefully, this will be able to keep Gelt from getting too much good magic going. Just please chase him. Financially, maybe emotionally, never. Yeah, indeed. He's gonna be ashamed of this. He's like, I walked right into a trap again. They are shooting me so much. Look at all of that. You know, does it sting? Only my pride. And she's just like absolutely getting it done. Just start trusting glow reverse. Indeed, well, you know, if you close your eyes and your mouth, underneath it's just tree. Dude, what fun this campaign is. What joyous, ridiculous, laughably overpowered fun. Because we could just have, like, a couple more branch wraiths in this army. For a couple more... No, we might move to another Glade Captain, though. Because I actually quite like the idea of having 2 of them up there doing fire support. Being able to charge into people, mobile terror causers. Alright, there we go. We do get the replenishment there, which is just right, and now we will be fighting this very large army full of crossbows. That's a lot of crossbows. This is an army like a person would make if they couldn't afford anything but crossbows. They'd be like, well, if I just get 15 crossbows and put them in a line, you're telling me. Oh, she actually loses Vanguard when she's on the Eagle. That's okay. She flies after all. But okay, so she's the one thing in the army that doesn't have Vanguard. Like, no, you can't deploy back there. We can deploy back here, though. Good, good. No, don't get shot. Why? My poor birds. Oh, that's too far away. We can't hit a flock at that range. I love that they thought this was a good plan. 19 hobgoblin bolt throwers. That would, you know, that would do good against my typical army, which likes to stand still. But maybe not that good. She's got this huge unit of them there. She turns to shoot at one individual model. You know, I don't know if these characters are any good at all. They do have Guardian and the defense buff. Yeah, I think two of them wouldn't be good, but we'll stick with one. I like one. Plus, being able to fight, like, a caster lord like Gelt is nice. These malevolent Dryads doing the most work any summon's ever done. Because, of course, right here, they're so easy to break. And then if they run off the side of the battlefield, well, looks like they're not reinforcing anymore. Man. Fighting Flagellant's a good matchup. You know, they're unarmored and physical resistant. And we are armored and physical resistant. With huge weapon strength just like theirs. And magic damage. And now they're going to fight us in the trees because they are very intelligent people. Just the smartest. Fighting some great swords. Chasing down everybody still. These malevolent treekin are, so this is the proof of concept, right? Like, they're taking some damage, right? But how much is it? Not a lot. They are taking 14% of the damage they would take. Actually, probably less. I think each arrow has to do 1 damage, though. So even the armor wouldn't affect it. So yeah, they have 6 AP damage. I think they're probably doing 1 damage per thing that hits them. Both of those crossbowmen probably used half of their ammo to do essentially 0 damage to these treekin. I am in love. Yeah, and you know, it's got like the visibility for arrows of Kurnus, and yeah, it's having one of them's good. One of them in each army will definitely be good, you know, because and then too, if you want to have like, you know, your giant hawks or whatever, it's really good for like a thickening agent for the stuff in the air. You know, they can pop things like a caster, or you know, punish furies or whatever else you got going on. You know, just charge your terror causing flyer and get some work done. And Helmet Discord, alright. We get that massive yeah, so when this thing finishes, we'll be able to do single turn recruitment for most of the things, you know, not everything obviously. Malevolent Treekin must be single unit recruitment, cuz and global. Like, do we even want this though? Oh, we should have went to this. 1 per turn to all magical forest health? Blah. Look at me going the wrong way around. Yeah, let's just get that speed before we forget about it. Grab Mentor. Level 30, guard, grab Mentor. You don't want to forget that. In here, these are like, they do things when you're not wearing a mount. Some of it gives Vanguard to like whatever you might have in the army. But this is the one we want, right? Yeah. It would give us Strider if we had it, but I think it's more important to be able to cause terror. Just get punchier, and then we'll be able to take Colossal Strike, and that'll make her a much stronger duelist, and then we'll probably go back up here to get more of these shots going off. Helmet Discord on Thilavakis. And his army wasn't even loaded up with forest spirits. Well, ain't that sad. Nice little uppercut there. And it'll be a Cathay town to invade. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. I'm just going to take a short break, stretch my legs. We'll be back and then do this battle and maybe a couple more. I'm going to try to end this video before we get to 8 hours. But yeah, BRB. Alright. Man, what an army. All the malevolent treekin at 86% to missiles. And all the big old treekin at 66. About to be a real hard knock life for all of our foes. It says it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory. I don't believe that for a second. The best they're going to be able to do is shoot us a little bit while we approach. Oh, they've got allies coming in from the edge there. I think we just edge guard them off and then attack the city. We could just attack the city, though. How long till they get here? Oh, it's a single guy that gets here in 2 minutes 57 seconds, and everybody else is already in. Well, we're gonna ignore him. You know, we're very proud that he's gonna try, but, you know, we're just gonna ignore him. I think we can just charge here and run up the gate. Just run all the way in. Three prong? Three prong. Alright, the one with the life wizard is going to be the one that kills everything. So we'll do this one in the front. Life wizard, giant wolf blob. We'll just make this one the stacked one. This is the one that's going to get inside after all. And we can fly them around and be a menace or something. All right. Oh, this is a war wagon with mortars? That's actually kind of rough. We're gonna do this. Like, if mortars are just shooting me the whole time, that would be sad. They throw a burning head onto my summon. It is an infinite life summon, so it's not bad to do that. We break the crossbows on this wall. We're going to go ahead and move the hawks over here and jump on these handgunners that are likely to be unsupported. Over here, we've got Drycha. Do we want to drop this anywhere? No, we'll just hit the crossbows. Yeah, we're already in here, of course. Yeah, the one with the dogs is already opened for us. Well, ain't that nice of them. And of course, they're charging in now into what is probably the best engagement for them. Of course, when you're the set with the dogs, you know you're getting through that gate. You know, it occurs to me that we could do something cheeky like this. Oh my goodness. Drycha, you animal. Okay, so you could also, with the Drycha army ability, just do stuff like this. You could have a little bit of air support to help them out, and then just absolutely snake objectives this way. What a beast. Yep, it sure does work. You know, the flying didn't, but this sure does. We're getting shot up here. That's not ideal. It'll be okay. Yeah. Good news, guys. The Dryads have taken the center. When are y'all gonna catch up? Pretty funny stuff. Totally fair. But, I mean, look, there are trees here, right? So, I mean, it makes sense. It's gonna make Tyrion, heir of Venarian, really mad when I do this to him. Look at me, I'm the smartest boy. Somebody else gave me the idea, but I remembered it. Yeah, so, yeah. You know, now this, I don't think, we're not gonna do this every time, right? This is very cheesy. This is every kind of cheese combined into one cheesy dish. This is like an 18 cheese mac. This is very silly. But, look, you gotta do it the first time it occurs to you. And then any other time that you think it's important to your campaign, you know. We will have to see if it's just because they're non-decaying summons, but I don't know. Because the thing is as these are summoned but they don't have that ability, they don't have anything on their character sheet here that says this is a unit that's not real. But, yeah. Have to test it. Because even if you could do that with vampires, it seems like you could just roll in, do a couple raised dead summons, and then drop your heroes on the top of it. But I feel like people mainly do, like, crypt ghouls, so I'm just not sure. It definitely bears figuring out, though. Oh no, not my hawks! We need them alive, they've always been with us. These hawks are the reason we have our big old tree. And I really thought he was going to be the centerpiece of this campaign and not my hysterical Dryad leadership destruction. But yeah, there we go. We take their land away. We take their victory point for free. Just devastating. Smogger, little angry junior. Oh, lost. Exactly. Because again, like, what are you gonna do? Are you just gonna, like, say hello to the tree? Nope. Might as well give up. Might as well quit the game. Now, to their credit, you know, it looks like they do respond in time to move in force to one of the points. So, you know, it's not like they don't see that it's happening. I'm sure you could try to screen it in whatever way, you know, because if you wanted to have, like, a dedicated, I'm gonna steal this army thing, you know, Hawk Riders for air support, you know, stealth commandos charging in over the walls. At that point, you might as well really play the game, though, huh? These Outriders shooting this Ancient Tree Man just a whole lot. Truly testing the idea that maybe we could live through just being shot forever. But, you know, I think somebody else had been shooting them in this match anyway. We'll see. What's their value? They only have 700 value. It might have all been on him. But somebody else has been shooting them. All fair, so I say like 2 minutes of time yourself. Yeah, I think really the greatness of it, too, is not to do it to win. It's to do it to eliminate barricades and towers that you could just casually do. Because there's some where there's like a lot of barricades. You're like, oh man, I'm going to have to really be annoying here. Especially since my army doesn't have like artillery or anything that's particularly good at dealing with barricades. Cascading Fire Cloak? That's not fair. That's illegal. And to force a response, yeah. You know, if they're like, they've got too much on one side that's looking good, or, you know, you wanna distract them from the wall. Because you could just lead off with that, of course. You know, you wouldn't even need a supported incursion. You could just drop your first summon on the middle one, scare them, make them start moving, and this wall's broken. You know, that wall was probably broken all along. from my item. I forgot to look. I was like, it says there's a wall segment broken. I think it's just like one. Anyway, that wall was broken because of me. I don't think I clicked on the wall just from the item. And I forgot to look. We could have just walked right in. That would have saved us more than 2 minutes. Alright, let's get somebody a heal. Let's get a big old... What's the difference? 1.2 for 20... Yeah, okay, so overcasted regrowth is just like slightly more economical for your wins, and it also does like 50% more healing, but it just goes on the same amount of time. But we're gonna quickly waddle these people towards each other so that the treeman can be healed a little bit up. Mainly just because he's much more beat up than the rest are. This may be a waste of wins, but we do have a lot, and the max power reserve that we have access to is 100, so spending 10 here won't hurt anything. You know, I hate to say it. I do. I hate to, but this might be my new favorite faction. No, I bet my favorite faction is still Grom the Paunch. I just haven't played him in a long time. So all this newfangled fun stuff is great. But I don't know. Malachai's so good. And Tamarkand is amazingly fun. And Yonbo is just so cool. But I really like trees. I know I talk about it sometimes, but I do, you know, like I've planted them, you know. I don't want to say this in front of Drycha, but I've occasionally cut them down, not like out of malice most of the time. Though I don't expect to be forgiven by the dark purple lady here for my behaviors. Can't wait till we get a good weapon to throw on this Glade Captain. Can we get, like, heat-seeking ammo? No. These dogs always getting value. You know, they're really good. They put the hurt on, but they probably also got credit for some of the mop-up. Alright, so we're gonna raise this, because obviously we want all that cheddar. The cheese is strong. We have raised the capital. I'm like, it still looks like it's there. There we go. They do the little bell thing. Ask ye not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Angry trees and big wild animals. Exactly. The best of the best of the best. Alright, now we have to figure out what we're doing with the future. Do we have enough time to make her into a caster at all, really? I don't think it's important to. Yeah, I don't think it's important to. Yeah, we can just make her a fighter. I mean, well, we could get Pit of Shades on her, and then she'd be able to cast Pit of Shades. I don't have a Pit of Shades caster in this army, but we can just get... Yeah, we can just get a Shadow Branch Wraith if we want. Spiteful Conjuration. So that is like, it's actually, this is very cool in conjunction with Wild Magic, which you don't get this pairing anywhere. So you have Flock of Doom, which doesn't do AP damage at all, right? And then this will reduce armor a little bit, so it's just like a nice little combination that gives you a little bit more effectiveness for your Flock of Doom spam, which I think is very nice. Let's play Widows of Pine helps. Yeah, they do have some really cool stuff going on, and her unique faction things just incentivizing you with, I mean, these very good, like, you know, and the thing is you can get these bonuses other ways, just not this good, not this cheap, not this efficient, and it makes it so awesome when it's coming all together. It's like, we should probably just put on this, like, slow them down thing, but no, you know, they're fine. They're fine. They're okay. If I didn't, like, not realize he was being shot up, then everything would have been better. Yikes. Okay, yeah, we're fighting this battle. I was like, auto-resolve, nope. Well, I guess we don't have, like, all our big scary monsters in this one. We just have the noble Thilvakas the Wild. And she doesn't have the Dwellers Below yet. So, yeah, you know, it's, you know. These Dryads are significantly less strong than Drychas are. But we've got our own sort of bonuses. For example, we start in Vanguard. Oh no, they've got walls. Oh, it's probably a minor settlement. Yeah, it is, because it's only got the one trumpet thing in the middle. So this is my idea of an absolutely miserable place to defend. Like, look at this. Imagine trying to defend this. You've got all these routes coming in from absolutely everywhere. And there's even a back door. Now, normally you can't walk there, but I can. He's just lumbering on ahead. He's, of course, a spiteful guy. It's just a little baby Mortis engine, but it's still pretty good. There used to be... I think they've been replaced with Flock of Doom, but don't let me lie to you, I'm not sure. But, like, there used to be this ability that was, like, literally like a Flock of Doom around a character constantly, but I think they replaced that with the various Mortis things. And the Outriders with grenade launchers just absolutely trucking on Dryads, but that's, of course, their preferred target. Of course, we could have had our formidable Air Force dealing with them instead. You know, they can't even shoot the air. We moved off the point too soon. Classic misplay. Helm of Discord, a Melkos on these handgunners that we're gonna dive here. Cycle them around. The Dryad's holding everybody up there pretty good. We just need to move forward here. Alright, we'll go all the way around to get there. Actually seems fine. You know, whatever. We'll just forget about ourselves until we get there. Melkos on the crossbows so they can't run. I mean, they can still run. It's just like 25% speed, but it does something. And now we've got the pincer going on. They do have halberds, but like they're up in the front. And now we've got our bears ferally chewing on some Empire Knights. It's just the coolest game there is. I don't care what anybody has to say about it. Look at them. You can't get this in an historical title, and why not? Because they don't write down the story of when the giant wolves and the giant spiders come to eat you. You know why they don't write it down? Well, I know. Dryads with Treekin. Yeah. Especially because the Dryads can still get shot up a little bit, and the Treekin basically can't. Because I think this guy has the Treekin ward save thing too, right? This war should make us very wealthy. Well, all wars should make us wealthy. We're the elves. Well, I don't mean it when I say that. We're the Azrai. One of us is an elf. Circo the Waystalker back here is an elf. He doesn't like to brag about it none, though. Spider's totally caught out fighting halberds. At least they'll run away, though. And then we're just going to charge in our beasties here. Why? Why don't we just run? Why don't we run? Run. We're smart little animals. Oh, because I did the groups wrong. And so I was making one of them go back into the weirdness all the time. And then, yeah, well, you know, nothing like giving conflicting orders because you can't do things right. We're going to send the spiders after the handgunners, the dogs after the crossbows, and the bears after the swordsmen here. Oh no, not the bear. Get out of there, buddy. The Outriders making a very Total War move, charging in this way. And getting caught out by an average amount of Dryads. We take the center square, all the barricades are down, the archers' bows are broken. And this little distractionary force did a little distractionary, and they're just gonna zoom off into the cherry tree sunset. See, the trees are very beautiful, but as you get closer, for gameplay reasons, they disappear the foliage away, which is both very good and sort of sad, because, you know, you get this beautiful landscape, and the closer you get, the less you can see. But so too it is with life. The brave wolves are going to bravely run away. Spiders actually, like, yeah, they're a cool piece in it, right? Good AP, the bonus for Sludge is just because of the army, but, you know, decent charge, okay stats, they've got poison. 70 armor is really good on, like, a 60 model run around and bash things unit that's, like, you know, I don't know how much it costs, I forget. Maybe it's not that cost effective. And we can get Frenzy on him if we ever spend the tech. Their army lost? Yeah. I feel they generally underperform when you use them. Yeah. Do 21K. That's a lot of cheddar. This guy is already paid for his army, right? You know, because that was a few turns of sitting around and recruiting, and a few turns of doing nothing. But now with this push, this is already like not only paying for the army. This is going to pay for the next army, and it's really like pressing the damage against the foe. So excellent stuff. Yeah, and we'll be able to take this, and it'll give the Treekin even more missile resist, and that'll let us have basically like 90% resistant Treekin front line that's still armored. That is going to be super, super excellent. Dark Heart and Call of the Woods. Oh wow, that's AP damage on him. Yeah, you're right. We're taking both levels of it, because Call of the Woods is just a little melee attack around him. And this is, yeah, very good. All right, yeah, I always skip over it, because I'm like, we don't even use those. We do here. We do here. This is Thickovus the Wild. Thilvakus. Thilvakus. Say it one time slow, and then never again. It's going to give them Woodsman, which they already have. You know, what are you going to do? Oh, we gave it to the wrong person. Oh, because he's got a Glade Captain here. What function is that? This guy's army, though. So each Dryad costs 39. It may well be free when we get this building over here. And that is pretty sweet. Call the Woods and How the Force are separate buffs. Could have a beast here to go on the rest of it. Okay, cool. Because normally I'm like, you don't want two of the same lore. But for that, I could definitely see it. Especially since, you know, you want a Lifecaster for the heal, and because Dwellers Below is more damage than these alternatives. And Shadows is, you know, everybody knows Shadows is underwhelming for a lot of things. I mean, some of it's really fine. It's good in multiplayer. Not like amazing, but good. Definitely good. Do any of these work on the little guys? No. And he doesn't have the thing to give him frenzy. Only Drycha has the scent of blood thing. Okay. Stalking Treekin. I mean, very funny. Alright, got once piece. I mean, I don't think we want to do that, because if he wants peace now, he'll definitely take it later. And, you know, there's no reason to let him have his money or his Heathland up here, you know, in that order. Oh yeah, that's right, he has Wheelie Village as well. Yeah, like, what do you mean peace, buddy? You've been acting disgracefully, after all. It's like, all right, I guess we're doing the battle. You're not gonna just, Yeah, okay, there we go. We're gonna auto-resolve it off just because I don't feel like doing it and then waiting. Clear it. This place was named Mountain Pass by, I guess, like, the guy they paid to make names for things. Nice work if you can get it. It's like, you know, he doesn't really need this Waystalker either, but she has been with us from the start, and the Glade Captain I can recruit over here and put into this army. Oh, I already had another one. Eh. Alright, so we take Talon of Kurnus for missile strength, or we take this for melee attack and missile... Well, you know, that one's range, really, and this one's way more damage there, and then this one would give us wins in melee during forest battles. Forest battles doesn't mean like battles that are sieged in your forests. It's different than that. I don't know how to explain it. The game never like shows you that it's happening. It's not like being in trees. It's like if you're inside of here, you'll get like a more forested map, and you can see like through the ambush chances what sort of terrain you're on, or like what the movement cost is. But it's very frustrating how little it explains to you about like where these forest things happen. I remember once upon a time just being very annoyed by it. I'm like, what do you mean this isn't a forest battle? We're inside of my forest. But, you know, it just didn't, it didn't work that way. Although they might have changed it since. Marius here is doing fine. There we go. Ranger's Quiver. Good stuff. So why is this good? It's good because we're going to be able to give this person infinite ammo. You might be saying to yourself, has this person ever run out of ammo? No, but they could. But now they won't. This Tulin Pavis, which will give us reload time reduction and missile block chance. So we'll give that to this person. Bonus versus infantry? Sweet. And actually, while that's sort of fine, if we put it on him, then no, he's already got the luck stone. I think this is better. The ammo doesn't matter, but the missile resist will bring her up to 40. Yeah. And we can't put the Pavis on her because she's already using this to be the unspottable lady of the sky. Because we don't need a third one, not yet. We only want that whenever we're getting the third army. Although theoretically, you don't have to have the army before you get the heroes. And maybe it's better not to. Wow, they really think I can't win this. The benefit of this army is it makes me play the game rather than auto-resolve. I mean, I know they're a little banged up, but come on. We're not going to split the forces so much this time. First of all, we're going to put these guys in the back, and they're just going to chill. We'll put them in one. Yeah, smart. Yeah, this is a nightmare. Look at this. You can just, like, you can walk in this way, or that way, or this way, and then once you're here, you can go right or left. Well, you know, I guess every minor settlement has a front door, and this is definitely it. We can have them, like, here, and then maybe they'll respond to that, and that'll be, you know, funny. Nope, they don't really bite. And the bears are going to charge these outriders who are not being careful about it, and the bears are going to feast today. Nom nom nom. And then, of course, the little speed rays, the outrageous spiders of fortune. Oh, the Outriders thought they were going to get away clean, but now we're getting to hit them a little bit. Oh, man. Handgunners from the side. Get the dogs on them. Get these bears there, too. If I knew how to play, I'd be very upset. Helm of Discord. Throw a nice little Earthblood here, heal us up a little bit. Crunch on those handgunners. Oh, not that way. Go this way. Go like that. No? You can't do that? No? Anyway. Amazing. Anyway, I guess this map is better than you think because you know, you'll get annoyed and blunder your guys into swordsmen because life is a nightmare. And the grenade launchers are just absolutely trucking on us here. We've got five units of Dryads getting shot by grenade launchers and sitting still. Very brave trees. That's what I love about trees in Total War. They won't run away from grenades. A staunch line of trees. Grenade proof. Alright, and then they barricaded me in, so now we're really in trouble. It looks like all of these Dryads are going to get, like, actually killed. The explosive damage, it's not even fire damage, right? Anyway, nobody knows what's happening here. The way that your computer chooses to fulfill your orders in this game is sometimes a source of consternation and confusion. You can't think about it too much. You know, sometimes your bears, like, you know, because we said, what did we do? We said to attack it, and then they hit it, like, twice. And then they stopped for reasons. Anyway. We charge our bears into halberds because we're very dumb. I guess that's the thing about this army, like, well, I guess, like, you could, yeah, you know, you could fight halberds with wolves. It just, you know, you just gotta charge them. I'm like, what do we have that to fight, you know, against halberds with? Because the Dryads are very good at fighting halberds, not good at fighting not halberds, or at not fighting halberds. It looks like these grenade launchers are still trying to get all the value in the world. We'll probably army loss them before I figure out how to get our guys to move up here. Well, let's just observe the bears hitting people then. The blood-drenched feral bears. This is like the scariest army I've ever made. This is scarier than a Chaos army, for real. I think even demons would be easier to deal with than 400 giant spiders led by a big old purple tree who didn't appear to be playing games. Oh my goodness. We are never, ever, ever gonna capture this ever. Alright, we win. What a nightmare of a place. I don't know if I could defend it. The AI would probably be a little better at moving through it than I am. Fortunately, we're the Wood Elves, and we don't have to defend anything. Because, like, if there's demons, it's like, oh no, it turns out there are demons. But when the giant spiders are there, you gotta think, oh no, there have always been giant spiders. And furthermore, I am never gonna get to write a poem about it. They wrapped me up already. Making 20 grand feels good. Oh, so this is going to give him 15% physical resist, and then the Dryad goes, yeah, sweet. It takes him to 45% physical resist already. This dude ain't even wearing anything good. I mean, he's got a luck stone. Okay, I guess that's good. Yeah. Well said. They're entirely different propositions.
Not now, but soon.
Ah, sadness. Like, I don't want to lose my Hawks, but, like, are they doing anything for me? They're rank 7 Hawks, though. At the very least, we could just give them to the wild dude. I'm not going to delete my rank 7 Hawks. These brought the malevolent treemen to me, after all. I love this campaign. Just let the Hawks die. No! Alright, the Waystalkers. They would be really good in this army. I keep on saying that and then never getting them. Before long, I'll be at the end of the campaign and never have anything in the army. Trees are talking. And really dropping, we could drop the wolves, you know, we could drop the wolves for like the Lost Sylvan Knights and just have cool ROR stuff going on in the army as well. If they have Vanguard. I think they do. If they don't, then obviously we wouldn't. Take put like Wild Hunter Securnus or something. But I hate to go with no forest creatures at all in the army. It's just that, you know, they're not as good as the tree spirits are they? Like, look at this one. This one's got 64 attack. That's pretty cool. Of course, it's my fault for not giving them Frenzy. And all the other tech, you know. Oh yeah, there is always the panic recruitment. Although, like, obviously Drycha can't just let Griffinwood go for, like, lore reasons, but we don't need it. That, like, who cares, right? As a human. Like, you don't want to lose your province or whatever, but, like, this is the one where the good building's gonna be. This is the one... I guess Mordheim, we would have to hold on to Mordheim for that one, because that one's important, too. It's not as good as this, but it's still important. Boom. course, here we have the, oh, right, you've been raising stuff so you don't have the land to go to. I mean, which is fine. It's just not perfect. And here we'll underway up there and then get a round of replenishment and then underway back down here and take the hidden landing. If there's no one there.
Captain of the Glade Guard.
We'll move the captain of the Glade Guard over there to figure out what's going on. More armor for this one. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, you gotta take Willow on the. You have to take Willow every time on the branch wraiths because just with a little bit of the armor stuff, you're already going to get 30 out of that. It seems very bad to take the armor and lose the speed, but maybe, yeah, because you can't get speed out of the tree, you know. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't matter. Just to camp along the way. Yeah, that would work too. Colossal Strike next. Eagles have, like, not a lot of hit points. That might be why I never recall seeing them in PvP, but also, like, this is just, like, you don't want to lose your primary armor piercing. And you don't see a lot of Glade Captains in multiplayer. You'll see them on horseback, but not on Eagles. I thought for sure if you were in your own friendly territory, you got it. So it's like if we can make it to like right here for the Tower of Ashung and then bounce over this way. It doesn't, like, if you had neutral replenishment, like from the tree, then you might get it, but like... Because, oh, that one gives us the missile resist for the army too, so we'll probably take Willow. Next, because otherwise, what do? You know, we get poison attacks, which is good. Or the Wildwood for the physical resist on all of these units. Or the fire resist so we don't have to worry about it anymore. You know, they're all pretty good except for this. I don't care about that one. Five health for raising. Oh, yeah, that is good, huh? And vigor loss reduction is very good since so much of our stuff is melee and we don't have, like, access to any sort of perfect vigor stuff for them, I don't think. Nice dream. I guess you can do this in order to get to dragons. Oh no, what am I doing? Enchanted photosynthesis gives you regeneration. What am I doing? You choose that one and the replenishment, yeah. That when you get to level 8, you choose this. That's what you do. I mean, maybe not. Maybe getting to regrowth or dwellers below first is better. So it looks like Arbel is coming down and Throg is coming down. I don't know how long we're going to be able to hold on to this, but you know, that's what we're here for. To figure it out. Oh yeah, and this is only for Dryad's upkeep productions, so really neither of these is that important except that they are. Vlad's doing okay over there. The Chaos Dwarves are rising. But of course, all we have to do is beat up anybody that's near a forest. Nice to have with their Nochion. Yeah. This thing is just very, very, very good. And immunity to Chaos Corruption is, I mean, situationally very excellent, especially if we take that neutral replenishment thing. Because if you want to start raiding stuff, then... we're having trouble getting volunteers. Look at the picture. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you get the replenishment, you just have to be in the friendly territory. Nice. And increased mobility is certainly worth having in every single army. Does Underway give you defense chance against ambush? Because that's actually kind of wild. I didn't even realize. It's like you do that against Skaven, and then you get the defense chance, and then if they get you, you're still in the Underway. Which, you know, against them will keep them from running away and then running back into you. And hopefully we'll be able to underway across over here. Hopefully. If not, then we'll go around the long way. Gelt's down to 4, which I'll be happy to make peace as soon as, you know, we get to where we need to go. Yeah. I don't even think there's Skaven that live here naturally that'll come out or anything, because Snitch lives up here. Well, then use with cantrips, yeah. Boom, baby. Clean. Is it time? Is it time to let them go? I guess. Feels so wasteful. Ah, the War Dancer Drummer. So this is a very funny item. I think we might have talked about this the other day, but yeah, this is the ancillary that stacks, that lets you just control nuke places or have War Dancer Blade Singers with like 100 melee attack. I do like War Dancers with Azrai Spears. They have like 60 defense and then just like absolutely tons of that. And then they would still die because they got like 15 armor and you can't make them live. Alright, and then in just a couple of turns, it'll be ready to regenerate just in time for our armies to be there to help quell the little rebellious things. Blight of Terrors, don't mind if I do. Yes, the good dog. Good hawk. And now we can get Firebark Elders? See, oh, because you can do that after you raise them. Midland. Boris Toddbringer, you're a favorite of us all. A valiant defeat? Guess I'll do it myself. We'll continue the siege. I want to do something else first. Raise then seed, free money for tempo loss. Yeah, that does sound like a good plan. No, wait, not a peace treaty. That's right. We haven't even sieged the thing. What am I doing? Yeah, because we don't need to build anything in order to get the replen. And now here we go. The last suit we'll ever wear. The Hawkeyes of Drakira. It is so funny that this is like a beginning of the thing ROR and not a very end of the thing ROR. Because they are busted strong. And I think, yeah, we'll take the Lost Sylvan Knights. Because they do have Vanguard. I guess they have that Glamored Elf thing, though, which will make them worse at fighting. Not like a lot worse at fighting, though. Firebark Elders are good. They're great. But we've already got, you know, that stuff going on. Race to the Frozen Heart are amazing. And we could use them for, you know, their chilly aura. Because they have speed hex all around them, and then they have frostbite where they'll hit someone and slow them down even more. Ah, this one, the Indoctrinator. Ah, yes. And then they get bonus leadership, but are just expendable. Okay. Worse anymore. Right, right. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that with her next level. And then both of them will of course, like, the Hawkeye's Drakira having, like, a lower HP pool doesn't matter. But they are, like, they really can nuke. It is nuts what they're capable of. Of course, we don't have, like, all of the bonuses to their stuff. But really, it's, yeah, I mean, more strength and reload time reduction. It's not nothing, but really, they're really good at Weight Watchers drop, like, such pinpoint accuracy. Indoctrinated, yeah. They're like, oh, yeah, we totally believe you. This is the normal way to do stuff now. Please don't make me talk to the tree again. Sigwulf Bloodyhand. What are you doing in my forests, fellow? Passing through, you better be. Ya bum. Once we've done the ritual, is it, like, always done, right? We could just, like, come back and it would already be done? I don't know. Oak of Ages is doing better now, so now we have better lower upkeep, because I think that applies to me. No, we have to own it. That's right. It would have to be ours. We improve the Oak of Ages power whether or not we own it, unlike these other ones. How do you compare to the Poison Wind globes? So the thing about the Hawkeyes of Jakira and Weight Watchers General is that they'll drop every arrow on the same, like, entity. They don't miss, really. You know, you can juke them or whatever, but if you, like, have, like a crossbow unit and they're trying to shoot at even, like, a dragon or, like, a Dread Saurian, a lot of those arrows will hit something else, especially if there's, like, other units around. The Hawkeyes hit what they're shooting at. They get it. And they have smoke bombs, which is fine. But yeah, I would say they're just really good single target. Plus they have -16 discourage. You know, they have stalk. They have 190 range and they shoot while they're firing. They got 360 degree shooting, I thought Weight Watchers did. Maybe they took that away from them. But yeah, they're absolutely a terrible thing to deal with. And because they're Wood Elves too, if you're playing them at all intelligently, you can just use them for leadership nukes. You know, oh, that one's a little bit low. You can be really choosy with it and snipe enemy lords, because they can hit, like, a small lord running. They don't even need to have, like, a really big target. If you get Vlad without his word save up, they can kill him. Which, there ain't a lot of shooting units in this game that can boast such a thing. Alright, how do we play this? Just straight up the center gate? Just bum rush it? Yeah, I mean, why not? And we'll need this group at this gate to chew it down, actually. And we're just gonna fly around looking for picks with group 2. Especially if they're mostly up there at the door, then we can like come on, grab these various range units. Especially like, yeah, they got handgunners down low, which, you know, might be able to do something eventually, but not if we go around the weird long way. Melkoth on the halberd, just get him softened up a little bit. Like, how good of a shot can this this Arrow of Kurnus do? Amazing. So that Arrow of Kurnus shot from here, looped under here, and heat-seeked underneath all of this. Just proving that some of the people in this game know how to shoot. But they're all elves. These handgunners trying to run away. These handgunners trying to run forward. Neither one of those is going to work out particularly well. And these guys absolutely feasting on these handgunners. This is as good as it gets right here. Like, oh, you have armor-piercing guys? Well, it would be a shame if I were to disable them somehow. Yes, a true shame indeed. Shattered handgunner. This tower's about to build, so we're going to run up here and blow it up. Do the Hawks melt this really big time too? I think all of our units are okay. Let's see if the HP just gets deleted when the Hawks arrive. No, well, you know, it's I think that's the Manticore that's hitting the chunks on it. We're just gonna put the Waystalkers on the walls here. We're gonna MLG snipe these halberds here. Watch this drive. Nope, we can't see him anymore. We'll shoot these guys instead. We send these halberds guys' stats down to 0. Like, there's a lot of great swords here, huh? No wonder I thought we would lose. I am, after all, very careless. This is alright. We're just gonna cycle the bears out. Hammer and bear anvil. Like, just let me make a shot on somebody. It won't. So, we're here again. There we go. There's the Arrow of Kurnus we needed. We forget to cycle charge the bears back in, but then we do it. These greatswords don't have ITP. They're going to be breaking before too long. Yeah, the game doesn't believe in wild spirits at all. You're too right. They don't even have, like, low leadership, right? Not particularly. What they don't have is armor, though. The game loves armor. It loves armor and physical resist. But it doesn't, and you know, it doesn't care about my Dryads though. I mean, it's 4 halberds and 3 greatswords, and that's good. But this is an army like, if we just put the Dryads and the Lord and ran them at that army on the field, they still wouldn't do anything against them. Even with the handgun shooting for a minute and a half. Like, it just, you know, it'd be fine. I don't mind, though. I don't mind being forced to play the game. 35k, I don't mind if I do. And boom. Thilvakis the Wild gets perfect vigor and campaign movement range. And now he's, of course, a total beast, too. Word save for the Treekin units? No, not yet. We'll take the Skewering Branch first. You know, we probably should have moved to get the Lightning Strike, which is more likely to be important, but it's all about making the bad choices. No, we gotta have Arrow of Kurnus. Dance of Loak's really good. Increased mobility is probably better, but Arrow of Kurnus is 3 charges when you get the first one, and you can get 1,000 value out of it. Like, it's a really, really good ability. Back in the day, I don't know if they still have them anymore. I don't think they do, but the Hawk Riders would have it with the Sisters of Twilight. So you could have just like 10 of them, and then just do like this Arrow of Kurnus hit at the enemy, and just absolutely demolish them. You could get, like, anything to hold them in place. Anything at all for a brief period of time. And then it would be like having wizards. Wizards of arrow magic. The kata of the bow. What was that movie with Christian Bale? It's like gun kata. He was like a gun cleric. It's been ages since I saw it. It would have come out like 20 years ago. Now we can piece up with gold. Yes, I remember. That is what we want to do. I don't think about you at all, Xiao Ming. I don't think about you at all. They can just be so rude sometimes. I'm like, I don't, like, sure, man. Okay. We're just gonna sell the map. Because if you're not someone like a Beast Man, or like Scarbrand, I don't see that map would ever be good rather than bad for you, but maybe it could be. Negative 325 opinion. Yeah, you know, I am merely the Briar Maven of Woe. I don't know why anybody would be upset with me. That was weeks ago. She doesn't care about any of that. She doesn't care about any of it. She's like, oh, Zhao Ming thinks that you're a wretch? What do you feel about a trade arrangement? I'm for it. Yeah, sure. It's like, someone new is owning Cathay. She's like, so when we say Cathay, is this like across the river? They're like, yeah. She's like, you mean across the river that's not technically Cathay? Across the Great Canal? No, I think this is Cathay still. It's just like, this is as far from being a Cathay as you can be if you're in charge of, holding the Great Bastion. And two, like, what? She's really like, oh no, what happened? Oh, the trees burned you down? I don't care. Did they do anything to Cathay? They're like, well, there is this wizard who liked metal a lot. They're like, oh, he hurt your little friend's feelings. Exactly. The one from she like clears her throat with disgust. The Empire? I'm sorry. I thought we had an empress. Who's in charge? Who runs an empire? Scorched Roots, low faction, or bad casualty replenishment. Well, feels bad. We'll save our forces. After all, our forces are trees, so protecting them is protecting the forest. There, good. I do like that they don't have any commandments. The only commandment is be Drycha. Do Drycha things. Purge the unclean, the mutant, the heretic. Wait, getting distracted. Different thing. And in just a turn or two? Well, I guess if there's smaller hinterlands, then it does stop you from getting all of them and then... like if there's only 4, you can only get the 4 points plus whatever tech thing, so... I mean, that's something. The forest's health has been sufficiently buttressed. The ritual of rebirth is ready to be cast in the jungles of Qian. Huzzah. Alright, yep, time to start. So Drycha's over here. She'll be able to play whack-a-mole here. There'll be one here. And then even if there's a third one, it's always just 3, I think. We'll go ahead and build this. Costs 20 grand, but hey, what are you going to do? Showtime at the Apollo. And if you get the very first day there, then they often don't get a chance to get too strong at all. The enemy failed to spot my ambush. Oh, and we got Tzeentch coming to this one, so Doom Knights, 4 Lords of Change. Well, let's see how this goes. Look, we outnumber them. We're sort of just sacrificing this set here, but what we can do is charge in immediately to the Pink Horrors, get on the ground, right? We could just drop all of them to the ground in the middle of our forces later, but I think just charging in is fine too. So we can just, like, be up here and... No, we'll be in the tree shooting them. That's smarter. We might just get eaten up here. We're gonna 2-time Arrow of Kurnus into the Doom Knights. And it goes amazing. It trucks half of their HP off. Now, of course, now we've got blue fire everywhere. We've got Tzeentch doing Tzeentch things, but, you know, we do have them tied up, so there's that. Earthblood on the blob. No cost on the Peak Horrors just to get them trucked. Alright, we just need to start working on this Lord of Change. At least the Doom Knights are largely offline. This Soul Grinder, do we just shoot the Soul Grinder the whole time? No, we charge a unit of Dryads in it because this Dryad plus the Tree Man is going to be more than a match for the Lords of Change all in a row. We just don't want to get them all on us at once. So yeah, not so bad. Make sure we get a bear on one, make sure we get a bear on the other one. These guys were hiding over there and not helping over here. Feels bad. Now we're gonna double MLG snipe Arrows of Kurnus 2 times. Does a bunch of damage. I don't think it even hurts my guys at all. It does like a few thousand. It's pretty crazy. And that big damage gets him unstable. Just in time for us to charge and... Not forest spirits, wild spirits. Yeah, yeah. You know, you do just get more. But on the brighter side, it's going great, you know? If this had been a full army with, like, even just 8 units of Marauders, this would have been a way different story, you know? But it isn't. This is an army with a bunch of monsters that it couldn't support. I wonder what that's like. Get wrecked. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Because this Lord can... the physical resist doesn't even work. Oh, it does because they don't have magic attacks. Because of the treemen being around. You know, over there they do, but right here they don't. So he can win a duel with all these Lords of Change because he has 45 Fizz resist. And if they're punching him, that means it's on. And then they're just doing 350... damage, 175. It's AP, but so what? He's got 10k. Man. You know, we just need a couple more tree spirits to be with it. No. 1 or 2 more treemen wouldn't hurt at all in here, of course. Tree Lord's super good. 1 more Tree Lord would be nice, because then we could have like a block and a block, you know. Yeah, good animations, good abilities, good stats. I think I got distracted from talking about it. Was my Ikit Claw thing, and I got on something else. It's like the first one that I got anywhere with. Durthu came across, and he underweighed into Scaven Blight while I was away, and I was like, this'll be fine. I'll just deal with it. And I had never fought Durthu before. I had played as Durthu in Warhammer 1. I knew Durthu was, like, good, but... I witnessed Durthu, controlled by the computer, destroy an entire garrison. So it'd have been in 2, I think? Yeah, it must have been in 2. But, it was super rough. Because you know, and that was my Scaven Blight. But then I realized when you took it, you could get it all the way back up with your food. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Ikit Claw thought it was funny. Here, I like money. No, we'll take the experience. Kill captives. They got away. And we get another Val's Angel guy. Man, you know, they really just hand them out. It's like, if you don't have one, do you want one? Yeah, Durthu Eminent Domaining it for sure. He's like, oh, did you not... You see, we filed a plan at the local thing. It was in the paper. You know, very, very Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And here we have another Tzeentch army, but one that is much smaller. We're just going to auto this. And then we'll fight that one next turn. It'll have had a turn to get a little stronger, so that'll... There we go. Indoctrinator. And now these guys at a respectable, a normal 44-41. If we had an extra thing... You could get that one, and that would just, you know, give them all those bonuses. But I don't think we're going to worry about that. It would also work for the Zotes and the Wild Hunters of Kernus, but again, Wild Hunters of Kernus are the ROR name for the Wild Riders with Shields, yeah. Which, these guys are real good, you know, they, So, like, normal Wild Riders just, like, are there. And Wild Hunters of Kernus have magical attacks, primary armor piercing, and anti-large. They're so much better than regular ones. But, you know, points are at a premium in the Drycha tree. We'll think about it. Where's the Trollio at? That's this one? Yeah. Get her off that horse right away. Yeah, you gotta know that it's just like making Tzeentch boil with anger. He's like, wait, you could just disable magical attacks? Oh yeah, Tzeentchy boy. Yeah, you can. Throd has declared war on me. I'm shocked. Shocked and chagrined. Well, time to play Whack-A-Rat. And here they've got 4 Doom Knights and 2 Burning Chariots of Tzeentch, who I like really can't do anything about. We could shoot them repeatedly. Oh wait, no. I've got Hawkeye's of Jakira. Never mind. I can do something about it. I forgot. It probably will take like 1 or 2 volleys for 1 Burning Chariot. It's just 1 model, but they shoot. They shoot and they score. It's like, how will I deal with it? I don't have any archers. I'm just the Wood Elves. Oh wait, I remember. So they're not even going to be able to see her back here, and we're just going to have the Waystalkers in the forest here. Same old story. Or no, we're going to put them up here. Oh, this is going to be sick. They're not going to know they're here. Not till they shoot them anyway. Man, this branch wraith. What's... Oh, they're getting hit by the flame thing, of course. Oh, the Hawkeyes of Jakira. We left them unsupported up there. Why am I so dumb? Why didn't I think the Doom Knights will jive them? Well, we can probably save them in time. Hey, the Hawkeyes of Jakira are shooting at him somewhat, which is giving him that lowered leadership, and I think this charge will actually save him. Feels bad to be so dumb, though. They're such a powerful unit, and they were the one thing to stop me from taking all this free damage, and now we're not. Now we're not stopped at all, but fortunately, the Lost Stag Knights are charging in. They're trying to attack someone in the air, so now they can't. But now, look at the Hawkeyes of Jakira. They're just going to start shooting here, and then this whole chariot's going to fall down. Don't make me a liar, guys. Hit them. Alright, actually, they're missing like crazy. Maybe when they're hit him with like one, he's juking. I don't know. Normally, they do better shots than this. Well, they are killing him. Either that or they're getting army lost. Anyway, I thought they were better than all that. Maybe it's just this specific model they're not good at shooting. There might be, maybe a lot of maybes. Now do we send Drycha back to Griffin Wood and kill Throton, maybe Arbol, or fully ban it? And head back to Athelor and do Belagar. A good question. Angle is great to shoot threes. Yeah. Basically the worst place to have put. If we just put them on the ground behind our units, everything would have been fine. Hey, could have went worse. This branch wraith was just getting shot. Just getting hit by these flamers of Tzeentch, the exalted chariots rather, not the flamers of Tzeentch. They died like immediately. Yeah, 3,000 value on one, 2,000 on the other one, and nothing else in the whole thing did anything at all. But that just goes to show what you call a skew build. Is when if you build something and your opponent doesn't have answers, then they're gonna have to suffer it. Yeah, so if we kill Throt, what do we get? We get more HP, which is fine, but Drycha really never loses her HP, right? I mean, like, she could, but she doesn't, though. And, you know, like, the fun of fighting Skaven. So we could try to get some sort of crush going on, because who's Vlad even fighting? Arbile and the Chaos Dwarves and Elspeth. Got it.
The soul unbound.
Because honestly, if we don't come back over here, then, like, what's the worst that'll happen? What? Oh, the worst has already happened. Yeah, we're not going back there. We're going here. The Skaven have corrupted the Oak of Ages. And burned it. These fools that are pretending to be the stewards of Athelloren very clearly need a firm guiding hand to show up. And I know whose hand it's gonna be. Drycha the Magnificent. Drycha the Magnificent. And with a mighty uppercut, she gets it done. We are farming traits that we don't care about. That is what happens when you go a lot of places. Filthy Rats is indeed. Mentor on the branch wraith feels good. There may not be any dwarf stuff to kill for Drythu. That is very sad. Nah, that's purple. Right there, you see that's purple. That's not a shadow, that's purple. That's a purple mountain. Clan Ungren's got 3 settlements. Yes, indeed. Well, we don't need to be waiting here too long. We can get Drycha out right now. Because that's all 3, and there aren't any more. Dovakis can hold the line down here until it's time for him to port up. And then we'll buy another army down here. Or, at the very least, like a tree man. And, you know... And then nothing else? Alright, we need 1 slot for when the ritual finishes. Drycha will move up and then World Root out next turn. Alright, if we're judicious here, we'll be able to get some artillery down, maybe. Or, of course, rattling guns, which would also be very good to get. So we can just be judicious and hide here and here. They'll be in the woods, but they'll be able to shoot out well enough. They'll want to come down to take the point there, so... And then we can try to fight over this point, you know, as we can. Like, maybe we should have deployed right there and then run up to attack them from the rear. I don't know. We're just going to fast forward a bit. They're going to come into view and we're going to start shooting them. And then we'll build, like, you know, like a tower here. That'll be nice. That'll be a little tower, you know. This thing builds a tower back there, which can't even defend it there, so it's like you only can use it to defend a vital line. An arrow tower, yeah, we want a cannon tower for 1400. That's the ideal. Oh, no. You know, they can see me now. This is fine, though. At least we have the tree cover, and we're actually able to get a lot of fire onto the Rattling guns, who are now in the tree cover themselves, but, you know. These Warp Lightning Cannons, I don't think can see us here in the trees, so they'll move forward, and then we'll be able to shoot them, which is quite excellent indeed. We don't need to be moving back there, that's silly. We juke a little bit of the artillery fire, and then we don't. We need to back up some here. Barricade here. Should have just built the tower when we had the chance. Now it's not going to have time. Alright, now the Warp Lightning Cannons will move a little closer. And we'll be able to open up a big ol' volley. Come on, give me some lovin'. Show me the money. Show me the money. There we go. Good stuff. This Warp Lightning Cannon getting dunked on pretty good. Of course, the opposite is true over here. Where we're getting hit by Gutter Runner poisons from behind. But hey, we're getting some Warp Lightning Cannon shots. And we got a Rattling from them. Hey, Zyphram. This assassin is here. I don't think they actually want... The assassin wants to fight Wildwood Rangers particularly. Not like it'll be, like, upset about it, though. Rattling guns, we're getting, you know, we got a Warp Lightning Cannon down and a Rattling gun, which makes this 100% worth doing. Can we get these Doomflayers at all? The Rattling guns are shooting my tower, which is pretty fun. We're going to charge them out to try to take this chariot charge. To try to get our scouts a little more time. But they're heavily armored. And yeah, we should have been shooting something else. So shooting something else. Of course, Rattling guns are armored too, but they have much smaller hit point pools. I mean, still, it went well. No, we didn't even eliminate it. It just ran off. Well, you know. At least we shot it. And they get, you know, 500 coins from it, so good for them. Sword of Cain has been taken by the heir of an Aryan, so good for him. Allegedly the heir of an Aryan. I'm not trying to get too far into it, but there is a little bit of uncertainty about it. Drop a few of the Dryads for some mass there for like a beefier front line, and then we'll just have, you know, all the weird stuff on the wings. The weirds on the wings. Where they belong. Six turns till that goes, but Drycha will be able to bounce out of here like right now. Do we want her to take any of this stuff with her before we go? I don't think so. Yeah, her army's fine. We got all the stuff we could want. And I mean, we could steal the other branch Wraith of Life, but that's a little rude. Missile resist seems best, considering who his enemies will be before too long. Well, whose enemies are now. This is probably not super stupid. It could be, though. Oh, that stupid Scavenge Plague finally lost. When Nicker, there's this Griffin, but she could say it wasn't her fault. Yeah, she was off saving Athel Loren, you know, like, how is she to know that the big tree she left in charge of it was just gonna, you know, go to seed, so to say. And after all, isn't the preservation of the Oak of Ages what this is all about? I mean, for now. Heyo! Yep. And the rats just charge in. One after another, they chip through. This aggression, this iniquity will not stand. Exactly. What up, Durthu? My soul will feed the Dark Prince? That doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about, bro? You lost? He's not at war with anybody? Wild. Alright, so what do we do first? Do we take the oak back, or do we go fight dwarves? I think we go fight dwarves, right? I think that's more important. To confederate Dorthu. No, what am I saying? That doesn't even make sense. Of course taking the oak back is the most important thing.
Deal with me or fight me.
Gotta kill the Belgar for this. Ah, yeah, you know, let's be reasonable. You're right. Thoric, maybe? Could work. Pop down to Orion's camp. You have a devious scheme? It's brilliant. It's brilliant! You're so much better at this than I am. That's amazing. Because Belagar has 3 settlements, so I don't think he's dying, like, immediately. Or at least I hope he isn't. Taliesin gets knocked out. And these armies can't even beat Karakazor, because this has 3 Iron Breakers in it. I mean, my army can, their army can't. These little 2 Ikit Claw attempts. Yeah, sell it, sack it, move down, fight there. Brilliant. Yep, and there will be the 3 battles. Yeah, Skaldor's doing fine. Hey, look, another dwarf lord to fight. Seven for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone. Hello, Belagar. Have I got an offer for you? Oh, I'll offer you some vengeance, alright. Do you want to pay me for this? Did it count? We can do it next turn if it didn't count immediately. It did not count. There is no troops inside. We'll go to ambush here, and then we'll make sure that he stays alive. We'll move up there and lightning strike this guy off. We're not gonna, you know, we're not ruining this by bad execution on the trade. Oh, they're getting attrited because of... I didn't even think about that. Yeah, this is going to be excellent for our attrition whenever we're going around here. Yeah, so Skaldor isn't replenishing. This guy moves out front. Amazing. So here we can lament that this game won't save camera things. Lightning strike him off the front of it. Hilarious. It just likes to change animation speeds. Engage Karakazor. Break the siege to get away from it. Ambush stance and hope that he'll run out into me. What's he got in the air? Gyrobombers, gyrocopters, and gyrocopters. Well... all of our heroes getting juiced. And then the Carrick Buftar trade doesn't work at all. Alright, well, speaking of an army to fight... Alright, can we do this? Maybe. We have 9 units of archers. Can Fartork fights out? Oh yeah, because we can just do the fight, walk away, and then hit him again. It probably doesn't need to be a unique dwarf fight. And with us in front of Karakazor, that'll protect them from the Skaven attacking. If you think about it, Belagar, I'm doing you a favor. Wouldn't a dwarf rather be killed by a tree than a rat? Okay, so that's right. We have like 1 billion ammo, too. It's like twice as much ammo as normal because we're here. So if we just try to do this a little bit smart, we might be able to do it. Maybe. Maybe. Rats there, rats there, rats there. Rats coming in from right here. But we don't need to hold any of this, we just need to hold all of this. You know, they can see us there, but we'll have the trees to protect us, we'll be able to shoot out of them. Because we don't want to try to hold all this. We just want to hold back here. Hold the ring, and then we have our archers to support, right? One thing in the air. And then the Lord will want to be here in this block because we actually want to stand up and fight somewhere, and that'll be right here. And if not, then we'll be able to run back here in this way. Has Morale Shock with this army? Not that significant, I don't think. -10. -13 total, so he's probably got the thing for -3 and then 2 of the items. I guess we don't have the third one on. We just put them on skirmish mode so that even if we forget, we won't forget. Alright, we start with 1,000 supplies, so we'll wait to get 1,400 and build a cannon back here. And then probably build some barricades up here, because we don't want a tower there, or there, because that's controlled by this structure, and we may not defend it, but maybe we could defend this side and build a tower here. Yeah, maybe that's good. Better than a tower in the back. Because the front we don't need to defend there at all. Just back here. And we can keep on throwing in bodies as we need to that side. And here... because this is going to be where, like, the chariots and stuff are coming from. And this is just going to be, like, more dudes, so... Okay, okay, we just need to make sure all of our stuff is in a nice safe configuration, right? Alright. And we'll have 1 unit of bats to dive artillery. Anybody exposed? Yes. Because, you know, we got the trees on all of the approaches. That's where we want to be. We've got our ring of archers. One more over here, and then they can go back over that other way, maybe. 2 archers here seems fine. Alright. Ready as we'll ever be. Let's go. Alright, we've got... that's right. This person has the Gaze of Mork ability. Or something that looks a lot like it. Little sprite attack. Hey, at least they took a little bit of attrition showing up here. So they're just trying to move through the trees as well, not understanding that I won't mind. Oh no, we're getting hit. Oh geez, what? How could they see us? Oh, because we're standing in front of the trees. Anyway, let's move back a little bit. Smart. Of course, they're set up inside of the trees here. That doesn't make what we did better. In fact, it makes it worse, because you see how bad they are at punishing us for it. Deepwood Scouts need to back up. You know, it was an idea, and it was a bad one. Alright, so we got our hits. And this guy is ringing his bell, but they're going to melt him. He is going to get so murked here. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's a lot of damage. This level 26 Wizard Lord, you know, he's going to have a hit or two here, but that ain't going to do too much afterward. We're just going to run away. He gets a very, very bad spellcast there. But, of course, on this side, things aren't looking so good. We don't have such a hardy defense on this angle, of course. We're going to build a cannon tower right here. Looks like we'll need it. Artillery coming in, but it's hitting our trees. And we are absolutely in a great setup here. Remember, get out of it, it's the same battle, but harder immediately afterward? Yeah, well, you know. Sometimes that's what you gotta get. And look, if it looks like that, then, you know, eventually we'll be like, ah, whatever. But right now, at least we're winning. Or, you know, fighting. Of course, having the Deepwood Scouts just get pummeled here is legitimately pretty bad. Swift Shivers melting our foes. That guy gets popped, so there's our hit there, but they've got power grabs, so they have a person on the map, a hero that basically functions for them as a replacement lord once their first one gets taken away. This Deepwood Scout's a little beat up. We want to get them over here. Oh man, alright. These guys got to get on the Warp Fire throwers. Because that is too much efficient damage. The Rattling Gun into the tree, like, probably not doing much. But Warp Grinder, we don't want them there. Not one bit. Oh, good news. Our lines decided to go into an incredibly long, incredibly stupid line in order to stop the flamethrower, so that's good. Yeah, with that long firing line, that's so terrible. Because even, like, they won't even all shoot at the person that they're supposed to. And these flamethrowers just absolutely getting away with so much here. Leadership nuke there. Archer's still doing work on that front without us telling him to, which is good, because, well, we're going to need to recorrect over here. The one thing we can't do is lose this, because if we just get both of our can towers up, then we can probably fight for a bit, you know. It's Scaven, and, well, actually, no, the cannon tower will get shot down, won't it? Yeah, it will. It's not like we can build another one once it explodes. You can't. Deepwood Scouts sitting in melee. That feels good. That feels really good. Like, please shoot someone. Oh my goodness. I thought this was going to be a firing line. It works over here. I think maybe they're just, you know, in a better spot than I am. We gotta get out of there. We're getting rattling gun down. Last Samurai is fun to watch, but not fun to happen to you. That's the thing about very hard, though, is like, you know, like you said, we're just gonna have to do it all over again, and in greater numbers. And we sit our lord out there and get him shot to absolute death. Rattling guns, warp lightning cannons, you know, he's still alive. The warp lightning cannons do magic damage, so that's really what's hurting him. And now, of course, man, terrible, terrible play. How could I have done this to myself? Feels so bad. And we don't even have regrowth. We try to stabilize him with an Earthblood. And run him around the corner. Oh, geez. Okay, well, they can just do the artillery from all the way over there. Can I get on them? These plate clock catapults are the most menacing things. All right, well, now at least they're almost dead. All right, well. Good news. The leader's alive. I think we're hitting our pre-programmed kill limit. Maybe not. Maybe we're actually very far from it, because we haven't been killing that much. We'll see. We are certainly very low on ammo. Like unsupported malevolent dryads into halberds. Smart. Alright, Swift Shiver shards, we need them. Starfire shafts we need on the armored targets. Like, just please shoot the Doom Flayers. There we go. We're chipping away at them a little bit now. Barely. Oh, and of course my guy charged down there to deal with the Rattling guns and got beat up and killed. Of course, because I'm dumb. Oh, Gorich is here. Cypher, I don't know what any of that stuff you're saying means. If it's like shorthand for something, I don't understand. This could have been doing his arrows of Kernus onto our foes, you know. He wasn't, but he could have been. Now that Gorich is here, we're actually in a pretty extreme bit of trouble. We're gonna throw that Wizard's Wild Form on them, on this wizard, so they'll be better at fighting Gorich. We can't afford to throw our hero, our lord, into that, though. Can't take the hit. She's gonna look at him real hard. Can she look in melee? She got knocked down. Look at him! Look at him, girl! Oh, great. Wow. Amazing. So our Lord sticks his head out and gets killed. Probably killed by artillery fire here. They are unbreakable. Hey, we heal him up. Good. She's fighting Gorich and losing. He's large. He doesn't have Strider. He's in the woods. And she's still barely alive. I don't see them. Where are they? Hey, we got them. It's like, this feels like it should be, like, me winning the game, and instead it is just, like, me playing the game. Balance is finally favoring us. Of course, balance is affected by ammunition as well, so as we let them fire at us, we intimidate them into losing, because they're going to have to run away, like, right now. Yeah! I win! 1-0. Akira in Bitterbark lives with 1 health because he is much too malevolent and hateful to die. Let that be a lesson to all of us. So obviously the archers in the garrison doing really well. That was a lot of fun. You know, sure, we'd made some bad choices, and if we had a little bit more punchy elites in our army, it's good. The wall for the Wood Elves gives you 100% ammunition when it's at level 4 when you're in the defensive battles, which is just so good because you really go through it, right? That was a super long battle. And this guy got 2,000 value, you know, like, all of these archers getting 2k value, but because they had twice as much ammo, otherwise they would have ran out and we would have been overrun. You know, if we would have got on those warp fire throwers a little bit earlier, if we would have just not gotten shot up so bad here, but hey, it ended up working out for a little bit. We get 9k in the treasury. We get the asp bow, which is awesome. This is so good. If we don't go to get the poison on the Dryads, we could get this and throw it on, you know, one of the Glade captains, and that'll be a nice little thing there. All right. Time to brawl. All right, so what are we afraid of here? Goblin hewers. All this other stuff is terrifying too, but it's the goblin hewers that we're not going to be able to stand. The goblin hewers will just melt a tree man. They have 6k, you know, health. They are slayers. But if we break the thing, then they're just slayers. Just slayers. She will be able to beat up on the gyros. She's faster than they are by a lot. She's 25 faster than the gyro bomber, so she'll be fine there. I'm not too, like, we'll have the Hawkeyes and Jakira. They won't be great at killing gyros because gyros bob up and down, but she'll be very good at it. She'll be able to just walk up and start knocking them down, I think. Basically, like, just like a hit for a gyro type of thing. I mean, I guess they are armored, but yeah, she's got yeah, the way Stalker will be good. Because, too, if we can make them come at us, which I bet we can. Because I have a flying, invisible, unspottable snipe Glade Captain, and I have 3 charges of Arrows of Kurnus, and I have Malevolent Dryad summons, and I bet we can make all that come together and make them charge across the whole map to us. Yeah. these guys right here. She does not have Vanguard. She's going to have to fly the long way. Yeah, and everybody else, we'll just sit like way back here. Who cares? Not me. And while we're flying across, we'll make a battle line. That's already kind of a battle line, isn't it? So all we got to worry about really, I mean, the flame cannons are nasty. I'm more worried about the goblin hewers because I'm dumb, but the flame cannons, I guess, on the approach could be worse. Alright, we nuked the flame cannons. Well, that was better, because, you know, goblin hewers, we'll be able to shoot them with Way Watchers or whatever as they approach. They don't have the good range. And we're not able to break any of the models on it so far, but we're just going to charge there. Shattered Flame Cannon. Feels real good. Yeah, Drycha, she's got Colossal Strike, you know, 100 armor. She's going to be a good fighter. She's also got 40 missile resist, so even if they're trying to shoot her up, it may not be as good of a deal as what they're thinking. Plus, she's got, you know, her invisible shooting people thing, so she'll be able to single-handedly... Yeah, she just killed, like, all those hammerers, right? She's just going to start working on the gyros. These Malevolent Dryads are doing the most work. That's one Goblin Hewer almost in a trash can about it. And it'll be very much delayed from the rest. Alright, they're trying to collapse all onto this side, which means it's time for me to move over here. Yeah, they still couldn't... Alright, we get them off of their gear. Just in time for the next one. Because we'll fight the regular gyros. The brimstone guns are much less effective against me, so we're just going to go on these gyro bombers and bully them. Yeah, they're about to come in here and think they're going to do gyro things, and then they're going to find out that it's not that kind of game. Halkonoff Stonebird is probably going to just lose the fight to these Malevolent Dryads. And by probably, I mean, I think he just is. Man, this Malevolent Dryad tuning up that Longbeard so bad. This is harsh stuff to see for someone who loves the dwarves in general, and Belegar specifically quite a lot. You know, he brought an army. He sure brought an army. Halkonoff Stonebeard, the Thane, of course, in the worst fight of his life. He's an anti-large Thane fighting against Malevolent Dryads. What a sad boy. And they poke right into the archery fire. And what do they... Oh, they do a bombing run. Just in time to be banished. Alright, time to start shooting some hammerers. I'm trying to find a good place to drop this stone thing right here. Yeah. Dryads to the rear to support. Oh, we had the branch wraith all the way back here not fighting. That feels bad. It's fine. It just feels bad. Yeah, you know, it's super funny to have a harass this strong in an elf army that basically doesn't have elf units. And the invisible cavalry of doom, oh, they are feasting heavy here. This is just what they want to do. AP attacks, magic damage. Of course, these hammers don't have magic attacks right now. They normally all do. Hammers got them. But Belegar. Oh, Belegar. Oh, Belegar, my beloved. Running. For shame. Yep, you know, they have all these targets that they want to hit with anti-large, and they don't do anything with it, you know? The giant slayers get melted, because again, like, it's fine that they want to hit something, but all they have is non-magic damage, even if they have the armor piercing, you know? Even when they're giant slayers, they don't have the magic damage, which means all these dryads are not getting hurt. All these tree men, even if you get a thing of giant slayers on them, 36% fizz resist. That's a whole lot. Even if they're on these malevolent treekin, that's 56 resist to it. You know, it's a hard knock life. Luke, well said. Sorry it had to be this way, Belegar. You were alive and accessible, and that was about to become untrue. It was about to be a lot harder to get at him. Belegar was about to have a little ethereal halo like so many of his friends. And you might be saying, aren't you currently contributing to that? No. No, I'm contributing to being very good friends with a very good tree named Ulthuan. And if anything else happens along the way, that just is what it is. What fun fights we've been having. And there we see that even with our leadership bomb thing, you know, against dwarves, that was super funny because it made dwarves play more like a normal faction by reducing their leadership by 30 and removing all of their good tricks. They just played like a normal. Oh, Belegar. He got 55 value and died. None of them got anything done. Yeah, we lost 136. It must have been what? Like, whoever got hit by those hammerers? Yeah, 2 units of Dryads got a little beat up. Oh, and they lifted the siege, and they're besieging it again, and they're besieging it again. Of course, yep. If we had lightning strike, well, you know. But actually, you know, we could just defend it again, right? Yeah, I mean, we'll be going attrition, they'll be doing attrition. Or we won't be getting attrition, we just won't be replenishing. Oh no, we are getting attrition because we're under siege, but it's just been 1 turn. Maybe they have an ability. Oh, we're too short of lightning strike. Alas. Alright, what can we do to be a better fighter here? This was like, no, that's not the right arm. Like, we didn't leave Strayslith there. I remember her. I raised that snake from an egg. Here we go. Aspbo, much better. And it ends up being straight across, just a straight side grade, and you get poison attacks on it as well, and poison in melee. Yeah, no recruitment of raised dead equivalents or regiments when you're under siege. You can change your aspects, but like, I don't know what this Skaven army thinks it's doing. Is it gonna fight me? Me? Now we are talking. My forays against the dwarves have been met with Durthu's approval. Despite the past, you're kind of given the unrelentingly stubborn mountain dwellers. Ouch. They were never going to see the error of their ways and retaining their petty grudges against Athellorin, so it had to be taught a lesson. The Elder Ancient is now open to joining you in a confederation. Alternately, you can leave him to tend to the glade, and he will channel his energies to aid you. Well, obviously, only through unity can the world roots be maintained. Of course, now we are upside down pretty considerably with our armies. But we're going to probably get rid of one or two of them, depending on where they are. Alright, where are our lands? Oh, I have the Waterfall Palace now. That's good. Oh, now I have to defend against Iked Claw all through here. That's good. Oh, right. We actually got a war with Elspeth. That's not so good. Well, now with all these wars, I'm feeling like I didn't want to declare war on the dwarves. No, I'm just playing. Do what you gotta do to survive. Because, again, we don't need to be in these battles. We only need to get back over here. And these heathlands can all be taken care of later once we get, you know, the Oak of Ages back. Where's Durthu? My man! He's only level 14. He actually gets to help out his army in different ways there. Oh, Ancient Enmity is it's a Wood Elf spell. Okay. So what are his abilities? Vigor loss, blah, blah, blah. Awaken Fortress Attrition for the armies in the region. He's got it too. Awesome. And then, yeah, good stuff for Dryads and such. Excellent. And then, of course, you know, Flock of Doom, typical things. He has the Sword of Daith, which is real good. Alright, did we get any... We got a Spell Singer of Life, which is... actually really good, huh? Because now we have a Flying Life Caster. We also get a normal Branch Wraith. Which are not nearly as good as Malevolent ones. Yeah, well, we get a Life Caster with a Thirst for Blood. Nice. Because the Shadowcasters, I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. It's kind of... Oh. What? What? Okay, I've changed my entire evaluation. So the Spellweavers at rank 10 get 2 bound uses of Dwellers Below? That's insane. That's so good. Have they always had that? Do the normal ones count towards the hero caps? Good question. Let's see. Nah, they definitely wouldn't. Or maybe, did they? Do we have 4? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, it's just 4. Yeah, they must. Oh, the Spellweavers, because they're Spellweaver Lords, not the heroes. So if I were to disband one of these lords, would I still be able to recruit them later? Like, would it give me another panel to do it? I don't know. Alright, well, we can take these armies and, you know, use them in pursuit of the Oak of Ages. And, you know, also it occurs to me, I'm like, we'll get rid of all of them. I'm like, no, we could use them to defeat the elves that are our, erstwhile friends here. Alright, yeah, so take Karakazor. Sell it to Elspeth for peace. It'll probably work, because she's not that mad at us, right? She's only 14 away from peace. And she'll like us a lot better once we start tuning up Ilk at Claw. I'm doing it again. Alright. That's the last fight for the video. We're going to continue on with this at a different date, but I was trying to stop at hour 6. That didn't happen. Like, I'm not upset about it. I'm having a great time. But if I don't get something to eat, then I'll be agitated when I finally do. But that'll give us a lot of stuff to pick up with when we return. Of course, we've got this battle in Griffin Wood, where Icar and Bitterbark will probably be slain. We've got the Office of the, you know, Speaker for the Forgotten, which is a very clear I'm a Durthu guy. And Trellin will be the Lost. She'll be the one who has normal elves in her thing, I guess. And set to Scowl, you know, you're just a person. But it's like, as a lord, like, do we want... Like, even with the Dwellers Below, like, they're just merely very good casters that have a bonus thing there, but... You know... Wouldn't a Malevolent Treeman be better, even if they are all swirly? But anyway, yeah, so we also have... We acquire, you know, the Waterfall Palace, which is a level 5 settlement and stuff. And in 4 turns, we'll be able to World Roots Cathay guy over here. We've got 20 turns of money right now. We don't have to hold on to either of these armies, but there's no reason to get rid of either of them while there are Skaven to fight. Yeah, because even from right there, I don't think they can all get up. And even if they do, what are they going to do? They're gonna try to attack me with this army. I'll have a settlement with broken walls, and then they'll have to come inside where their Giselles can't shoot me. Probably. Probably. Anyway. But all of that can happen when we return. And that ritual will get fixed next time, and then we'll be able to get that that building, which will make a whole lot of our upkeep cheaper. It'll probably cut like 3k out of the upkeep. Maybe not that much.
The waker of trees.
Maybe not that much, but we'll be able to take the Oak of Ages, and that'll help with the upkeep. Or they'll just siege me in concentration. Oh, yeah. Well, if we break off right here, we still have a lot of movement. Yeah, that's the way. And then we can go here and strike them off. There we go. Clean. And then we can move up and take that next turn. Anyway, I said I was ending it. I am ending it. We're just gonna get rid of this building really quick, so I remember that we need to build a wall there. That's all we're doing. That's all we're gonna do. But on the upside, the vampires are, you know, still nice to us. Anyway. Everything is going well. Except for the fact that the Oak of Ages has been burnt. Everything is going well. We'll be able to solve that. Anyway. That's all I've got for you right now. I'm going to go get something to eat. It's been a nice short 9.5 hour stream. What a great time. What an awesome, awesome campaign. Having a blast. Just getting into fights, being a lady. After we sort this out, of course, well, we know where we're going. But it may take some time indeed to truly sort out what we've got going on here, so... So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Of course, we have... Ikit has 17 settlements, so this war against him isn't going to be, like, some quick affair. He also, though, has a lot of enemies that aren't me. And so, you know, maybe Franz will help us out. He's strength rank 2. But, of course, we'll just beat up on a whole lot of his armies, and then before long, we'll be fine. Or not. In that order. The world is a mess. But my little corner of it's just fine. Gelt has gotten his land back a little bit, and this place is going to complete next turn, and then Thilvakas the Wild can zoom on over and help with the war effort. Where was Drycha at? Oh, he's all the way over here. Wow. Yeah, you should. Okay, so Durthu will be able to get home, right? We'll just, I thought he was, like, here at Karakirn.
Vlad von Karstein, welcome thee.
Durthu's working on forced to do for some reason. Yeah, you know, there wasn't anything going wrong at home. Yeah, we'll just make... Well, they already hate me, so what are you gonna do? Let's charge across. Secure in the knowledge that if they do try to fight me, I'll be Durthu the whole time. And they'll probably not really have a great time about it. He could be scarier. He will be scarier. We're gonna give him a Talisman of Preservation before too long. I digress. Anyway, a wonderful first faction jump on Warhammer 3 with this. Thanks to your very good advice, Luke, we were able to get some good success going on. A Spellsinger of Life, which is very nice indeed to get, and then don't know if you can roll from a tree, don't know, but it might be worth trying. Yeah. Yeah. Because really, yeah, if we can just get Elspeth cool with us, then we can probably, like, because we're, like, pretty strong, especially with this Confederation, so we can probably keep Carl from wanting to punch us in the face. At least a while. And once you actually have Ethel or Rin, if they don't have underway stance, it's so hard to attack. It's so hard for non-dwarves, non-scav, and non-beastmen to get in. It's just a real nightmare. But we will cause this nightmare to happen to them later. For right now, that's all I've got. When we return, we're going to see the fun effect of having our real army against Skaven. It's going to drop these rat ogres down to, like, 30 leadership. We'll be able to shoot them with a volley or two, and they'll just melt away like the bad kind of butter. My game just froze, so PC's got a little hot. Maybe 9 hours of hard work got to it. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed. I'll be back in an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half, playing something later on tonight. Perhaps I'll see you there. But until then, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, adios, farewell, goodbye, and as Drycha says...